Australia.
Go and get fucked or something like that.
Yeah, cunt.
No, seriously, mate. Look, I've been to tournaments where we've got players from all over the country, and I can tell you, we all sound the same.
You think so?
Right? Yes. Yeah, definitely. Look, what it
and maybe
is,
it's New Zealand or something, because New Zealand, you guys,
definitely.
I don't know. It's hard for me to differentiate it.
New Zealand definitely sounds different.
Maybe
But
to you
not
it sounds.
Australia.
Maybe to you it sounds the same, but for me, like you and Timbo sound a bit different. Like yours is even thicker than his accent.
No, well, see, Timbo's like really ockery because he works in the building trade, whereas I sort of work in the retail trade. So just a little bit more of a gentle tone to my voice. But the difference is nowhere near like Australia to New Zealand. That's definitely an accent because I got friends from New Zealand that come over.
Fish and chips.
Yeah, how did he say?
Yeah, fair enough, man. That makes sense, I guess.
I don't know. It sounds a little bit different. Like, I know New Zealand's way different, but I don't know what it is. Like, have you ever talked to Becky Batman? Becky from Australia?
Yeah. Becky and I used to talk all the time.
Yeah, she sounds a little bit like there's. I don't know, but there's a slight difference. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Country bumpkin.
Yeah. She lives in the boonies. That's right.
Yeah, she lived more in the country, whereas I live like I don't really live in the city, but I've sort of grown up in, one of the city suburbs, and I've slowly moved that into the country. But look, honestly, we're all pretty much the same. There's a lot of Greek Australians, Italian Australians, and that's where sometimes there's a little bit of an accent. But these days, that's nearly gone. When I was younger, I'm 60 now, so, when I was in my 20s, there was a lot of different accents from Italian people and Greek people, whereas now we tend to have maybe Chinese Australian and Vietnamese Australian, and their accents obviously a little bit different to ours. Bloody rabbits jumping out in the front of you. They're just nuts, these rabbits. They want to get run over. Yeah, no, trust me. Australia, like from the tip of Australia right down the east coast across to Western Australia, we literally all have the same accent. Right? When you sometimes go into the country, they might talk a little bit slower, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's like the speed of the cadence or something. Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, see, that happens. Like, I'm of Greek descent, right? And I remember one day I was lying in bed and I was flicking through the channels, and I got onto one of these channels, which is SBS, that puts all the international programs on, and I'm reading the subtitles, and my wife, who's not Greek, she turns around and says to me, Rob, what are you reading the subtitles for? I go, well, I don't know what fucking language that is. Right? She goes, it's Greek. And they were speaking that
It's nuts. We were actually talking about this the other night, because we had an Australian come in here and call Jamsey, who's from Puerto Rico, a spick. And I was wondering, like, there's no, like, Spanish people in Australia. Like, why are you, like, how are you racist against, like, Hispanics? I didn't get it. It's like being racist against a black person, but you've never met a black person. Doesn't make sense to me. My audio die? I don't hear anybody.
No, you good, dude. We hear you.
Karma made a really good point. It could be because they don't know any black person or a Hispanic person, that they have only this preconceived idea of what these people are like through news or movies or something, and so that's where
What do you mean
the
these
racism
people,
might come
Trace?
from.
No, it's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke. I like to say, because some people will interact with those people. They'll say black people. They'll say those people. What do you mean by those people? It's a
The ethnicities I mentioned before.
Yeah, I know. It's like because like you have these like white liberals and they'll be like, I feel bad for those people. All the racism they have to experience. Like, what do you mean those people? You're doing the racism right now. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's a funny thing. Well, I mean, like anybody that's, like I said the other night, everybody should just be treated as individuals. You got good and bad apples. Doesn't matter what ethnicity they are. Like you can pick any subcategory you can imagine in your head, and it'll just be some of the people are shitbags and other ones aren't.
Yeah, it's just a lot of forms of bigotry come from just people not understanding and not knowing things about it and building up these preconceived ideas about people. And that's where a lot of racism comes from, I guess, as well, because they just don't think of people as people. They think of them as like these preconceived ideas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but you have places like, okay, so let's take Chicago as an example. I mean, that place is basically a shooting gallery. But it wouldn't matter if they were white, black, or any other thing. It's their culture, like that local culture of how life is going on, that is happening, right? Police are not enforcing the laws. They're not catching people that are committing these heinous crimes. There's a subculture of basically, of like, where like murdering people is like glorified. So like that doesn't matter doesn't matter what their ethnicity is or anything like that. When you're in I'll use this as an example. In Palestine and Afghanistan, like back in the 80s, like the Palestinians were indoctrinating their children to basically be suicide bombers, and that was fucking awesome, to die in jihad and yada yada yada. And they were teaching that, to like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. In Afghanistan, they did the same thing, except for it was the USAID. They gave them textbooks, and instead of them like learning how to count apples, they were learning how to count tanks and airplanes and like weapons of war, instead of like trees and apples and boats and pieces of candy, like which would be in a normal child's textbook.
Can I add something to what Trace was saying just before I go to work?
Yeah.
Because I have a perfect example of this whole fearing, for instance, black people that you've never met, because we don't have a lot of black people here. And I had an autistic child, so you know how they can be a bit slower to pick things up. She was so scared of black men, just because they were so dark, and there was something about the color that she hadn't seen this before. So she was extremely terrified of the one black employee that we had. And it was like almost funny within the workplace, because we're like, I swear to God, this child is not trying to be racist. This is not racism. This is just, she's autistic. She doesn't understand why you're different colored. But that's a perfect example in my mind, how if you don't know, if you're ignorant and you haven't met anything, you don't have anything in real life to compare it to, that's the only time such irrational behavior makes sense in my mind.
Yeah. And I'm sure like if you had the reverse, right? Like you're in Africa or whatever, I'm sure like the African kids would be afraid of that one white teacher.
Oh, it can either be like, oh, they're a bit apprehensive, but as soon as they see that the person is friendly, so long as you're not autistic, the kids just go, how exciting, how interesting, how different. And on that note, like if you teach black children that like if a white child comes up to you and finds your hair interesting and wants to touch it, that's racism and microaggression, they're going to feel bad when that happens. But if you teach them what it honestly is, when somebody's curious and finds you cool because you're special or different, then they like your hair. Because you see the kids at our workplace that have afro or something, when other kids are curious about it, we make sure to highlight why that is. We're like, yeah, he has cool hair, right? And they're like, yeah, that's super cool. I wish I had curls like that. And then it's a positive experience and an empowering experience for the child instead of irrationally taking it as a microaggression. I hate that kind of bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we all know that this isn't like a real conflict. It's a manufactured conflict. The microaggression, like racism thing. It's manufactured out of whole cloth.
Yeah, it's like they pushed hypersensitivity and hyper emotional because they kept trying to push feels before reals, so people wouldn't hold logic and truth so close to their hearts. It's a part of their whole agenda, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they teach the kids, oh, you should be offended by that. If anybody points out your difference, you should be offended. They're saying you're inferior. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That's why I love using that as a teachable moment. If a kid calls me weird, I'm like, I've always been weird. I love being weird. It's so much fun. Why be like everybody else when you could be however you want to be?
Exactly. You want to be the Borg? We all going to just assimilate into a like everybody's just a bunch of clones. NPCs, the future of humanity.
And that's kind of what we were seeing with the lady before. Like when you don't know anything and you just go to Google and the first results on Google is what you now know, what are you other than an NPC being controlled by an algorithm?
Ugh.
That's the greatest thing about Flat Earth. That's the best thing about it, in my opinion. And I've heard these anti-Flat Earthers criticize and say, well, they don't all even think the same thing.
How dare you?
That's a wonderful thing. It should be celebrated.
Yeah, and on the same mouth, on the other side of their mouth, they say, we should celebrate diversity.
Yeah.
Like, what? I don't think you know what that word means, buddy.
We should all be the same. Diversity. Different colors.
Yeah. It's like act the same, but just be different coat of paint.
Yeah, exactly. The diversity is superficial, right? The outward appearance. You know, I'll get a nose piercing, I'll get some tattoos, dye my hair blue, make up some, ethnicity, and a couple, letters of the alphabet, and I'll say, yeah, I'm different. The most base, superficial difference there possibly is. So here's dude, I saw this. It's one of these things where like men are like sexualizing us. Like, well, you're putting you're putting like your ass pictures on Instagram. What are they supposed to do? Like, you're sexualizing yourself, they're going to sexualize you too. And I was thinking like, they were like, well, I think our argument was like, how else am I going to get attention or something like that? Like, dude, if you don't want to be known for sexualization, why don't you put your poetry on the internet, or write something, or make videos of you like knitting a sweater, right? Then you're not being sexualized, right? And if you actually have things other than your ass cheeks to show people, to get attention for, then put that on the internet. The problem is they don't have anything else, right? These thoughts that are on Instagram, they don't have anything else to offer, so that's why they offer that.
It's like putting a mouse in front of a cat and wondering why does the cat want the mouse. It's kind of silly because like it's kind of our nature. If you reveal that much, we're gonna look at it and we're gonna pay attention at it because that's what we are attracted to.
Well, then to play dumb after the fact, right? Like, that's not why you were doing it. If taking off all your clothes garnered you no attention, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't post it on the internet. That's why you're not posting pictures of you on the internet in a burqa. Because you know if you do that, you're going to get zero attention.
Yeah.
You know, the full-length burqas, too. The ones that, like, cover your head, like, you know, where you only got the eye... the eye hole. Just like this for me.
Oh yeah, that excuse, like, oh, it's just for me. I'm just doing it to feel pretty.
Some of the time, I don't think women dress just like that just for men. I think a lot of it's for women too, because they're afraid of. I think they're afraid of the judgment of women actually more than want the attention from men. Women are.
Or they want to just show off against different women. It's like
well, yeah, that too. Yeah, that the competition. I mean, that's how women compete, right? Kind of in a way, is to look better than the other one.
Yeah, that's why very often, like, the hot friend has like a fat friend to like feel good about herself.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not competition. It's like a comparison game where they like to compare themselves to everything else and compare everything else to everything else, and so it kind of looks like competition, but in their minds, I'm not competing with my girlfriends. We're just like trying to be cool, and it's they lie to themselves just as much as everybody else, I think.
Yeah. Well, men compete too, right? They get frickin', you know, cars, and like we just compete in a different way.
Yeah, but it's just like more honest. We're more honest about it. We're just competing in a very obvious manner.
I think it's because men are generally a little bit more simpler and logical in terms. It kind of follows a more logical chain, whereas the girls are more. They're looking at a wider picture, if you will, and trying to connect more things together and using more feelings to order everything. So we clash on those levels.
Yeah.
Well, we got different agendas and different goals. So, I mean, we have the ultimate goal is the same usually, you know, have some kids and raise them into adulthood without any serious, you know, injuries or trauma. Hopefully. Don't send them to public school. It's probably a good way to make that happen.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, our ways of getting there are just different. Good thing about being a man, though, is that, like, women, you know, make themselves pretty to attract a man, and men acquire things that show social status or wealth to attract women, but all that stuff is dual use, right? So not only will my fast car attract the women, it's also fun to drive. Fake eyelashes only have one use.
Yeah, and from what my sisters tell me, it's a bitch to deal with all this makeup stuff and trying to look pretty.
Oh my God, dude! If you want to get rich, start a makeup company.
Yeah, it's like if you have a girl around, the whole bathroom turns into a battlefield. It's like bottles everywhere.
Listen, I grew up in the 80s when big hair, dude. Fucking hair. Like, the girl's bathroom would open up and like a cloud of hairspray fume would come out of that fucker. Because that was like when they only had aerosol hairspray. There was no pump hairspray. Bad. Big hair, man.
Wasn't
hate,
it
like,
even the
Big glasses
wasn't it
and shit.
even
Go ahead. Sorry.
wasn't it even the guys like with the whole Guns N' Roses type hairstyle?
Yeah, but yeah, some guys did that. I guess, like, yeah, pretty boy hairband. Yeah, teasing their hair out and hairspraying it. I mean, I can only remember a couple dudes like that. I mean, there was a couple different trends in the 80s that, like, I guess hair gel was a thing too, like back in the 80s for men. Keep your hair in place.
Well, I think it was around in the 20s too. I mean, not in the 20s, in the 2000s. Because when I was growing up, that was a thing too.
Yeah. I just think the makeup thing and fake nails. I hate fake nails. Like, legit, I fucking hate fake nails. Want a red flag? Fake nails. That's a red flag. I mean, there's to a degree, right? So if you have fake nails that are normal nail length, like, or just a little bit longer, that's fine. But those ones where you can't even wipe your own ass, nah, you gotta go.
Yeah, the ones you can't do anything with, those areas. That's like clown world stuff.
The two Welsh girls I was hanging out with, you know, the in chill and whatnot, they obsessed with these fake nails, and they'd show me a picture and I'd be like, no, it's just not my cup of tea. I just never like stuff like that. I just want you the way God intended. They'd be like, no. But they're just not practical. Apparently, years ago, it was like a sign of the sort of well-to-do that the women would grow the nails to show that they didn't work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So
that is
like
what it sounds like. You're not even willing to do anything. Like, you're just gonna sit there with those long ass nails. You're not gonna even wash a dish or anything.
No, I'm with India on this one. They're just gross.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, have you seen any of these, like, transformations on, like, TikTok that some of these women can do with makeup?
Oh yeah. The one that looks about 65 and then she gets all dolled up and she looks about 20. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah.
The reason I even brought it up is because, like, I think that men prefer no makeup.
Yeah, natural.
That's what I think. I prefer no makeup. Like, absolutely no makeup. And, like, when women did wear makeup, like, when I was a kid, like, the makeup they would wear was very light. Like, they'd wear lipstick and, like, cover up on their face. And they'd use mascara. And sometimes they'd use eyeliner, but that was only, like, if they were going out somewhere. But now with the fake nails and the freaking all the other stuff, it's like you don't even know what the hell they look like. And like
yeah, they're literally like gluing their skin around and moving it around, and then they're putting layers upon layers of stuff on their face to shape it and everything. It's insane. Some of the things they're doing right now, and like, yeah, I like them normal with no makeup.
Like, I've actually...
Person advertising. What that?
I constantly say to them, like, stuff like, all this crap you're putting on your skin. Your skin is a remarkable thing. It really is. And it's got all the protection that you need already. And if you keep adding stuff to, like, if you put, like, lip balm or whatever on your lips, you're going to end up giving yourself chapped lips. Because they're going to dry out. And this is what I'm telling them. And I think finally it got through. because it happened. And I said, yeah, well, then you end up in a vicious cycle. So you've just got to stop. You've got to stop putting it on.
That's exactly what it is, because I've explained this to girls too, just what you're talking about. They're like, I'm like, stop wearing makeup. Well, my skin's all fucked up if I don't wear the makeup. I'm trying to cover up acne or whatever, right? Blemishes. Like, you have those because you wear makeup. You stop wearing makeup, that'll go away. Right? You have to suck it up for like 2 weeks until your skin heals itself, but it'll go away. Right? You can't base, like, what happens is they have acne when they're a teenager, right? Normal teenage acne. Then they start covering it up. But then, you know, that acne never goes away because they cover it up for frickin' 20 years. Instead of, like, just, you know, suffering through it, you know, and not wearing makeup.
Let it heal.
Makeup has, like, micro, like, nano dots and shit in it, dude.
You're also covering up your pores, so there's no.
That's what I'm talking about. They have, like, in makeup itself, like, there's titanium oxide and like these little micro dots, like little micro particles that are small enough to get within the pores of your skin. It's not like just putting paint on your face. Like, skin makeup, women's skin makeup gets into the pores of your skin. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't just cover on top. It actually goes into your skin. It penetrates.
Yeah.
Just watch them try to take it off.
Okay. In Puerto Rico, we used to call some of these girls, like, you put in bondo. You know what bondo is?
Bondo, yeah.
Yeah, once you put in all the bondo in the outside and all the inside is fucked up.
That's what we used to call cars Puerto Ricans around here drive. Bondo buckets.
Yeah, they will make it look pretty, and then when you check the inside, falling apart.
Exactly. The outside of the car is just all Bondo.
Bondo and crayons.
Yeah, it's like spray paint, right?
Spray paint from Walgreens.
The best is when they use, like, red tape as a tail light lens.
Red tape as a tail light. That's a good one.
I've seen it, man. I've seen plastic windows. I've seen cardboard windows.
I saw an AC the other day. An AC on the van. It was a huge van, but it was pretty old. It had an air conditioner. All kind of stuff in the vehicles.
Some of those old 70s vans were badass, man. They had, like, couches and, like, you know, center tables. Like, it used to be badass.
People in the 70s and the 80s used to be badass. So they had to drive badass vehicles.
I remember when I was young, right? So, like, you know, I remember what the teenage, like, kids that were older than me, that, like, when I was, like, 11 or 12. The kids that were, like, 16, 17, when they were just about to get their license, they're like, I want to get a van. Because they all think that they're going to bang some chick in their van, like it's going to be a rolling fucking, you know, flop motel where just girls are just jumping in getting banged all the time. Like, it used to be so, like, in retrospect, it's funny. But I used to think that was, like, actually a good idea. Yeah, get a van. Then you can have sex anywhere with any girl you want. As if it worked that way.
Yeah, you could. I mean, these days people do it these days. You have girls in their own vans out there. A bunch of people own vans and they live in their vans these days.
Yeah, it's like it's a website.
Get a meetup.
Bang bus or bang van or who knows.
Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang.
It just shows you how delusional, like, teenage boys are when it comes to things like that. Like this.
You know what, Indio? I'm gonna admit that when I was younger, I not too often was thinking too much about girls, but the girls always getting on top of me or behind me or touching me or giving me like pieces of paper, yes or no, see or no. I was just pushing to it, bro. What was it? I mean,
the problem with like having sex at that age was, where was it going to happen? You don't want to get caught in her house because her dad will kill you. You don't want to get caught in your house because your mom will kill you. So like, where the hell are you? Like, your dad will give you a high five. Your mom will be, you know, moms are. I don't want to be a grandmother. Holy fuck! What are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't deny it. When I was young, I wanted to have a van and just live in it.
Oh,
it sounds like a good idea when you're young, right? Because you're just like,
yeah. And then eventually you go out and you live with your friends and you realize, oh shit, this is a lot of work.
Yeah, and not everybody has your same mentality. Some of your friends are fucking crazy. You don't want to even be around them most of the time.
Yeah.
oh my God, I could sit here and tell stories for fucking hours, man, of insane shit.
No, thank you. I remember crazy stories when I was younger, and some stuff you can't say here.
I was just like roommates and their friends. Like, actually, even worse than a roommate was when a roommate invited a friend over or several friends.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all have stories like that. If you lived on your own or with friends, it starts to get a little crazy.
It made me think of shit that happened. We changed the subject, man.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me. It was my friends and the girls that damaged me. I'm telling you, bro.
I'll never remember this girl put a cigarette out on the arm of my couch, man. There was literally an ashtray in front of her, and she put the cigarette out on the arm of the couch. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I just couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it to this day. She wasn't drunk. She was sober.
Yeah,
it was like one of those things like, I'm going to do this, and you can't do nothing about it. Because she was my friend's, one of my roommate's younger sisters. And she was probably like, I don't know, 15 or 16 or something years old. She was just like, you can't do nothing to me. God, yeah, I almost threw her right down the fucking stairs, man. But I'm not in prison, so obviously I didn't.
No, you good. I think the problem is that most of our friends back then used to be Globers. I think that was the issue.
I mean, that was it. 100%, that was it.
Bunch of Globetards friends.
Yeah, I think
Like,
my
fired
problem was
most of them.
I think my problem was I was a Glober, so I like that was a big part of the problem. That's why I accepted all this stupid sophistry, why I put myself in all these stupid situations.
Yeah, that could be it. I was a Glover too. Maybe that's why I tried to drink myself into oblivion. You're not supposed to have a party with 20 plus people a night, every night for months. God. God, our downstairs neighbor fucking hated me. Us, period. Yo, because my friend had, back in the day, if you guys remember, they made these speakers called Mach 3 speakers. They were giant fucking 4 speakers. But these had stands. And they were so loud, right? Put it this way. If you had the volume turned up like to like 60%, and you flipped the power on so that the music came right out the speaker, the speakers are so loud they would throw themselves out of their stands. They would just turn out and go boom and just fly across the frickin' room. That's how loud they were. Every night, have a party up the house, fucking blasting music. Dude, police showed up so many times. And luckily, there was only one arrest. Making too much noise. Yeah, he's been crazy, man. My liver is fully recovered, though, so we're good. And all that happened on a flat Earth.
Where are all the Globers at?
Well, we have a clown in the YouTube chat. That counts. What we did. I think he's still in there. Tom Arnold. He's on Ships Over the Horizon. He's still on that. Making 2017 arguments.
So the boat's going over the geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's the first thing I said to him. Like, so the horizon's physical again. Got it? Got it. I got it, man. Horizon's physical again. Because he was like spamming, like, to name a video. Hold on. It was. Curvature Galore at Moffett Beach from Critical Think. It was posted 4 years ago. I'm sure you've seen it. You know, some ship.
Yeah.
Apparently ships go over the horizon a lot in Australia. Everywhere else, not so much. There's a lot of these so-called ships over the horizon observations coming out of Australia. Critical Think is an Australian. Another Australian total dude. He's part of the little Whoopee pack or whatever they call themselves. He's like, watch that. And I want to see your excuse of why that's happening. So I posted like the Sky Free video in the chat and the screenshot. And then he's like, I don't care what you say. Well, then why are you talking then? Well, explain how this little boat disappears in 700 feet before the horizon. Oh, my observations, and I was like, yeah, it's what you think is Earth curve is not Earth curve. It's your misinterpretation of the visual phenomena because of ignorance and because of listening to dumbass anti-flat earthers. He tried. Oh, this is funny, Dre. This is one of the things he said, which I thought was hilarious. He said the boat went over the curve but didn't get smaller.
So it didn't get smaller as it was going away from him?
Yeah, that's what he said. So it's a clip.
I'm pretty sure it was getting smaller, and then optically he started losing the bottom of the boat.
Yeah. How can you even say such a thing? Like, what are you, a cliff earther? Like, and they say we think there's an edge? Like, what do you think there is if you think the boat is, disappeared without getting smaller? That means it fell off the edge of something.
Yeah, the globe is nothing but edges to them.
This is just another example of mental contortion.
Yeah, it's just flat spots all the way to the horizon, and there's an edge. And then if they move, the edge moves. If they rise, the edge moves, and the flat spot gets bigger.
Yeah. I'll actually go back and read it. Read some of the stuff he actually said. I don't think he's in the YouTube chat anymore because Helia restarted the stream. So.
India, look at this area. I think there's like a globtarch epidemic in this area. You see that, India? You see the image?
Well, where? Oh, what the hell?
It's like a global epidemic around here.
Yeah, no shit, dude. You just figured that out? What the hell are you doing way over there?
I'm doing business all around the area. I was around
Selling-
your area
drugs over
earlier.
there? Why are you selling drugs in Austin?
Yo, the students need their shit, bro. The students need their gasolina.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, man. You got finals coming up.
Just working around the area. It's
So you're by No, that's Harvard Stadium. You're not exactly near Harvard Stadium. You're by it.
I'm right next. Actually, I'm behind it. I can see it from here. I'm looking at it. I'll take a picture right now.
Harvard Stadium is actually pretty cool. I like it. I just like the way it's built. It's like architecture, especially from the inside. It's like a Roman Colosseum.
That looks like a pretty old building.
Yeah, but from the inside, I don't know if you've ever been inside it.
No.
It's like a Roman Colosseum from the inside, man. It's awesome. Because you know how like you're in a normal stadium, it has like regular steps. These aren't like regular steps. They're like a step is like a big stone block, and that's actually 2 steps.
Now you made me interested. I'm gonna have to stop around that area.
I don't know if they're open. I don't know. Sometimes used to be able to like. Sometimes they just had it open and people would go in there and run or whatever because they got a track. I don't know if you can do that anymore.
I've seen big activities around there. I imagine that they most likely have control access to it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But there might be like a open to the public time.
Yeah.
Like from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. or something.
Bro,
it's not like a regular stadium with like concessions or anything you can do. Like you can't break nothing. Like just nothing there to break.
It's like all concrete stone or something.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was a while ago. Yeah. The seats are metal, but they're like on like brick or stone or concrete, I think.
Many buildings around this area are pretty impressive, actually. That one is kind of unique. It's like you're saying, like a coliseum. Compared to most of the buildings around here, that one has this unique thing about it. They're making new buildings in every single spot.
Dude, this is from the inside.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's like you can go in there. Like, what are you gonna break? Like, you can't break anything. There's nothing there. There's not like
your face.
Yeah, that's it. That's about it.
Or an ankle if you misstep or something.
Yeah, that's why I actually remembered the way the stadium was because someone was running up and down the stairs. I'm like, damn, dude, you're like, good luck to you, man.
That looked like a pretty cool place to do exercise, going up and down those stairs, running around.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hell of a workout. Speaking of workout, let's go to the fucking gym. Laziness meter today.
What the hell is old Haas posting like a like a Royal Rumble of
I know, look at that shit.
rockers? What?
It's a mosh pit.
If you look on YouTube, you find these videos of girls trying to do that with the guys and getting punched on the face. Oh my goodness, it's funny. You see the girls kind of like jumping around with the guys and people getting punched are kind of crazy. It's a freaking workout. Oh my goodness. Looks like every single person there, no, not every single one, but most people there have like long hair.
Well, we have Captain Rook E joining us, VC verified. You have control of your mic if you want to join the conversation, maybe ask us a few questions.
What's up? It's Ricky.
Captain!
Rookie, what's up?
It's me. I came back. What's up, guys?
What's up? How you been?
Well, I don't want to complain. I don't want to sound bad. It hasn't been that great, but I'm hanging in there.
Is that Rookie? Oh, Rookie. You said Rookie, right?
Yeah.
Welcome back. Hey, Captain Rookie.
Oh, I hope it gets better, dude.
Hope you get better, bro.
Me too.
Get better.
Well, the thing is, tell you what.
Go ahead.
All I was just going to say is my mom and my grandma are both sick, and my wife, she's got something going on in her bloodstream where her blood sugar is like 500. So I'm like really concerned.
Bro, I don't know if you heard this.
She's the one to talk to about that, man.
Bro, whatever you're doing, add an deworming or antiparasitic and antifungal protocol in whatever you're doing. Antiparasitic, antifungal protocol into whatever you're doing.
Okay.
I can DM you about some of that stuff, but that's just a super underrated topic that people in the past used to know, and people today are a bit oblivious about it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Yeah, if you want to DM me, that'd be great. I would be interested.
Yeah. Can't talk about it here for sure.
But otherwise, I mean, life's okay. I guess I can't complain. Still got a place to live. I'm not homeless. I have money to spend and food in my mouth. So I guess
what else?
It's nice to hear from your voices. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't ask for much, but you know, it could be worse though.
I mean, all the bells and whistles in life are overrated anyway, man. Quite honestly. I mean, I feel like I haven't done it all, but I've done like a lot of stuff and beyond the basics. Like, I don't know. I just think bells and whistles are overrated.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Don't worry, guys. Once I hit the lottery, I'm gonna take a bunch of you somewhere. We'll decide then. Once I win the lottery, guys, don't worry about it.
Obviously, we're gonna send you to space so you can tell us what shape you're in.
I got you, guys. I'll send you to space once I hit the lottery. Don't worry.
Send? Why do you want to send anybody? Just fly up there and look. You don't need NASA for that. Come on.
Yeah, just climb a tree, man.
Climb a tree.
Sending someone to space sounds like a threat to me.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm sending you to space.
Yeah, really. Trying to kill me?
What did you just say? You're trying to kill me? Imagine you using that in court. He said he was gonna send me to space.
That's a threat.
The judge is gonna be like, "Do you have any proof of space?"
So what happens though if there's a way to get out of this and there's something outside of it, and that's what they're really talking about when they say space? That'd be interesting.
Wait, what was
Or
your
what if-
question? I couldn't. What was that?
What was the question? I said, what if? Oh no, I forgot what it was. Like, what if that where we're at right now, the domain or the plane of existence that you want to call it. Let's say that there's something outside of it, and there's a whole nother world outside. Let's say a whole nother set of land or a whole nother sun. Who knows, right? Let's say that's true. Think about how outer space could seem so much more real, put in that context, right?
Yeah, it's possible. The only thing that, I mean, if we are designed to be inside of this environment and we live under this environment, popping out, let's say the container out, it might kill you. You don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, let's say we go to God's realm, our bodies will just, unless God say, hey, this body's going to stay like, or whatever, I don't know, but the body that we have here, outside of this construct, it probably will be destroyed. I don't know. It will be something else. It will turn into whatever is out there.
Well, I think it holds true, even though I know a lot of people don't necessarily believe in the Bible, but it does say, it does confirm, so you have to die to exit.
But let me tell you something. It's not going to be nothing. It's going to be something. It's going to be something else. Not you breathing, talking, walking, thinking about paying rent or getting sick. I don't think that's going to be the less of your worries.
You know, I think the reason why I believe in God the most is simply because goodness still exists. You know what I mean? Like the fact that there's good people in the world, even though the world is completely turning over.
You gotta check, bro. I want to hear what you're saying, but you gotta check your mic because it's getting choppier by the minute.
Oh, my bad. All right, I'll come back with a better mic.
Because I think that there's. I don't think it's his connection. I think it's the mic, or the connection of the mic to the console, whatever that is. I don't think it's the internet connection to Discord. Is the
I'm on a headset. That's why.
Yeah, I can tell it's not your internet connection. It's definitely your headset connection or something about it. You know, I have a really good internet connection in my house, and I can connect many devices, and I can get on Discord on many devices. But I have one device, which is a laptop, an Asus, pretty decent laptop. If I put Discord on it and I try to join, I hear everybody like choppy, very choppy, super choppy for some reason. Everything works fine. The Discord looks fine, but once I connect into the call, I can't have a conversation because I sound choppy, and when I'm listening to people, they sound choppy. And I connect to the same connection on my phone, and everything is fine.
Maybe Google's got your processor all bound up or something.
Yeah, it's got to be something in that.
But yeah, the world is going to HE double hockey sticks in a handbasket, as far as I'm concerned. It's getting really bad.
You think it's going to get bad before it gets better? I think so.
Oh, yes.
But what does bad means? Like, my car payment is going up, my credit card interests are going up, the electricity bill is going up. So let's stop paying that shit. That's it. I'm gonna pay. I don't know. The mortgage went up 10%. All right, don't pay it. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, as long as the food is out there, I mean, we have there's resources. I don't know. I think there's a lot of like Mad Max scenarios that people are putting out. I don't believe that's gonna be. There is gonna be unrest in some areas, and people are gonna fight and food protests and that kind of stuff. But I don't think it's gonna be like the end of the world as we know. I mean, nah. It's a lot of fear mongering. Unless God comes from heaven and put his foot down or his fist down, then you can talk to me about the end of the world and whatever.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah, like things getting bad. I see like in the inflation, because it's monetary. It's men doing this to the system, right? Because there's manipulation all over the place. The resources are manipulated. The technology is controlled, right? So people, as the heirs of this land, are being hindered in certain ways, so people kind of thrive in a more functional system. We have a lot of corruption, a lot of manipulation, and if you try to do something about it, what are you gonna get? The stick, the hard end of the stick.
But that does prove one thing, doesn't it? When you come out like that and you say something and then you get attacked, it kind of proves the truth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because there wouldn't be people out there trying to destroy it if it wasn't true. Trust me, it just doesn't work like that.
But as you can see, everything we do operationally, I mean, most of the functional things that we do day to day are, in a sense, in my opinion, practical. Like, okay, we have the supermarkets for the food and all that kind of stuff, but we operate in reality in many things. It's just that long term, for many decades, has been taking over the administration positions of many places, and that's why the efficiency of the things that we've been doing has kind of like got worse. And they take if they can control the resources, the medicine, the health, they can control the food. It's gonna have a big effect on the whole equation. If you add corruption on the hands on all that kind of stuff, yeah, it's gonna have an effect, and those are the side effects that we're having. But that doesn't mean that there's no food out there. I don't think that fish are gonna disappear of the oceans. There's gonna be like no berries if you go up the hills.
Yeah, but you imagine all the people that are going to go crazy because they have to go forage for food because they don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? Fishing. It's like,
bro, go fishing.
Oh, I know. I'm saying I'd be fine. I'll be fine. I can hunt and fish and all that. I understand that. But I mean, there's a lot of people that just don't get it.
McDonald's didn't open for a whole week. Revolution. Yeah, for some people, if the McDonald's doesn't open up for a few days, it's definitely gonna be unrest on the street.
Just wait till they shut off the internet.
Like I was saying, I think, the internet. Yeah, I think that's a big one. I think there's a bunch of kind of like flags, like red flags that are kind of pointing towards that. Like the internet's gonna shut down for a few days or something, or I don't know, a week or a month. Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe yes. But I think there's a bunch of red flags about that. I mean, it might be just nothing, but
I seen a little documentary yesterday. It was something from the UK, probably. It was an English-sounding chap, and he was talking about, he took two phones. He had one that was on airplane mode and one that was just regular, but neither one of them had a chip or anything in it, and the batteries were both dead. And he carried those phones around, and then he went online and checked Google to see if the phone was tracked, and sure enough, both of them were tracked. And I was like, what?
100%. Well, if you put the phone in airplane mode, you can still put the GPS. The GPS will still work if you just touch that button. So even if it's in airplane mode, the GPS can work, and the Wi-Fi can work too on airplane mode. So,
and I thought there was a program that you could put in your phone that would shut all that off, but I found out from this video that doesn't work.
Nah, if there's a switch in the phone, they can switch it.
The best kind of phone is the one that's stepped on, broken. If the circuit boards aren't connected, they can't send a message.
Yeah, but why? I mean, there's devices these days everywhere. If we're gonna worry about the phone and that kind of stuff, no. Yeah, bro, your car can be tapped too. I mean, there's how much information one of these vehicles have about people, right? How many microphones on the phone?
My question is, with the limited amount of space we have to store all this data, where does it all go?
Into the ether. Unlimited amount of space.
Spiritual. What if electricity was really dead people? The energy of dead people.
Yeah,
I know you laugh. You laugh like as if you think there might be something to that, though.
Yeah, I mean, there is we have this life force that we drive in these bodies, these vehicles, right? And we have this life force, and in my opinion, it needs some type of balance or opposite that. It has to go hand to hand with it somehow. Maybe dead people, that's what it is. But I was going to say that these days they're talking so much about AI, chat GPT, and that kind of stuff. And there's a bunch of pushing of that, the AI kind of like being some type of problem. We have a bunch of problems. It looks like AI might be helping us to facilitate our lives and make things kind of easier. And they're talking about AI doing things. They call it the black box. That sometimes AI will do things that it wasn't programmed to do. It will just learn something without anybody telling it to do. And they call it the black box. They don't know how that's happening. They call it a black box of AI.
I would say it would be people's minds doing it.
Yeah.
I think that's the connection. I think what we're here for is we're the connection between the two.
I think if we were to perceive God without the physical form, we almost will. We can kind of like describe it almost as an AI of this system, of this whole construct. But then if he comes in the physical, body, yeah, that's I mean, maybe he's running that body with his AI or something.
You just made me think of something interesting. We humans have been known to affect random number generators through their subconscious or conscious will. What if we are the ones, like Ricky was saying, that are unconsciously affecting the random number generation within the large language models, therefore creating this what appears to be new things, but it's just coming from the people.
Someone mentioned it, like they explained it this way. They said, "Have you ever been listening to like a compilation of music that you've never heard? Never heard the compilation before, and for some reason you think of a song and it comes and it actually happens to be next. Has that ever happened to you? Like you're listening to the radio and you guess what the next song is going to be, and suddenly it pops up. Have you ever had that happen?"
Oh, I've had that happening with dad, even with my twin brother saying the same thing at the same time, or calling each other at the same time, or texting each other, and other things in life. Like a split second, I think about something is gonna happen, and it happens. Like a split second before it. I mean, obviously you are on the chain. You are on the chain, going step by step, so you are following the chain, right? It's not like you randomly show. You didn't randomly appear in a place. Right, you walked there, or you made it there, and by that chain of events, another chain was coming towards you, and you were able to tell that chain coming towards you before he made it to you.
Yeah, and as you get older, I think you get more wise about how those things play out. Yeah,
it's cause and effect chain. You could predict the causal chain there, but what I'm talking about is. They made, for instance, a robot that drives randomly back and forth using a random number generator, and then they made that robot draw a line on the ground with a pencil, so you could see where it had moved. And then they made a sleeping person sleep in the room with the robot, and then the robot actually avoided the person really weirdly, just like somehow the person was unconsciously affecting the random number generator, preventing the robot from moving in its direction and creating like a space around it. It was weird.
That's interesting. I watched one yesterday about they did it with chickens. They took a robot that was autonomous that just wandered around, right, and then they put a bunch of baby chicks in there. And what happened is that after they put the baby chicks in the place where the robot tended to hang out with the chicks. It tended to like group with them, and they couldn't figure that out because before they put the chicks in there, it just went randomly. It was like, it is pretty fascinating when you think, I never even considered that kind of thing. But it's weird how there's all these new ideas that are being put out there in the last few days that are just, I mean, it's just literally like blowing my mind. It's like, wait a minute, there might be something to that. And I'm wondering if we're not, you know how they claim, how they say that information will get better and people will become wiser. I wonder if we're in that stage of.
I think definitely, because our with the access to information, I think it's a double-edged sword. But depending on the wielder that can wield both sides and don't cut himself, right?
Yeah.
Because you can know the bad information, you say, okay, that's the bad information. That's what we have to avoid, and that's what we don't have to teach children, so they don't keep passing that shit, right? You'll be able to use the sword that can cut you if you don't manage it correctly.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed this week because I'm starting to learn that, no matter how much we think we're free and we have some kind of, ultimate freedom against oppression, we really don't, and it bothers me. It's starting to get on my nerves. I wish it was something I could do or something I could learn that would help me deal with that, you know what I mean? Hopelessness is a bad thing.
I actually missed what you were upset about, or a little bit, a bit upset.
Oh, I was saying that I'm upset because of the way things are going downhill. People's minds are degrading, and I can see it. It's even happening in my own mind. Like I'm starting to have thoughts that aren't like what I normally think. It's like, and it's completely and totally affected by the media that I watch. Every time I flip on TikTok or YouTube or whatever some more things come in there, my brain starts just going and going and going. It's like, wow, is this the deception or what? What's going on here?
It's called programming, TV programming, television. Our body, it's almost like a machine, bro, and it can be programmed.
Yeah, they have mapped out how all this programming works and how your brain and your subconscious actually takes in the information. So a lot of the things that you see is they teach basically conversational hypnosis as a good way of communication, and so you end up with all this stuff just coming straight into your subconscious, and then your subconscious is talking to you.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer to realize that. I thought that I lived in a country where I was free and I had some rights or something, and I've been doing a lot of research on that, and I'm finding out that it's not true, and it's bothering me. That's really what's on my nerves.
Well, rights are for employees. If you're an employee and you want benefits, yeah, you might get benefits from your, time master or the one that you are listening to, and he's telling you to do things. He will give you some benefits for doing that for him, for listening. And then you're going to be like, oh, yeah, I did this for him, and he gave me benefits. Yay! But
seems like a fair trade.
That's just a slave mindset that is very well designed and put in place for people think that's just life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating that my fellow man have been brainwashed. Yeah, it does. It bothers me. Really bad.
Well, they're trying to brainwash you too.
It's working. Slowly, it's working.
It worked for me. I'm brainwashed too.
We all are, but I mean, we're all in different states of it, I'm sure, but I don't think any of us are really awake. I think we're all still asleep.
I mean,
that's a scary thought.
Like, put it this way.
I don't want to sound negative, bro. I don't, but
well, I mean, you think that like you have some. What you said was you're not as free as you want to be. You never were. You never will be, because ultimately, we're slaves to our own biology to some degree. We're slaves to nature. Like, there's only so much actual freedom you can have.
I wonder, is the anger that's in my heart for all this stuff, does that come from God? Or is that my own creation?
That's you.
Because I don't understand why I'm so angry about it.
You have unrealistic expectations.
I guess because I thought that I had some control, right? That's really what it is.
Yeah, you have unrealistic expectations. Like, you
Right.
expect... typically, anger comes from, like, you expect
Not
one
getting what
thing
you want.
to be... Well, not just getting what you want. You expect one thing, and you get something else. Then you get angry that you didn't get the thing you expected. So, to ask yourself, why did I expect that? Was that realistic? Was that a reasonable expectation? And depending on how you look at it, well, typically we get these expectations because there'll be like a pattern that establishes itself, and we think that pattern is going to continue indefinitely. And then when that pattern is broken, we're like, oh, I expected XYZ to happen. XYZ happened all the other times. Why didn't it happen this time? Rage, right?
Well, in the movies, we were taught as in the documentaries we were given as children, the movies, and they told us that the good guys always beat the bad guys, and we expect that in life. The super.
There's a reason for that. That is a program, Jamsey. Did you know that?
We can get together and figure it out and fix everything, and everything's gonna be good. Yay!
The Hollywood Code, man.
I'll tell you where you're free. You're free when you sleep. In your dreams, you have all the powers to shape the world however you want. All natural laws bend to you. You are completely
Well, in that
free.
case, I'm going to dream that the world is fixed, and tomorrow's going to be a good day.
But when you're awake, you are subject to the natural laws of the Creator. And they are as well. And we just have to work within the world we were given.
I also wonder if I give up on this thing, if I get my if something gets taken from me, like I fear that too. It's like, I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit crazy. I guess you have to be, right?
Well, you have to confront your fears and get over those. Like, you don't let your fears rule you. That's the one way you can't be free in your dreams.
It's a good point.
Yeah, and this other thing is you see what you focus on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you see. So there's call it experiment. It's a basketball game, and in the middle of the basketball game, a guy in a gorilla suit comes and grabs the basketball. But if you're focused on the game, people don't even see the gorilla. Because the players, even though the gorilla steals the basketball, the players continue to pretend to pass a ball around and pretend to play the game, even though there's no ball in the game. And people, like I said, people don't even see the gorilla at all.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you see what you focus on, right? So if you're focusing on negative things and all the things wrong with the world, that's what you're going to see.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this real quick. The other day I was looking for a peeler to peel a mango, and when I went, I couldn't find it, so I went to the dishwasher, and most of our ceramic is like white color or very light color. And I was looking, and everything I saw, it was this ceramic color. And I said the peeler is not there. I can't find it. It's not there. And I kept looking in another area. And then my family member came to the dishwasher, and he went, "Look, it's right there in front of you." And it was black color. It was black. I was only able to see the freaking ceramic color. I wasn't able to see the black.
Yep,
kind of fun.
Fine.
Yeah, this is used in hypnosis as well.
Yes, right. I was going to say that's exactly what it is. That's why it scares me when I hear those words, because I realize that that's somebody's trying to hypnotize me into believing that crap.
No, you're already hypnotized. We all are.
Well, you know what I mean. Yeah. Right. That I'm affected by it. I should say, not that it's being done. That I'm being affected.
Yeah. That's why it's so important to learn things like this. Like, if you look into neurolinguistic programming, that's a lot of what they use, and it also contains a lot of techniques to take control of your own mind. So when these things come up, you can be like, oh, I'm questioning this thought. I'm not just going to accept these thoughts that are coming in from God knows where. Like, if you watch normal TV programming, you got to be extra careful with what you're thinking.
Oh, I can watch TV and within 5 minutes, or maybe even less, I get angry. I'm upset, physically upset.
You're watching it wrong.
Yeah, I guess so. Because I turn it on and I see everything that I know is there, but no one else wants to admit. And it's like, well, why is that even there? If it's not really true, if there's no proof or no reason for it to be there, then why is it there? You know what I mean? It's like,
look, there's two ways to watch TV, and I learned this inadvertently from someone I know that grew up without a television. Like, he didn't ever see a television show until he was like in his 20s. Wow. Like in the boondocks in California, like in the desert. And the side effect was this: every time he entered a room and there was a TV on, he became totally mesmerized to the point where, like, you're talking to him and he doesn't hear you. He's totally, literally, he'd walk into a room and if there was a TV on, his head would like snap to it, like, yep, and he'd be on it. And I realized there's like two ways of watching TV, right? You can watch TV like intently as if like you're in the program, or you can watch TV from the aspect of like externally, like I'm a person watching TV, right? Yeah. That way you're separated and you can objectively look at like what's happening. You know, I'm a person watching TV, and these messages, the sound and these images are being sent to like the room, the person, that like all the people out here, versus watching the program and like being into it, right? Because when you do that, and this has been tested, is that you have this beta wave response where you become open to suggestibility. I'm sure Grace knows about this.
It's also if you learn about how hypnosis works, it's a lot harder to hypnotize you because you recognize the pattern and you start to think. Because hypnosis is all about you getting you not to think. So you just start following the program without thinking, and then you get drawn into the trance state. That's how they get you. That's how the movies work. That's why the movie feels good, because it's drawing you into a trance state.
Bro, this is a topic that we have to actually go way deeper than we kind of like touching the surface, but this is a topic that is probably one of the most underrated topics out there, and it's one of the most important ones.
Right, I agree.
I hear in the 80s people wore T-shirts that said "Kill your TV." I mean, we knew back then that it was just poison. I mean, everyone's known for a long time that.
Well, my great grandma told me that television will rot your mind, and sure enough, she was freaking right about that.
What are you talking about, Grandma? Are you crazy?
Grandma, I thought she was nuts, bro. I'll be damned if she wasn't right.
Bro, I hear people like today is even like in the past I remember watching TV and looking at the superheroes and all these movies and all the BS and whatever, right? But today with the video games on the TV, people while playing the games or even after or before playing the game, they speak about themselves like they are in the game, doing the things in the game. I killed that guy. I did this. I did that. I died. I died again. I did all this in the video game.
You're being sucked in. Yep.
Yeah. So here's another aspect of TV. I've noticed this a long time ago. Is that so kids and teenagers and even adults, they're being brought up on TV, right? And you have these sitcoms, right? So you got some family, they have kids. You know, in each episode is them solving, you know, some problem happens and they solve it. Well, people were, and still are, learning how to solve real-life problems based upon how they solve problems on TV. And their expectations of reality are the same as what they saw on TV, right?
Yes.
So it's totally like it gave people distorted Remember I said expectations? People get mad from like their expectations aren't met. Gave a distorted expectation of what family life should be, marriage should be, your relationship with your kids, like all these things, and like so like the divorces, alienated children, alienated parents, broken families, all the social consequences of learning life from a television set. Right?
Yeah,
Instead of reading like the Bible, right? So if you read the Bible has stories on like, to me the Bible's like stories of what not to do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'll have a story and it says this person did XYZ. This is what happened to him. Bunch of bad shit. Right? So like those stories, like the TV isn't like that. No matter what they do, the end result is good. No matter how basic and irrational and illogical their solution was, still ends up a good result.
And you might get rewarded by making in the video games and the TV, the people doing the wrong shit, people that you will never invite into your house. You will never make friends. You will never want your daughters to meet them, or your sons, your brothers and sisters, your parents. You will never want your family to be near these people, but you let them inside your house and your children watch them on the TV.
Yep, you're right. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, TV has evolved quite a bit.
You hear people talking like in the TV, like they will actually have conversations that they heard from the TV, and they will repeat that to you word by word. Like that they are saying it. They will have arguments, TV arguments. CNB, you will know if they watch too much CNBC or CNN. You'll know. Or Fox News. You will know what channel they watch depending on what they say.
Look, I the other day, person whose house I was working at, he said he's kind of a weirdo. He's never watched TV to any appreciable degree. He's never even watched the Brady Bunch, and he's like in his 60s. He didn't grow up on that. Like, he grew up on a farm, and like basically, put it this way: he's raised rich, and like, father passed away, and then they were poor. So basically, from the time he was like 14, he's been working. Right? Doesn't have time to watch TV. Never really watched TV. So I make all sorts of references to movies or whatever, and like he has no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Common cultural references that he just has no clue about because he's never watched TV. And he's a very happy person. So
that's I was gonna say that's one of the luckiest guys alive today.
I mean, it's just so funny, man, because I'm like trying to tell him what the Brady Bunch is. I'm like, never seen the Brady Bunch? I mean, that's actually before my time, but that's a very common people, at least people in his age, right? In his age range. So they've experienced watching the Brady Bunch, in case anybody doesn't know what that TV show is. So
I've heard about it, but I never watched it. I'm not that old.
So there's, a guy, he has 3 sons and a girl that has 3 daughters, and they get married, and, they go, go through their bullshit. The funny thing is, I don't think they ever mention, like, how either one of those 2 ended up as single parents in the first place.
Is there is no an explanation of that, is it? Is there?
No, not that I know of it. I always wondered, like, how did you end up a single parent? Did the wife die? Did the husband die? Was it a divorce? Are you guys cheating?
This is a thing. That's how it works in America. That's how it is in America. Single parents, families. That's the way it is. That's America, bro.
Well, these 2 got married in the TV show, so like they were married. So
I think it was pushing the fact that people can be split up like that and
Oh, yeah,
separate.
yeah,
I think it was
yeah.
just opening up that whole idea that you could break up with your husband or your wife and you could find another family and you could live happily ever after.
Well, yeah, they have to sell it to women. Yeah, like, that's who they're selling that idea to, right? That I can divorce this guy, take my kids with me, and find some better guy, right, to take care of me, and just he has a bunch of stepchildren.
Yeah, the problem with the television is that it teaches you to be more and more selfish. It makes you a worse and worse person. Not deliberately necessarily. It's more because they're trying to sell you things, but they don't realize that all these things that they're doing to try to sell you things are putting other things in your mind that are actually causing harm to you, and they don't realize. Well, maybe they do realize it, but either way, that's the problem with it.
It's suggestion. They're suggesting certain things, and they give you colors, and it looks pretty. And the pretty girl was wearing that G-string, and now I want to wear it because that pretty girl looked good in it.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, you ever seen like a TV argument, like an argument like in a sitcom? I've never actually seen an argument like that.
Bro, have you ever
arguments on
seen
TV don't exist. There's always one side.
Have you ever seen these models in TV that they look so good? What guy wouldn't want to look to wear that dress? I'm just kidding. I'm just saying it's suggestion, and it definitely gets into people roots and mindsets, and people just act upon those suggestions. That's
Yeah,
and remember, let's say, and even today, right? People have personalities, channels that people. This is my channel, our YouTube channel, my channel, whatever. They have these personalities that are trying to go up the stairs of popularity. The more popular you are, the more money you make. The more money you make, the more popularity you get. It's a chain it keeps feeding. And if you wanna go up the stairs, you have to participate on that kind of behavior.
Yeah. And their house is always clean, and like everything is perfect. Their cars never break down. They never get sick, or like sometimes they get sick. So they got to have an episode to promote, the normal medical treatment, I guess you'd call it. So they got to get that in there.
Hey, I got my suggested thing from my best friend, and I got sick because that's what happens. You get sick to get better.
And like if you go work some menial job, what are some of the freaking jobs some of these people had? Like UPS driver, right? He's a UPS driver, but they have a nice house in the suburbs with a big yard. Like, dude, I don't know what UPS driver you're thinking of, because UPS drivers make shit. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, UPS drivers have to run for their lives. In some properties, people have dogs on the loose, and animals, and some drivers get shot at. Other day,
they don't get paid very much.
Bro, the other day, some driver, the app gave him the wrong address or something like that, and he got shot.
Damn.
Because he went to the wrong address, and he got shot. That's crazy. Just by doing his job.
So if you guys remember, like, the Jackie Gleason show, which was it's black and white. So Jackie Gleason in that show was a bus driver, and they lived in a dump, dude. They lived in a tiny ass dump apartment, like a bus driver normally would. Like, you know what I mean? It's a job where you can raise kids and you can survive, even though they didn't have kids in the Jackie Gleason show. But you're not going to have a nice, comfortable, suburban American dream existence. You're going to, you're going to be like paycheck to paycheck, doing okay. You're not in danger, but you're all right. That's realistic. But as TV went on, even like they're selling this like American dream that doesn't exist. So people like they watch TV and then they go through real life and they're like, I'm doing the things they did on TV, but my life ain't like their life. I'm struggling. I must be doing something wrong. It must be like this guy I'm with, or this girl I'm with, or the job I'm at, or there's got to be something wrong. Instead, it's their unrealistic expectations of reality. They should have got their information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and not like a television set. oh, if I make $30,000 a year, I'm going to have this lifestyle, right? It's like I'm going to be living paycheck to paycheck, as opposed to like, I got this job and I'm living in suburbia and we got 2 cars and 3 kids and everything's great.
Bro,
My house is always clean. There's never dirty dishes. No one has holes in their clothes. And, you know what I mean? Like, that's like not like realistic.
Bro, some of these novelas will be showing the girls how this protagonist of the novela girl will fall in love with this guy, but then he had a brother, and then the brother was kind of like good looking as well, right? And she will switch to that brother, and then he had a cousin, and then she's
Yeah,
a lovely.
it's called monkey branching, Gemsy.
What was that?
It's called monkey branching.
Yeah.
When you swing like a monkey from one branch to another, but instead of branches, it's guys. So you swing from one guy trying to like swing up to the highest freaking part of the tree by swinging from guy to guy to guy.
The guys have to act very like masculine, like, oh, I'm the one that's gonna get the girl, I'm gonna go do exercise and I'm gonna get.
I mean, girls do the same delusional thing, right? They go like, oh, this dude, like, he's coming over and he's blowing my back out. If I do it right, then maybe he'll stick around. No, he's just like, but they're going after a guy that's super good looking and has that can get lots of women, right? All the girls want him, not just them. So all the girls want them, and this guy has lots of options. They think, well, if I fuck him on the first date, then he's going to pick me. No. Like, he's just going to go to the next girl. See, girls got a different, like, agenda, right? They're trying to lock down the highest status guy they can. Whereas, like, a high status guy is trying to just tap the most girls he can.
Yeah, it is funny how women are confused about what men really want. I mean, we don't want a lot. We want
confused, bro. Everybody's
we want sex, and we want loyalty, and we want love, and we don't want a bunch of crap or argument. That's really all we want from a woman. We just want a companion.
Well, I mean, even sex is like overrated, dude. As far as like, if I was going to list like for a female, like all the traits that I wanted to have, sex would probably be 5 or 6 on the list. There's so many much more important things, believe me. I don't know if you have kids, dude, but when you have kids, you realize that, like, sex is important, but, like, compared to some other things, it's not that important. You only spend so much time in bed, dude. Like, how much time can you actually spend in bed per day?
For sure. But the thing about sex is that it's being pushed so much, and it's kind of like a reward thing that everybody's competing for. And it's just being pushed for so early that it sticks in some people's minds, and then they get certain conditions that is scientifically proven. Even parasitic infections will cause something called host manipulation that will cause promiscuity, that the individual will feel the need, the extra need to be having more sex. He has an itchy ass or an itchy thing, and he has to, need someone to kind of ease that itch. Like, this is real. The parasites will cause promiscuity to have the cycle of the parasite to be passed to the next host, and to be able to go to pass on.
I mean, it's not like listen. If you're a high status guy, it's not like it's just you wanting something.
Yeah, you have that, but then you add the host manipulation on top of that, and it gets crazy. I mean, people have so much access to travel, to information, TV imagery of all the people that are 10,000 miles away. And I like that guy that is 10,000 miles away, even though you have a million guys around you in how many miles radius. You're looking at the guy that is in another country, speak a different language, and it's in a novela, in a TV show. I want to go with that guy.
Well, I mean,
Bro.
like, what? I just want to finish my statement about high status guys. I got interrupted. It's not just a guy. So you have a guy that's good looking, high status. It's not just the guys like, oh, you know, I want to be promiscuous and sleep with everything. He's a high status guy. The girls, right, are trying to seduce him simultaneously.
Oh yeah.
And throw themselves at them, basically. Right? So it's not like this the guy's just sitting in a vacuum where he's running around wanting to fuck everything. The girls are trying to snag him too at the same time. So it's like it's almost like a double-edged sword. It takes a lot of discipline to, you know, to be a man and have the opportunity to do it and get away with it and not do it, right? To cheat and be able to get away with it and not do it. And like if a girl's like after you, like committed to like get you to do that, like they'll set it up. They will create the situation where it can happen, right? You know what I mean? Like girls get away with cheating more. So if you're like with somebody and the girl wants to get you to cheat on your girlfriend with them, they will set up a situation to make that happen. Doesn't mean you have to go for it. I'm just saying, they will create the appropriate conditions where that happens.
Bro, since I was in middle
Not all girls,
school,
obviously. I don't even know why I have to say that.
No, girls, but like you're saying, the environment is there for the man to, let's say, he kind of brings the attention of multiple girls. These multiple girls that are in the same area and they see the same guy, they all gonna compete for him. Like I've seen this happening, like real life, realist level, personal, firsthand, and with my twin brother as well. And you see the girls competing, and you can get with all of them. Yeah, they do. Yeah, 100%.
That's the dumb, dumb shit that girls think that, like, well, Jemsy, that's what I was trying to get to, is that girls think that they have the magic pussy, and that somehow their pussy is so great that, like, oh, if I fuck him better than the other girl, then, you know, he'll pick me. Like, that's not how it works, right? It's just not how it works.
Bro, let me tell you, I think I agree with you, but the thing is, I think it has to be, if there is a father that young man can speak to, hey, dad, you know, I got all these freaking girls that want to get in my pants or whatever, you know, want to kiss me. I go to the restroom, they want to grab my. Girls do this, bro. And if I have, like, I can speak to my father about this. I can be open to my father. My father tell me, you know, save your seed. You're not gonna be throwing. I don't think you should be just fucking 6 girls, 2 girls at the same time, bro. Come on. I don't know, man. I think you could do it. You could definitely do it, but I think there has to be a time for that. You can be in high school or middle school and trying to allow girls to do that to you, and okay, girls want to get with me, okay, let's do it. No, I think you have to definitely be the man, and even if it's middle school or high school, you need an adult to kind of tell you, hey, you have to, you can't, that this is not the age for that kind of stuff. I don't think so, bro. I think there has to be adults in the room telling the children to behave, and there is certain rules for this kind of stuff. They can't be just this promotion of sex and pushing it to children. This is definitely wrong, in my opinion.
Hey, Jimsy.
Yo,
Jimsy. If you had a tree full of adults, would that be an adultery?
Yeah. Adults can make those decisions, but I think there has to be adults around the children and watching the other adults trying to push this bullshit sexual stuff into the children, because most of the time you have older people trying to push this sex stuff into the youngest ones, like they go down scale by scale. So you gotta this is how you
It's the
see
media,
it today.
right? It's the TV and all that too. Like just like we were saying, right?
That's what I was
that's
saying.
The primary thing is that like I watch all these like podcast stuff, man, and these girls are like, "Oh, you just gotta have a good pussy." Like, dude, no dude is gonna marry you just because you fuck good. That is like yeah, I'm gonna commit. Like, I want this chick to have my children because she fucks good. That like, what kind of logic is that?
That's a red flag.
No shit, dude. But they literally, like, I hear these girls are like 18, 19, 20, 22. Like, they're on podcasts saying this stuff. Like, they're asking, like, how are you going to retain a man? Or what does a man want? And they're just talking about sex. Like,
bro,
but
I think.
Yeah, the guys want sex, sure, dude. But that's not like that's standard, right? That's the standard. Like, you know, you buy a car, it has 4 wheels. Yeah, that's the standard.
Well, it's like also, like I would say that generally for women, there has to be sort of an emotional connection to engage in sexual intercourse with a guy, whereas for a guy, that does not really have to be the case, right? As in, like, it's just a pussy, right?
Nah, come on, bro. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, let's not throw the baby with the bathwater. Women, I mean, I have a mother. Everybody here has a mother, and we know how lovely. If there's any woman in the world that might love you, if no other woman in the world loves you, the one that will might be your mother, bro. If your mother doesn't love you, dude, you definitely did something wrong, bro. I don't know, maybe, but. The women are our partners, bro, and you know we can we do things together.
No, I wasn't saying like that. Yeah, I agree, of course, but I was just saying like this is how people generally seem to act.
The thing is, look, me having young children, right? I don't want to see my girls next to older guys putting their older mindset into my younger daughters, right? So I'm a guardian of that environment for now. I'm not going to be able to do it when they're 18 or 20. I'm going to try to walk them a little bit until they're of age and at least have a certain mindset and still a support. Then they hopefully make the right decision. But eventually it's going to be their own decisions. But the thing is that the environment pushes certain mentality by the programming in place that the sexualization of young children it's prevalent and abundant, and that's why we have the situation that you know. I think this that it's things are over sexualized way too much, too over sexualized. Sex is overrated, like India was saying. Too much incentivization.
Unless you've ever gone out with a girl named Lorena, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I have, actually.
She's the type of person that you'd have to wean her off it. Get it? Wean her off it?
I almost got it.
Lorena? No way.
I can almost picture it. No, but I think we have been kind of like pushed to one side. The girls pushed to another. Girls want to be boys, and boys want to be girls right now. And that's kind of like a common thing. And things are kind of confusing. But I think we just gotta go back to our senses and situational awareness. And make it step by step and make the right decisions because these.
What's that?
I mean, for some time, I think I was in this body, but I wasn't driving. Somehow,
maybe it was
I'm driving now.
On the wheel, but you couldn't steer, huh?
It was an Uber.
I think I was holding it, but I couldn't control it somehow.
It was an Uber, dog.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you know, you said a lot of girls want to be guys and vice versa. I've been also noticing that a lot of Globers want to be flat earthers and vice versa. It's really weird.
Yeah,
you know, not so much vice versa, but
There's something to that, because if you think about it, being as a man, the things that we want in life are very, very similar to what we would get if we were a woman, right? So it kind of like goes without saying that it would be an attractive thing to be a woman and be able to use your body and all that the way that women do, because having been on the other side of that makes you desire it, right? To desire to be in that control. But it's really just a trick. It really is.
Dude, if I was a chick and I liked a guy, I would give it up to a guy if he'd spend like an hour watching a video or like speaking on here to learn about flat Earth. I'd be like, nah, you're gonna have to really put some time and effort into this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, having been abused as a kid and stuff like that, I kind of look at this whole situation slightly differently. Not that I don't see your guys' side of it, but for me, it's like I want to protect my kids, just like you were saying. You know, like I want to keep the environment healthy for them so that they can learn to make the right decisions, and then when they're old enough to make those decisions, let them make them on their own. That is the way you have to do it. The trick is nowadays is that the TV is such a great influence on children that it's hard to break them of that, because it's what's influencing them, not you. That's the difficult part.
Just throw away your TV. Don't allow a TV in your house, bro.
Then you'd have to get rid of cell phones and tablets and all that other stuff too. Any access.
I mean, you could have your kids on $29 flip phones where they have no internet access and they still have a cell phone to contact you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Guys, man, stop talking shit about the girls. I heard you, and it's being recorded.
Say what?
I said you guys must stop talking bad about the girls. I mean, woman.
What's a girl?
I mean, what's a woman? I don't know.
Well, I can tell you, but it probably wouldn't be very.
I can tell you. I can tell you what I do. What it is. I don't know.
It's pretty easy.
I also missed it. Was anybody talking bad about women?
I don't think so.
It's messing with you. You're in the boy club. You are in the boys club now. We are in the boys club.
But I want to be in the girls club.
Me too.
Wow, what a thought, man! That really messed my head up. You saying that?
I think we definitely need boys clubs and girls clubs for them, because we need girls to be very feminine, and what's the better way for them to be feminine than to teach it to each other, right? And then we can be very masculine, and then once we get together, we can see how pretty everything works.
I got my daughter's goat yesterday. She comes home and she tells me that she's doing this thing, some kind of a project with kids at school for, talking about, people's heritage and things like that, And I said, well, so you joined the club, right? I said, well, what club did you join? She goes, something about the black something, right? And I'm like, okay, right on. I wasn't going to say anything negative because I don't want to bring her down, But then I was like, well, is there another club for like Hispanics or Asians, or is it just that one? She goes, no, there's just the one. I said, well, does that sound fair to you? Does that make sense to you? Like that there's only a club for that one nationality, and the rest of us, we don't get one. Does that make sense to you? And she just looks at me like, "Don't start, Dad."
Well, you could maybe write a letter to the school and be like, why don't we have other clubs?
I bet I can guess what their answer will be.
It doesn't really matter what their answer is. Like, the more people that hound them with this shit and the more often you send them, the more they're going to be like, maybe we should do something other than the thing we're doing. Maybe add something to appease these people.
Maybe
That's
we need to
generally
start
how things work.
It isn't specific to a gender or a race or whatever. Maybe if it was more specific to people that give a shit about their families and their friends and their loved ones, and they don't want to see bad things happen to them because people are being selfish and they want their desires to be exposed to the world. It's not fair. It's not right.
Yeah, you just got to think, a lot of these people are also just people. Like, they might have some agendas and intentions, but with enough social pressure, a lot of this stuff caves. And we're seeing that in society today. Like, Bud Light isn't doing very well.
Do you really believe that they're losing sales? Come on.
Yeah, do you drink Bud Light?
I don't drink pea water, but no, I don't drink it. But I don't drink anything.
I'm never going to drink it. So.
Oh, I agree with you. If I did drink beer, I would probably change, but not necessarily because Mulvaney got involved. More like just because the whole idea of it is just sour in my stomach. It's just sour. It's like it's repulsive to me that someone's going to force their sexual preferences on someone else. I mean, even though I've done it, don't get me wrong. I've been there. I've been in that position. I've pushed it. Doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, I get you. It's just the easiest way to show as a member of the public that you don't want this. It costs you nothing. You just have to drink some other type of beer. And that's really all people need to do is they need to vote with their money and show people that we're not going to take all this stuff, and then they'll have to roll some of it back. That's always how it's worked. A lot of this stuff it's put forth, and then there's public backlash, and then nothing happens, and then a few years later it's put forth again. There's less backlash, but yeah, they still pull it back because there was too much backlash. And so a few years later, a little bit more programming, they put it forward. Almost no backlash. We get it through.
Yep, they just slide it right in there.
That's why it's important not to give up, not to take the black pill, if you will, and think everything is doomed. Like most people within government and within these positions are just going along because they're programmed to do so, and they are still at the base. They still have a soul somewhere in there. This shit can't go on forever. It's slowly collapsing. We're just watching a train wreck in slow motion right now, and it's just protect yourself and protect your loved ones.
Yeah, but don't you wonder, like, what's really going on in the background, that they're putting this out there to block us from knowing about it? You ever thought about that?
Don't really care. I could imagine 1,000 different things. It doesn't really matter.
You would call it a magic trick, doing a magic with both hands, but doing another trick behind those hands. Whatever. Doing something else while doing the magic tricks.
It's generally how it works. You have your hand waving in front of you and say, "Look at this hand," but while your other hand is actually reaching into your pocket, grabbing the thing. It's distraction. Problem is, we can't divine their intentions, so like you can imagine 1,000 different things he's going to pull out of his pocket, but you don't know what it's going to be until you see it. And so all you can really do is guard yourself, guard your mind, and protect your family. And that's also the beauty of it. The more you build yourself up and get yourself established and take care of yourself and your family, the easier it is for you to actually have some kind of impact, create a product so that people can actually use that product instead of a product that supports something they don't want.
Think about the magic trick example, right? You have wait 1 second. Let me get in my car. There's noise here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're coming over perfect.
Hey, the magic trick, right? You have these wizards in the magic screens being projected from millions of miles away, right? Depending on what part of the galaxy you are, billions and trillions of miles away, you can see these wizards on TV telling you things like, for example, the bot-line controversy, right? The transgender, they promoting the transgender, whatever, right? That's the wave hand, the magician waving that huge hand, colorful. He's waving that hand, right? And then they telling you people in that go against that kind of group that they're promoting. The other side, the other hand waving on this side, saying, we don't like that. We're gonna stop drinking that beer because people that we don't agree with are drinking that beer, so we're gonna stop drinking it, right? We gotta boycott it, right? And then in the news comes out that Bud Light lost like 60% of its stock value because people started selling their stocks, right? Selling their stocks, billions of dollars in stocks sold. But the thing is that people think that those people that sold the stocks are the average guy that drinks the beer with his family at his house and he likes Bud Light because it's America, And that guy, that they're saying that because he and his friends stopped drinking the beer, Bud Light dropped 70 billion in value. No. They selling their stocks. The market is crashing. The market has been crashing. It's overpriced. They've been now. Budweiser is still value like over $100 billion, but they sold a bunch of the stocks, made a lot of money, but they're saying it dropped because of the transgender agenda and the people against it. You get it? You see the magic trick there? You see an example or no?
I
Yeah,
see
I
it.
get what you're-
I'm
I get-
sure you're right, but yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I get what you're talking about. It's a way to make the best out of a bad situation.
And at the same time, Elon blew up the rocket that was going to space but never made it to space because space is not at 39 kilometers or 24 miles. The Starship that doesn't go to the stars, the space rocket that doesn't go to space, that is supposed to be the best rocket, the biggest one that's gonna take 5 tons of cargo and people to space. It blew up, and a bunch of stocks of those companies also got sold before, and a bunch of people sold after as well. Because people started selling because the rocket blew up. No, they're taking profits, bro. They got pumped into almost. People got pumped into 24 miles up and blew up, and the stock blew up too.
Yeah, you think of it like this. But with the announcements,
Think
and
about a
all of
magic trick. Think about
Yeah,
a better magic trick than that one.
with all the announcements, we're going to space and rocket, biggest spaceship, all this stuff. Oh, the stock naturally climbs, even though like we're in a recession. and then all of a sudden they can sell right before it crashes, and like people see it, the stocks start dropping, and then they start selling more.
And then he's doing another thing with Twitter. You see all the magic tricks in place, you know, and you know how amazing that rocket stuff is, that they called it a success. They actually planned to. They knew that was going to happen in a sense, right? Bro, come on, like that. You call that a win?
Yeah, they called that a
24
success.
miles?
My funny thing is, how can that be a success when you're supposedly sending rockets with people all the time and those never explode, but whenever you're like doing anything else, it's all exploding?
You know how much content, how many
Deniable plausibility.
billions of views? You know how many billions of views this rocket launch has now, and all the content, people making videos and theories of what happened, how many things went wrong, what we should have done better, what we learned from this, and what we're gonna do in the future, bro. It's just, woo, it's mind blowing. I mean, I can just skip it. I don't need to take that information, but I kind of like skip through it and look what people are kind of like. You look at the people talking about this stuff, and oh my goodness, think about content creators, right? They're creating content out of nothing, out of a magic trick, and they don't even paying attention to what the magicians and the wizards are doing in reality. They're paying attention to what the wizard is showing you in the screen and telling you in the screen the story, right? The globe story. We're gonna go somewhere someday, and I promise you, this is the next step. But people are definitely blind to this stuff, bro. I got people near me. I'm talking about this because people near me actually believe this shit, and I try very softly, try to kind of open a window for them so they can probably look through and see some of the light. But I think some people can't see it. I think some people are actually completely blind, and maybe they want to be, or maybe maybe they're programmed to be that way, or maybe they're designed.
I think they choose it. I think you choose it by your denial of it. You know, when you ignore something that you know is like, you know, let's say you've got this bad habit of whatever, right? Picking your face or something. And you have to realize it and know that, you know what I mean? You have to be able to accept that you've got a problem and then want to change it before it's ever going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, definitely. Of course. I mean, if you are objectively, in a way, honest, you know, I don't think you have to always say the truth, right? I can't lie. If I go to the store, to Best Buy, and I tell the guy, hey, In the other store, they have this phone at a cheaper price, right? Oh, okay, price match or something like that. I can lie about that. This is not a big deal. But I don't know, lying
lie to
about
me, but you know.
yeah. I'm sorry. I was taking I'm driving and trying to talk at the same time, and I lost it. I lost it because I'm making some turns. I see some curves, and right here it doesn't look too flat because I'm going up, and then I'm going up the hill, and now I'm going down the hill, so it doesn't look too flat from here. It's a lot of up and downs. I wouldn't be able to play chess or checkers on this not flat surface. I mean, the chessboard is flat, right?
So is every field.
What field? I'm looking at a field right now, bro. I can play chess here.
Electromagnetic
Need a flat
fields are flat
surface.
too.
Just messing with you, flatties. There's some flatties out there that have this love relationship with the flat Earth. It's kind of funny, actually. I just poke it and make some fun about it, even though it's not funny.
The conversation must be sour because everybody's leaving. I'm just kidding.
Whatever. Whoever is leaving, open your mic and say something better. If you got something, which I doubt. Just kidding. People got things to do. I jumped in because I'm moving around a lot, so I rather. I've been up since 5:30 in the morning. I mean, even before that. And I was
gotta get
thinking
some
that I
things
was
done around the house.
Yeah, get some stuff done there. Whew.
Am I the only one that's noticing that there's starting to become this separation between flat earthers? These little cliche cliques. Have you noticed that, or is it just me?
Bro, since the beginning, everybody knew this wasn't a cult or a movement of we're gonna go to the sunset together. I don't think so. You got the flat earthers, the level earthers, the ether earthers, the heaven earthers, the god earthers, the whatever everything earthers. So whatever. Everybody's standing on the same place that they are, and everybody labeling each other different earthers. It's kind of silly, actually.
What's funny is that not one of you is actually from here. You just think you are.
I'm a heaven earther. Water heaven earther. That's what I am.
Hey, I got a question for you. What if we are the aliens?
Well, in the etymology, I
But that's
think the
it.
aliens come. I'm sorry, I'll be back. I actually just made that one up. Heaven, water, earther. What do you think, Rookie?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I can
heaven
relate.
is above us, the water is everywhere in between the places, and the earth is under our feet. So a heaven, maybe with the alien stuff that you said, maybe that's where you're coming from, bro. Heaven, the water, the medium that you come through to the earth. Heaven, water, earther.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see the input into the system from heaven. That's where the input come from. That's where the information come from. That's where the informer is at.
And my argument for that is think about how children, I don't know, if you don't have children, then I guess you wouldn't understand. But if you've got children, you'll know that from the time they're born, they already have a personality. It's built into them. And it's not genetic, I don't believe. I think it just is who people are. I think that there really is a spirit underlying this physical flesh. That's my opinion, of course. I can't prove it.
Oh, yeah.
But it does make a lot more sense. And when you match it up, all the evidence, it looks like a more logical answer than we just all just accidentally happened, right? Accidents like that don't happen. Not that many times in a row. I don't care how many billions of years you have. I think that's
you can have all the pieces of the machine, but if you don't put the pieces together in a specific
order, you're right.
And then you, after you put all the pieces together, you need the builder or the informer to operate it for it to do its function. Because what is the machine gonna do by itself? It can't even build itself. Tell me the BMW that you own built itself, please.
No, if I find a watch on the beach when I'm walking along the beach, I don't just assume that, it just fell out of the sky and it created itself. I assume that somebody made the watch and then it broke and it fell off their wrst, But that's just my assumption. I could be wrong. Maybe there are beings out there that do stuff like that. I don't know.
You know what a 40-plus year old, he's like a 60-plus year old, but he's been working with watches. He's like less than 20 years old. So he's a watchmaker and a watch fixer and all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
One day we were talking about all this stuff, and I spoke to him about level, how we build. Everything is based on level. The buildings, our neighbors, everything is based kind of like to make the structures level. Yeah, it's pretty simple. He get that. This is a Spanish conversation actually. Nivel, level is nivel. And yeah, he agrees 100%. That makes sense. I said motionless. Our sensory system. We don't feel the movement of the ground because if it moves, we're gonna feel it. So therefore, it's not moving. I mean,
exactly.
I kind of put it like that.
Right?
Yeah, I kind of put it like that. He was like, "Yeah, 100%, I agree. Yeah, but perfect, makes sense." He told me a few things, but then I told him about the luminaries, and I said, the luminaries. We know we have the moon cycles, the sun cycles. We have the planets, the los planetas. And I explained him about the 6 radiant sources where all the sporadic meteors come from. 6 radiant sources between all the main luminaries, basically. And all these luminaries revolve around a certain region of the sky, like the center point of the sky, kind of like a clock. And he told me, that the watchmaker has to adjust the watch and go by the movement of the sky, of the luminaries of the sky. So even the watchmaker here on the ground takes the information that is coming from above to make the watch.
Yep.
To make it precise. To make the whole point of the watch, the watchmaker follows the movement above.
Interesting.
And I mean, tell me that, yeah, people say, no, that's just random. That's just, an accident.
Yeah, quinky dinks are a real bitch, aren't they? In science nowadays, it's like no matter what you talk about, everybody wants to say, "Oh, that's just coincidence." That doesn't mean that this is that. Well, you're right. Maybe it doesn't, but when you get too many of those things, acting out on one item, you kind of have to cast it out, or at least not take it as seriously, because it's pointing towards something that it's not necessarily what you're seeing, right? Kind of like we get told all the time that, oh, there's no such thing as God, there's no such thing as spirit and all that. But then when you watch a cell divide, you go, what's making that happen? What's making what force is causing that cell to split in half? How does that work? Well, you can't explain it, but God does explain it. It makes a lot of sense because God is like a frequency. He's what's keeping us alive. He's what's driving everything that's moving around and making it stick together like it's supposed to. Without God, everything would just fall apart, right?
I think God as the informer at least input. He put the things in place to input the information that is required for the machine to operate correctly, and also maybe it's a cell. I mean, people say that it might be where is the what is powering the machine itself? What is powering this whole construct?
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, yeah, you're right. I've thought about that. Like, what makes where does the sun's energy come from? Doesn't that break the second law of thermodynamics? Because we don't know where it emanates from. We don't know where it goes to. And we claim that energy is never destroyed, but how do we really know that if we don't even know where the sun's energy comes from? It doesn't make sense to me.
I think it comes from heaven, from actual heaven, the actual center point in the sky from where all luminaries revolve around. There is a certain area.
Yes. And it's an illusion that it's rotating, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Actually, there is an actual structural movement in the sky that is causing the toroidal that we see.
Yes, but I'm saying I think it's probably more electromagnetic field type of optical things than it is like a physical. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, look, think about it, plasma.
Almost like we're being protected from that power that God is, because it would destroy us, right? It'd be too much energy, it would annihilate us. So there's some kind of way that it's focused so that we can still see the light and get the signal, but without destroying us. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Just like at the terrarium. The terrarium, you can build the terrarium, seal it, put everything, the ingredients inside, and you can have a light source that is outside of the terrarium, and it's not inside of the terrarium, but it's causing an effect. It's still causing an effect in it, and if it wasn't for that light, the terrarium wouldn't function.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's been a couple of little documentaries I watch. I know it's all YouTube and TikTok, but still I take it seriously and I look at the evidence, because if it makes logical sense in some line, or if it fits together with anything, I'm going to look at it. But I've been looking at different stuff about, like, they tested children and how human beings react and why they act and why they learn the way they do. And it's interesting that it is pretty simple to understand how the human mind works and manipulate it. It really is easy. It's easier on children, of course, but it's not really like that difficult to convince someone of something that they don't really want to be convinced of with just a few words and a few actions. You know what I mean? It really is amazing.
Well, it might be easy, let's say, if you have this knowledge and you're doing it to someone in front of you and you can, in a sense, manipulate them by suggestion or whatever. I think if you can master that, definitely you can do it. But to do it to the scale that has been accomplished to this date, that's definitely not easy.
No, well, yeah, I'd be granted. I think it would be granted that you even find evidence of it, because I think it's so well hidden. I think that would be the thing they protect. The let's put it this way: the technology that they're using that's actually causing us all this trouble is actually what they're protecting the most. That's the reason why they keep putting out all this other stuff. Does that make sense? It's all a distraction.
Well, they have to put stuff that is inconvenient and make a solution for that makes it convenient.
The Trinity, the Holy Trinity of problem, action, solution. Yeah.
But there's always problems.
We can't help react to
problems. Day to day we have problems. I'm hungry. Oh, my baby's hungry. Oh, my wife is hungry. All right, we gotta solve this problem, right? There's always some type of natural need or something that we have to accomplish. How we develop ways of doing that, I mean, that's why we have family, community. We help each other, and we accomplish goals to do what we need to do. Because there's things that we definitely need to do, and now we have a bunch of other activities that we don't need to be doing, but we're doing more of that stuff that we shouldn't be doing, and doing less of the things that we should be doing.
And we're not even thinking about what effect that's going to have and trying to counter it somehow, like not even thinking ahead. We're just doing it because we're just wildly dumb. We're just ignorant. It's ignorance. It really is. It's ignorance. I hate to say that because I don't like to be ignorant, but it's true.
Well, we can be ignorant to some things, but we are knowledgeable on other things. So we're not ignorant of, we're not oblivious. I mean,
No.
we
That's
do
why I
know
say. That's
stuff.
why I say we still are. We will still all be held responsible for our own actions. I know that's true. I don't believe it. I know it's true. There's a balance in the universe, regardless of whether you want to admit that it's a god or whether it's just some kind of energy or whatever. There's still an energy in the universe that holds us all and binds us in certain ways that we can't go against, right?
And I think so. And I seen people that you say that, and some people they just don't give a fuck about what you said.
Yeah, I know.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we can make things better, and we can fix most of the problems that we have. There's a problem, we can solve it, especially if we can concentrate on the important things and the functionality of this system and how to operate in it instead of going against it and against the functions of it, right?
I think 98% of our problem is selfishness. And I think that's what they're feeding us with. They're feeding us with being more and more selfish and more self-contained and more self-reliant and not needing other people, when in reality, we need the exact opposite. We need more input from other people. Because that's what grounds us in reality, right?
That's what you mean by selfishness? You mean like, I'm kind of like, oh, I'm going to do my thing, and I want
to do my thing. I don't want anybody to tell me what to do. I'm my own man. I'm responsible for myself, which is true. But that attitude is just going to take you down the road. It's going to take you off the beaten path, right? Because it's caught that cockiness.
You still need you have your mother, your father, your brothers and sisters, your neighbors, your cousins, and you. I want to operate with all of those people at a certain levels, obviously, because my cousin might be a good physician, and I'm not an expert on this. Please, can you take care of? Can you help me with this, right? As a physician, or whatever. And this other cousin is a mechanic. I might need this other mechanic one day. And maybe I can fix computers, and I'll fix their computers, right? We have functions to do. Or maybe I'm a good barista. I'll make good coffees for my family, something like that, right? I don't know.
I do the thing with my neighbors. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, because I won't be able to do all the tasks in one day. So we have a bunch of people doing multiple tasks in one day, so we accomplish everything needed.
Yes, and then not everybody has to work too hard. Yeah. Exactly.
And I was thinking about this recently, and I think even the lifespans that we have that has been shortened has to do with the overwork that we've been doing. Because, bro,
it's the stress and allowing
people put a lot of freaking work, and they are exhausted, tired,
and don't sleep. Yeah, I'm the same way. You're right.
And I think
who nowadays is sleeping like a rock? I don't sleep like a rock. Do you? Do you sleep 8 hours and not wake up?
No, I think we should be very productive. Do what we gotta do, and do it efficiently, so we don't have to put too much time in it. We put the time that we need to accomplish that, and then the rest of the time should be to, I think, praise the Lord,
count on each other.
Life,
what we need, right?
Family, cook a lot of good food. Eat plenty and sleep plenty too.
Right. We need organization and unity, not on a racist level, but on a personal values, like a moral level. But we don't. It's almost like we see that, but we don't understand that it's important, and we don't work towards it.
You know how you do that? You need to do like activities, bro. Because right now I live in a city, and I don't even know my neighbors.
You find dear to yourself. That's how you make yourself happy. I'm telling you, that's probably the best advice I could give anybody in the entire world.
Listen, in the Caribbean, everybody had their property. I have in my house, my family, our family, my father, my mother, my brothers, sisters, whatever. The next house had the same thing going. The next house had the same thing going, right? My father didn't go to my neighbor's house to tell him how to live, but they saw each other as neighbors, and they spoke to each other, and they did things together, blah, blah, blah. The neighbors, bro, all the neighbors knew each other because all of the children knew each other, right? And we're
Yeah,
talking
that's what
about
brought them together.
thousands of people, thousands of people that you could say that knew each other. Hundreds or thousands of people, right? Around the same communities. And today, I don't know my neighbor that is probably like 50 feet from me or less.
Good point. Good point.
And you know how people got together? Like in the past, I remember people getting together, activities, family activities, street activities, sports or baseball games or whatever. People did things together, and people still do it.
Now we're afraid. Yeah, they've made us afraid to do that, regardless of whether you say that those things are real or not. It's still they've put it out there and they've fed it to us, like on a silver platter, to convince us that we need to be afraid of things that we really probably shouldn't even worry about. But that's my opinion, you know. It just terrifies me that suggestion can work so well and make so many people just completely ignorant of truth. It fascinates me. It really does.
Suggestion is powerful, but you can only suggest so much, in my opinion, until the person can kind of realize you're BSing, especially if that person is on an environment that is not going to allow for a suggester to suggest to a minor to do certain things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that suggester will get shut down under any environment, in my opinion, right? Like brothers and sisters, this older guy suggesting a minor to do certain things. There should be adults in the room saying, "Hey, bro, you can't do that." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I think I do.
There has to be adults in the room, but these days you have the adults in the room are protecting the guy trying to suggest to the minor. What?
Yeah.
The community thing, bro, is that when you have neighbors doing things together, it's very functional, and people definitely need time to. You gotta be productive, get work done, do all that, but definitely have time for you, your family, and neighbors and friends. Definitely have time for that, but under this environment, people are reluctant to even engage with their neighbors because they see monsters in TV. And in TV said that my neighbor might be a vampire and might have parasites that will turn me into a vampire, you know?
Well, he might also turn into an alien and eat you or something, you know, like anything's possible, right? But not everything's like something you need to really worry about, is it?
Nah.
I mean, seriously.
I'm very optimistic. I think the wall of lies, the house of cards, can fall pretty easily. Especially, I think I wouldn't underestimate the young generations, how powerful they can become if they actually wanted to. Because we're gonna turn old eventually, bro.
Yeah,
we've seen that. Gonna turn very, very old, and we're gonna expire. And I hopefully, and pray to God that maybe our next generations can figure things out. If we can hopefully teach them well. But obviously, we don't see that happening in the near future unless a miracle. And I believe in miracles.
I think we need to stop thinking and waiting for miracles to happen and start making them happen. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. But I'm
resting on your laurels never works out.
Realistic because I've seen our ancestors died in the battlefield trying to fight for what we are fighting today. Our ancestors died for truth. They actually, bro.
You know, the part that maybe the part you're not thinking about is that people are dying right now for that same thing.
Yes, for the same thing.
But in different ways now. Instead of fighting in wars, we're fighting the battlefield in our own homes and in our own streets. Think about
because the war was brought to our homes.
They brought the war.
Divide the family, divide the brother, divide the
open the borders, open companies, and the power that business has over people and things. And next thing you know, you've got this soup of just disaster. And it's terrifying that it's an experiment. And we're all. I mean, I don't know if you live here, but America's an experiment. I think it really is. I don't think it was probably ever set up to work properly. It was set up for something different, but somehow it turned into this other thing, you know. But and that kind of terrifies me. It makes me want to run, makes me want to leave, because you know my history isn't really from here. You know, my family came from other places too, but I'm not even sure what all family I'm even related to. But you know what I'm saying? I'm an American. I believe that tyranny is what we need to work against.
But the thing is that America, the actual foundation of this place, this land, what our ancestors worked for, and all the infrastructure, all the water canals, all the stuff that is in place to make things very functional, the farmland, the whatever, everything that has been built.
Yeah. I'm kidding.
No, but our ancestors, bro. I mean, we are here for a reason, right? We still alive. So, bro, today it's so hot, and I put a sweater on, and I'm sweating.
You're all backwards. Are you built upside down? Does your nose run and your feet smell?
Bro, the thing is that this is the Northeast, and it's been kind of cold, and it was rainy, and now it's freaking sunny, and this is one of the sunniest days. I mean, yeah, it feels pretty warm.
It's been beautiful here in California too.
But you have hot weather all year long, and we had winter not too long ago.
Yeah, well, you live closer to the equator, or what?
I live closer to Mount Meru, to the north. I'm closer to the north than yourself. I'm a Northman.
Okay.
Are you being racist because of my accent?
Me? How could I? I don't know where your accent's from. I love accents. I think they're awesome. I've never heard an accent that I didn't like.
That means that I'm from the equator?
No, I was just no, because you said that it was summer all the time. I thought maybe you live near the equator. That's what I was guessing.
I said it was cold in the past and it's hot now. It was cold in the past. That's why I put a sweater for cold weather. But today it's hot. Because I've been out since the morning.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna play Chance Over to Play after
It's construction Saturday.
Only 53 degrees here in Texas.
That's beautiful weather. It's probably 60 degrees right now, but the sun is going to warm it up quite a bit here in a minute. It's just not. The sun hasn't been up long enough to really charge up the atmosphere or whatever you want to call it. The atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Well, I could just say the heavens, but then that would make me sound like some religious zealot, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't want to sound like that, even if I am religious. I don't want to sound like some crazy person that people identify with, right?
No, you don't want to say heaven. You want to say the vacuum of space. That's what you want to say.
No, I'm good.
Now you don't sound like a religious zealot.
Yeah, you just gotta say something that's a complete lie, even though you know it's not true, right?
You gotta say the right words, buddy.
Lie and just talk about it like as if it was true, even though it's complete crap. Yeah.
You know I think there's a sickness going around because there is some flat earthers that speak of the globe more than any globe.
Yeah, that's why I was saying there seems to be a division between us, and it bothers me because it means that somebody's actively against it, right? The people are deliberately trying to separate us, and it's working. Oh, I mean, it's true.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, you know? It's a double-edged sword. If you know how to wield it, good for you. Yes. Good for you.
Yes, you're right. It is a double-edged
sword. Don't cut yourself.
Yeah. No, I just mean it just seems odd to me, like how there's these little, you know, like people move around from server to server. It's just interesting to me how we allow ourselves to be separated like that instead of sticking together. And even if it's globe versus flat, right? we still can stick together and look for the truth together. We don't have to just sit there and say, well, because we don't believe the same thing, but we can't prove it either way, so we're just going to be enemies. Let's talk crap about each other, right? Like, how much
I mean,
does that make?
you always gonna have that, but I think people should go through. I mean, there should be many servers because it opens the windows. Because this server, it's mostly strictly about the topic. The kind of opens a lot of windows, but once those windows are open, people wanna go through those windows, and you can't stop them.
Yeah, you're right.
Try stopping them. You'll see how bad it's gonna go.
I just think that the answer to fixing all this and showing people the truth and making them understand it, and not that that's really our goal, because I don't know if that's possible. But I'm saying if that was our goal, then I think we're going about it a little bit wrong. That's all I'm thinking. Like I think there's more we could do. Not to say that there's anything bad about what we are doing. I'm just saying, right?
No, there's nothing bad, but see, I think
most of us are genuine about wanting the truth.
Since it's not like monetarily incentivized for people, a lot of people are reluctant to do much, so they just do a little bit, because who's getting paid for doing this? Not me.
I'm not.
But then if you are on the other side, you might have some benefits monetarily. So that incentivizes people to do stuff. Money. People do stuff for money. You know that? A lot of stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's why I don't like to follow people that have YouTube channels and they're serious, that seem too serious about pushing an agenda. Even if it's a good agenda, it's still, I don't know, there's something about it.
You are a one or two type of flavor guy. You know what? I'll do with one or two flavors too. I'm okay with that. I don't need 1,000 flavors.
Yeah, I'm stubborn. I guess I admit it. I am stubborn about certain things, but you know what? It's always led me down the right path, and it's saved me from bad things happening. So I'm going to stick with it until I know better. Like you can't blame me for that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to survive like everybody else, but I'm also trying to learn what the truth is, and I need all of you. I need all of your help in order to do that. But unless we realize that, then we're never really going to ever work together and find the truth, right?
Well, I think the truth is in front of your face.
Exactly.
So you just gotta look at it. You don't have to find it. Because what's true is for you what is in front of the Chinaman in China. That's not true for you, is it?
Actually, I think ultimately at the end, when you cross all the T's and dot all the I's, I think we are the same. I think we follow the path a different way, but we still end up getting to the same spot. Does it really matter?
Yeah, in a sense. But still, it's more localized than a lot. We kind of like think about it this way because we have the global community. But when you think about it practically, normally you wouldn't go too far. You will stay, your family and your community will stay within a certain radius and do things within that radius, and maybe do some commerce outside of that radius, and then come back to it because you have children, family to go back to. You wouldn't be just separating yourself from all of your family members to go move to China to eat the rice from China. You have rice over there where you coming from, to your family. Because if we concentrate in our immediate families and our immediate communities, we can be more productive because of the time. We have a limitation of time. So how productive are we gonna be if we are moving all of these distances and spending so much time just traveling and moving around instead of producing something?
Yeah,
moving goods around only. How about producing the goods more efficiently and in an efficient way?
Right.
Maybe my point is empty, but I think there's something there.
Well, yeah, you're on the right track. I mean, I think we're all on the path, right? And I think we were all on the same step, on the same rung of the ladder. Then we probably would see eye to eye, right? We'd be like, "Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about," but that isn't possible. We're all on our own little journey, and I think that's what separates us. But it doesn't need to be a division that separates us from sharing information and being honest with each other. You know what I mean?
You know what? You know the only division I want. You don't bother me. I don't bother you.
Yeah,
that's the division I want. As long as we have that clear,
right.
it's all good.
Live and let live type of attitude. Yeah. I hear you.
And then you come to me telling me that you want to push something into my children, I'm gonna have to say something about it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Plus, don't miss $1 deals on select products throughout the store. Stop and shop. Meet the moment. Start your day off right.
You know what? If you're my neighbor and if you want to bother me to help you out with something, bro, I got you, okay? If I have time, if I can do it, I'll help you out. You can come bother me anytime if you need help.
Mm-hmm.
But don't come messing around with me or my family, my property, and try to push agendas that guys in that live 1,000 miles from here that I never met. You telling me their ideas and what they want to do. No, thank you. How about we concentrate here, right now? But that guy in China, in North Korea, we have to do something about it.
What guy? Where?
Bro, don't you see I'm trying to milk the cows?
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. We'll make butter later, man.
You think I got time, bro? These 20 little pins have to be carried and not empty. Has to be carried full.
Filled with the nutrition
Bro.
you need to get your day started.
I saw in Colombia, I saw this like 80-plus-year-old guy. He will wake up like at 4:30 in the morning and milk the cows, drink the raw milk, and all day long he will be doing stuff. He had a motorcycle. He's like 80, bro, with a motorcycle, very badass. And we're not talking the motorcycles that you see these Harley Davidson. We're talking a motorcycle that you can go like any terrain, all terrain motorcycles. And then he will milk the cows again, like at the night time before going to bed and stuff, and like before the night breaks or whatever. The funny thing is that he will drink the raw milk. This old guy.
Wouldn't you feel really silly if you got to the end of the race and you realized it wasn't a race at all?
Wait, we weren't racing? No, bro, it was a jog. Just kidding. Or a walk. It was just a walk.
No, I mean, I'm talking about a figurative thought about life in general.
Exactly. You made it. You put all the way. You made it to the end, and nobody was racing with you. I mean, I think there's a big race.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's a race. I think it's more of a.
It's a long game.
You got to get it before you get out or whatever it is. I don't know. You know, I just do kind of wonder that. But I just have this funny feeling.
It's more about like a position. It's more like a, how do you say, a standing in, like, actually strategically. So depending on where you left off, that's where you're gonna leave your family or your seed, right? So depending on these people that control a lot of the resources, they want to kind of like position themselves in a sense that they're gonna leave their families under control of that. So there is a race, but it's not like a speed. It's way more than just speed. You don't win just speed. You could be fast, but if you can't punch or take a punch, you're done. That's why the Flash was never your favorite superhero.
How do you solve problems in your life? I'm curious. Like, this is a personal question, I realize. Like, whenever you have an issue, like about something, just something that bothers you, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you deal with the irritation and all that? So I'm struggling with certain things and certain people that always like come up short. And then they always expect me to not be upset about it or not to say, not to complain. And it's like, I get it if I over complain, but is it not? Aren't we supposed to be getting better at things, not worse?
You know what? I probably have a similar situation. The thing is that we sometimes get into their mindset, and obviously we can have certain expectations from people, but that's probably asking too much sometimes. And sometimes we get replies, okay, so we agreed to this, and there was some type of miscommunication or whatever, and people put excuses and don't get stuff done, or there's things to pay or things to do or whatever situation, and we want to point out to them that there is certain things, there's certain responsibility that they know they have to do, or they didn't do, and that's why we're talking right now. But they get upset at you because you trying to point out that they're not, doing what they're supposed to do.
Right. Well, it's like I have this issue with the pharmacy, like every pharmacy I've ever been to, and I happen to be taking a certain prescription that it has a short leash. Let's put it that way. Okay. And so I've been on the same medication though for many years, right? And it's worked, and I don't complain about it. I don't ask for more. None of that. But for some reason, every single month, when I order my prescription, they tell me that they're out of stock, and I have to wait 3 or 4 days beyond. So I end up not having my medication to where I have to go 3 or 4 days without it every month now. And it never was like that before. They used to have it right. It used to always be in stock. Never had an issue. And now all of a sudden they screw it up every month. And I keep asking them, why can't you just order one more before I come in next month? That way it's there for me when I come back. And they're like, oh, we don't do that. We don't do things that way. The computer does everything. I'm like, so you're saying that I can't get service?
The person that is taking care of you,
some stupid policy. But I'm not supposed to be upset. It's like,
no. The one taking care of you in front, that's like a politician. Okay, they can give you any excuse. It's not their fault.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, okay? Don't blame me.
It's really not their fault, bro. It's really not their fault. They're just over there as a public face. Even the guy in the back moving the stuff around and bringing it to the front, that's not their fault. It's not his fault if your medicine is not there, bro.
Yeah, business is designed that way on purpose.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? It's that way on purpose so that you do end up calling that hotline instead of facing somebody personally, which is probably a good thing because otherwise we'd be very
No,
aggressive.
it's like that. Not for you to call the hotline. It's like that to fuck you with you.
But like, am I not? I mean, I don't think that I'm ever going to find a pharmacy that's not going to do it that to me, and I don't understand why am
Try,
I
you
being
have to
picked
try.
on? What did I do wrong? You know, like I don't understand that. It's almost
I was
like I've
gonna
been
ask you.
selected to be
I was
the
gonna ask
asshole to
you.
get fucked with every. I'm sorry, to get screwed with
I-
every time. It's like, I'm sorry.
You know what? Let me tell you. I was gonna ask you which medication, but don't say it because this is not for this channel. So we
Yeah,
we don't want to
exactly.
go to any
I'm sorry.
specifics.
I didn't mean
No,
to
no, no,
like take the
no, no,
conversation.
no, no.
But
We don't want to go to any specific about any like medication. But I do the thing is that I do the same thing. I used to go to the pharmacy, and the similar situation happened to me. But me, the thing is that the medication that I need is insulin. If I don't have that every single day, I go into a coma and I can die like
well,
in
yeah,
hours.
I get that. That I am
Right?
kind of whining about something that won't kill me, but you know.
But you know what I did? I actually found out that I could myself buy the insulin without prescriptions. So I buy it myself. I got money. I mean, I'm not rich, but I do have enough that if I need it without going to the pharmacy, I go and buy it instead of going to the pharmacy and saving $40, $50.
And
I'd
what
rather
makes you?
spend it and not having the inconvenience.
Yeah. I know. I want to just stop taking it. I want to stop using it, right? And I told my wife maybe I should just, because I don't like being controlled like that. It bothers me. It really does. On the inside, it makes me angry all the time. It's like I have to. I'm always expecting it to go bad every month, and it always does. And it's like, why can't they just fix this? My wife's called numerous times. We've called corporate. I mean, and I've called, and we've changed pharmacies, and it doesn't matter.
Let's go to the channel. I want to talk about this. Let's go to
Okay.
the live stream too.
Okay. Cool. I'll go with you. Thanks.
The PhD booger-eating schmuck M. Scott Veach, elbow deep, May 2021.
Listen to my whole sentence. If you're on a sphere, then you change your latitude, you also change your rate of rotation.
Well, that's what your pseudoscience priests tell you, and you mindlessly parrot. But the Earth is demonstrably flat and not rotating. It's also a non sequitur fallacy. If you're on a sphere, a shape, that premise alone doesn't in any way even remotely imply that the shape is moving, in this case rotating. Shapes are not motions, Crayon Muncher.
So you're changing your rate of rotation if you're on a sphere when you change latitude. It's a standard for rate of rotation.
Are you high right now?
Either that or he should be. See the previous response in toto. It's another non sequitur fallacy. Even if it was rotating, how in the world is the rate of rotation a stand-in for the rate of rotation, whether you're changing your latitudes or not, booger eater?
But then you check to see, does the rate of rotation affect the precession as predicted?
His question slowed down for comprehension. As we're all aware, the booger eater's mouth is about 5 minutes ahead of the caper-sized piece of horse shit between his ears. The question: does the rate of rotation affect precession as predicted? You have yet to establish that the Earth is rotating. You kind of have to do that first. And you have no scientific prediction here, as in a scientific hypothesis. Even if you knew how to construct one, and we all know you don't, you have no viable independent or dependent variable in this genre.
It does. Oh, look, it's processing.
I did tell a putty cat.
Now you have to
It's
ask
called
yourself.
affirming the consequence.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes it is. Textbook. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is rotating, we will observe a putty tat. We see a putty tat. Therefore, the Earth is rotating.
And now you have to ask yourself, oh, is it possible, is it quite likely that the fact that I was changing this dependent or independent variable is the thing that's causing it to precess, or is it something coincidental? And that's what I was trying to explain to you before, which is always a possibility, which is where you check in to see, do I meet my standard of statistical significance or not?
What the fuck? My word, you're delusional. Possibility and likelihood is only used with inductive reasoning. There is no inductive reasoning in the scientific method. You were changing your independent variable? The only thing you were changing in your previous non sequitur fallacies was the latitude. Latitudes don't cause anything, and most certainly don't cause the Earth to spin in Space Monkey, you bozo. And newsflash, latitudes don't have physical existence, you booger-eating goober. Moreover, and knee-slapping hilarious, the quintessential example of giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw. In retrospect, a Trojan horse, if you will. After the ball-tarred booger eaters continually got their asses handed to them from 2016 through 2019 because of flat earthers asking for their independent variable, they eventually wisened up. I use that as loosely as possible, and educated themselves, again, as loosely as possible, on what independent variables are. For whatever reason, they focused heavily on the changeability aspect and continue to do so. These schnoz particle chefs think that if you can change something, then it's automatically an independent variable. But an independent variable, the presumed cause, is varied and manipulated itself by the researcher so as to change the relationship with the dependent variable. The booger eater here said he changed his latitude, ergo independent variable. He didn't vary and manipulate a latitude itself. He merely changed his position relative to an arbitrary fairy tale latitude. See it? They have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Boneheads. That's what you get for pretender clowning. These dizzy Dunning-Kruger dipshit doofuses have Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey doubled over in the corner, gasping for their last breaths from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Oh, by the way, booger eaters, you're welcome. No thank you required. Lastly, your flailing non sequitur of the ages Mr. Magoo application of statistical analysis to whether the space monkey is spinning or not is tantamount to applying GNP of Zimbabwe calculations to authenticate the Declaration of Independence. Are you okay, dude? Jamal, get on it. Ow! 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 Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Tell us that you're okay, that you're okay, Scotty. There's a sign in the window that instructs you to booger eating schmuck, Scotty.
Well, we had to clear up the difference between engineering and science. There was no science in engineering at all.
What is your definition of science?
I just told you how there is.
Wrong. From Boston University College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Duh. From Professor Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the PhD booger-eating schmuck here and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
What they're essentially saying is, you say you're doing science, but you're doing something that doesn't actually test hypotheses.
What the hell did you just say?
Anytime you're using something that is going to help you test hypotheses.
I wonder how you would have an experiment without the scientific method. I wonder how that would be.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think of the scientific method as requiring stuff like observing natural phenomena?
Yes. Dependent variables, observe natural phenomena, are absolutely requisite for hypothesis construction. And you can't have natural science without hypothesis.
So then, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to just do an experiment where I have a control variable of temperature. I'm going to adjust it.
OMG from a booger-eating PhD. Doofus, you don't change or alter control variables because control variables are always held constant. That's what makes them controls.
You dumbass.
Next block of instruction: how to look through a window while standing.
And I'm going to see how it affects the salinity of my compound. And I'm going to record all the results. And I'm going to do this experiment. I've done an experiment there, but I'm not really part of any kind of overarching method. I just did an experiment by itself, in and of itself, without observing a phenomenon. I didn't even really have a hypothesis.
Ay, caramba!
So you conducted a scientific experiment without a hypothesis? How can you do that when experiments are hypothesis tests? From pennstate.edu, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. What's next? Run the Brickyard 400 without a car.
Curvature, in and of itself, is a constant elevation.
You serious?
Shockingly, he is. Scotty. Did you pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? A constant elevation is having no part higher than the other. That's the definition of level, flat, and horizontal, not curvature. From dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Scotty, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Something that is level with something else is at the same height.
That's not going to tell us anything about curvature, though. Elevation does not hold any hints as to whether we're curving or not.
What the hell did you just say?
That's an elevation change. That's fine, but a curve is not an elevation change.
Raggy, retard!
The curvature does not change the elevation, Brian.
Fatality.
Wow, dude. Wow. So curvature does not change elevation, eh? From the United States Naval Academy.edu, curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface.
Uh-oh!
From pennstate.edu, slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Uh-oh!
So, Booger Eater, if curvature is the rate of change of a slope, and a slope is the measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. Next block of instruction, how to point at a house. This is galactic universes beyond mind-numbing absurdity. The quintessential tenet of fairy tale ball-tart spinning space monkey religion dictates an 8-inch per mile squared drop along a tangent from your feet in every direction, Scotty. What is drop if not an elevation change? Por favor. Folks, this is akin to a communist renouncing the abolition of private property and the Roman Catholic Church disavowing the Virgin Mary. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this booger-eating schmuck's entire performance is imbecilic at a second-grade level and demonstrates a purposeful fundamental ignorance of mere basic concepts and topics. He not only speaks confidently in his belly-laughing ignorance, but ridicules others for challenging his baby Huey horsepuckery. It's a shameful disgrace for your average Joe Coffey to spew such backwards nonsensical drivel, but this schmuck has a PhD. I heretofore, Your Honor, invoke the DEFCON 1 doofus statute, recognizing the clear and present danger this Dunning-Kruger numpty has not only to himself, but others. Put a cork in it, Your Eminency. Yep, got it. Your Worshipfulness. That was society on the line. They want an emergency restraining order against this booger eater. No less than 1,000 light years. Your splendiferousness. I move to strike jury deliberation. Have them retire to their respective residences with the court's deepest apologies and a counseling voucher for tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. An immediate subpoena issued from the bench with an attached indictment for Captain Kangaroo U, mail order diploma section, where this numpty clearly obtained his degree from. The PhD booger eater here straitjacketed, shackled, horse and elephant tranquilized, without cessation, in place with a 24-hour sword-drawn guard while we await Mr. Green Jeans, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, and Mr. Moose Stamp Lickers to give account.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Drank the Kool-Aid, March 2021.
I'm a sailboat racer, right?
Uh-huh.
I like watching sailboats, and I like also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshits, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
If I want to get better at either of those things, I'm going to go out and I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it on my little motorcycle or my big fat slow sailboat.
That's not a scientific model, Jim Jones. You're equivocating fallacy. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a phenomena, i.e. model, theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. What you're attempting to identify as a model and what an actual scientific model is are wormhole warp galaxies apart. I mean, it's not that you're even wrong. This is the belly-laughing dumpster fire category error as claiming beluga whales are catalytic converters. You're exposed, belly-laughingly so.
Because what I do is I find out I couldn't see the guy's gauges on the motorcycle. I looked at the results that he had. I looked at his positioning coming out of the corner.
You did that all by yourself? I'd have to say, sir, your story here, while entertaining on a second-grade doofus level, is getting somewhat bizarre.
How he managed to hold that angular momentum to keep himself firmly in the saddle, not be thrown off. And then I modeled that.
Oh, Jesus wept. All you did was mimic what you saw him do, crayon muncher. Not anywhere close to a scientific model.
You want to hear some of the things that we can observe?
To be honest, I really don't. But I have an audience that looks forward to hearing comments from soon-to-be or just released mental asylum patients. So for them, what you got now?
We can observe sunsets.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. The sun doesn't actually set, either on your balltard or a flat earth. Setting is merely a figure of speech. Also, observations are just looking at something. Any moron with eyesight can accomplish the daring feat. It's a whole other ballgame to validate the cause.
We can observe the sun not changing size, angular size in the sky throughout the day.
So, angular size means apparent size. Apparent in this context means not actual. According to your fairy tale narrative, the sun's position is also apparent. So, your Hemlock Sprite query actually is, why does the not actual size of the sun not decrease its not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Priceless. By the way, Chris Van Maitre showed that it did change its not actual size during the day with a solar filter about 5 years ago.
We can observe a horizon.
Yes, we surely can. We see it at least 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer height, which pummels your balltard into the incoherent oblivion. Thanks for bringing it up.
Fatality.
All three of those are impossible on a flat Earth.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
My question again goes, all of these things, whether it's motorcycle riding, looking at a bird in the atmosphere.
What is up with these balltards and birds?
We can make a model and explain how it works.
You can explain how a bird in the atmosphere works? Is this another natural experiment birds humping proof sees?
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e. scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your balltard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is diarrhea of the parroted fairy tale narrative mouse syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Bro, Raggy, retard!
Hold on, Chemo, where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, I don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have it?
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look at you, big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, the hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retro reflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retro reflectors then, you retro
dummy? Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah. You've just been erased.
We have Baltard brain surgeons, CERT. Here he comes to save the day. Moron man. And color commentaries from Crossing into Oncoming Traffic, Left Lane, April 2021.
Have you ever looked at a mechanical gyro compass?
Yes. What's next? My favorite color?
How does the mechanical gyro compass work exclusively to a globe Earth?
It exploits rotation.
It's exclusive to a rotating Earth.
It's exclusive to a rotating Earth. Wouldn't you have to first demonstrate a rotating Earth to even consider making that claim? You begging the spinning question space monkey fallacy? I'd like to see you try in the face of the strikes. Strike 1. the semicircular canals of the vestibular apparatus of the inner ear, which detect angular movement. Why isn't anyone feeling angular movement whilst in recliners on Earth? Por favor.
Uh-oh!
Your favorite spinning ball space monkey religion is dead right there, numpties. I have a novel idea. Take an A&P course. Clowns. Strike 2. Complete and utter lack of Earth-based Coriolis effect.
Uh-oh!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these bozos don't even know what the Coriolis effect is. And finally, we have time-lapse inertial reference frame moon and star rotation.
Fatality.
Which pummels at the very core your spinning space monkey into the incoherent oblivion. Steve Reich 3, you're out, numpties.
If you can demonstrate some other cause for a gyrocompass to do what it does.
Ay, caramba!
That's why we love you, Baltards. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD-like. So you want us to demonstrate some other cause for it, the gyrocompass, to do what it does? You didn't state, let alone demonstrate a cause in the first place to avail the opportunity to give you some other cause. Juvenile shifting the burden of proof fallacy. And do what it does? What does it do? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these incoherent, mindless, wiki-parroting, mouth-breathing wallies think that gyrocompasses, when spun up presto magico, point to true north. You think I'm kidding?
Gyro does not process. Gyro compass points at north, at the geographical north. And it does that because it is a frame of reference by itself.
Told you. Geographic north is true north. It's where all their fairy tale meridians converge to a point in the north. His mechanism here is, the gyro compass is a reference frame by itself, which is not only utterly meaningless, it's a non sequitur fallacy on nuclear steroids. Tantamount to saying the carousel is spinning counterclockwise because it's a reference frame by itself. Allow me to lift the veil for you if you never heard this disheveled 2015 dumpster fire before. From HowStuffWorks.com, a spinning gyroscope, if supported in a gimbaled frame and spun up, will maintain the direction it is pointing toward, even if the frame moves or rotates. In a gyro compass, this tendency is used to emulate a magnetic compass. At the start of the trip, the axis of the gyro compass is pointed toward north using a magnetic compass as a reference. A motor inside the gyro compass keeps the gyroscope spinning, so the gyro compass will continue pointing toward north and will adjust itself swiftly and accurately even if the boat is in rough seas. Periodically, the gyro compass is checked against the magnetic compass to correct any error it might pick up. So, folks, a gyro compass is set at the start of the trip by a magnetic compass. They then convert magnetic north and azimuth to true north using magnetic declination. See map legend, and it depends on your start location. The gyro compass is also checked for accuracy periodically during the trip with a magnetic compass. Why? Well, to ensure accuracy, especially over long distances, because the magnetic declination changes. Duh. They add or subtract the magnetic declination from the magnetic azimuth to get true north. No spinning space monkey fairy axes needed.
Gyro compass does not deviate that way. Points north.
Points north!
It only processes when it's looking for true north.
Looking? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these spinning space monkeys are batshit insane. Reification fallacy. A gyro compass is an inanimate object. It doesn't look, smile, run, jump, get bad breath, or do the hokey pokey. In fact, it's a textbook pathetic fallacy, which is the attribution of human qualities to inanimate objects. Simply pathetic.
Do you need any further evidence besides the fact that it works?
The cherry on top color commentary brought to you by the Baltard brain surgeon crossing into oncoming traffic, left lane. It works. How does underwear work on a spinning monkey ball? Baltard logic, underwear works, therefore, spinning monkey ball. Left lane. Should have changed lanes. Doubling down on his riveting color commentary declaration, left lane screws the pooch again.
And the fact that it works is self-evident.
One could only imagine the maelstrom horror Stanford and Harvard Law are going through to recruit you. Here he comes to save the day, Moral Man.
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
So it's seeking north, except
when you go south of the equator, it reverses and seeks south.
What's this?
What the f***? Let me get this straight. When a ship crosses an imaginary line, the now magical gyro compass endowed with Sauron orc powers from Middle-earth, presto magico flips to the non-existent South Pole. If you stroke its gimbals with pixie dust from Gondor, can it point to the dark matter between Jimmy and Amelia? You bozos need to be institutionalized. Immediately.
On the southern hemisphere, it points to the southern pole.
Here he comes to save the day, Moron Man.
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
And on the northern hemisphere, it points to the northern pole, the celestial one.
Celestial?
Gyro compass points at north. Points to the southern pole.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Gyro compass points at north. Points north.
Moron Man.
It reverses and seeks south.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Points north.
Chewie always makes it really colorful, doesn't he?
What up, guys? How we doing?
How you doing?
What's going on? Just another great day.
What's up, dudes?
Good to be alive. Oh, yeah.
Funny you said that. I have a wake to go to in a few hours and the pallbearer tomorrow.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Flatman.
Yeah, we all have our time. I was willing to donate one of my kidneys, but I guess it didn't work out. So.
Well, I mean, I told you guys this already, but my father passed away earlier this year, so a few months ago.
Deep condolences.
Yeah, it's a thing that I was talking to people about too in here. It's like you live on this earth, you do the best you can for the time that you're around, and then it's time to leave. But while you're here, you're gonna rock it till the wheels fall off, the best you can. Like, do whatever you can, as much as you can, to tell people about the truth, you know, because that's all we got, the short amount of time, and then we got the next adventure of wherever we're heading to. I know where that's personally because of my faith, but I mean, some people, you know, really don't have that inclination to feel that spiritually. I mean, but that's the thing. We continue to tell the truth about the nature of reality, and it's still doing the same will of the Creator that anybody would, speaking the truth, as you know, based on biblical principles, because you know, nature itself is what He created. So that's the way I look at it. So it's almost like, I know some people don't believe in the same thing I do. That's fine when it comes to religion, but when you speak of the truth in the way that we do here, it's almost equivalent to that. You didn't even have to grow up to understand that the nature of reality speaks for itself. We don't have to think about it in any other way other than it displays itself to us. And if you're doing that, you know, you're speaking truth, and exactly what in line somebody that's following after the Creator would be doing. And even if you don't follow after the Creator, if you're still speaking the same truth, you're doing the same kind of thing that I'm doing, you know?
And we all do have an impact, and we do live on in the others that we do impact. Like your father definitely lives on in you. Even though I didn't really know my dad personally, he lives on in me because I have an interest in mechanics, and he was a mechanic. So.
Yeah, exactly. I just, you know, it's difficult sometimes because we have to still go through the process of grieving and, you know, seeing our loved ones, you know, leave this place. But if we understand that the nature of our reality is not just physical, but it's also spiritual, that we're spiritual and physical beings intertwined, then we understand that there's something greater than just this physical existence. And that's kind of like the, you know, more of what we talk about in a different, you know, probably, like this chat is basically designed on the physical, but then there's other chats we have that are designed for the spiritual, like Soul Food. You know, so that goes into like, you know, what does this all really mean and why are we here? And, you know, those other questions. Yeah, it dives more deeper into that, but eventually every single one of us will have to leave this place, you know, this physical reality, and go into another one. But then that's like, you know, that's another conversation.
Did you hear my speculation Sunday thought experiment or whatever? And I kind of missed some of it because I had to go to work for a few hours. By the time I got home, it was ending. It's all good. I'll save it for another time if you don't want me to repeat it. But yeah, I got a pretty interesting answer from Sasha. Well, again, I'll give it the same caveat that I did then. It's not that I would want to see this scenario play out, okay? But the question or whatever the speculation was, if we were to do the unthinkable and like nuclear Armageddon, blah, 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 winter, whatever, and the domes and or whatever bunkers, 20, 30 years later, people start coming out of them. Better world, worse world, same world. And I'll give you Sasha's answer was, for 10 years, it'd be peaceful and great, but eventually somebody would build a nuke again and things would start becoming like they once were. I don't know. I thought that was an interesting answer for sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the human condition.
Yeah.
That's called sin. Because eventually, like, you know, it's entropy, right? If you don't do nothing to food, what happens to food? Like if it does nothing.
Yeah, it's gonna expire or like die on its own, yeah.
Entropy, right?
Yeah.
Everything tends towards, you know, degradation. It's spoiling when it comes to food. But if you leave it alone, that's what happens. When you use it and you're active, it becomes what? Energy. You consume it, it becomes energy that you need. It's fuel.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't, then it just rots and it does nothing. So what happens to a person who just doesn't take advantage of that in this life, what happens to them? They become separated from the truth, and they tend towards that spoiling. But like when you see somebody that's lived the life that they were always fighting for truth, then that's the energy that they put out, and good energy is like then transformed into other good energy. People feed off of that. So the thing that you're left behind, that they left behind when they left, was all the good things that they were doing on this earth. So you fight like hell until you get out of this place, until it's time to leave, and then you rest.
Yeah.
That's what I think is the most important, like, kind of viewpoint on that. But because of the human condition, I don't never think that there's ever going to be a utopia, like this kind of mentality. Well, once we get all the flat earthers to actually come together, and it's not gonna, if it ever does come to something, what it would be just like in the days of old with Nimrod. So they built the tower, the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
They were all flat earthers back then. You know why? Because they knew that there was a place that they were going to reach up into heaven and fight God. So they didn't just build it. If they knew they were living on a spinning space ball, they wouldn't build a tower to nowhere. They were like, oh, well, there's space out there. They wouldn't do that. They knew that tower was going to reach someplace. So they were flat earthers, and they knew that they were going to fight against God. So it's not the true nature of people is always tending towards, degradation.
So I guess in a similar way, if everyone got on the same page as Flat Earth, eventually someday there'd be another SpaceX or NASA program anyways?
Well, that's kind of maybe, but no, I think if the whole world came to the realization that the Earth is flat, right? Like they knew that.
At least that nonsense would stop.
Yeah, that would just be there would be a new version of like nonsense. It wouldn't be flat Earth anymore. It wouldn't be the shape of the Earth, but it would be something else. It'd probably be metaphysical or dimensions or what, you know what I mean? Like, what if there's more flat Earth somewhere else and we can go through dimensions, and it would be all about dimensions at that point. It wouldn't be space anymore. I'm telling you, what I'm saying is true, right? Like, it would be something else. And as much as we would try, then it would be the new brand of dimension earthers who would be fighting against the truth of, like, you know what I mean? The reality that we're in. And then like 1,000 years from now, we'd have a group of people sitting on a, whatever it is, talking about like, how they're fighting against Dimension Earth and having like videos and, doing things to expose the Dimension Earthers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm putting this in a kind of perspective so you can see it's just a rebranded, repasted, renamed, evil that's been here. And that's all it will ever be, because it's nothing new under the sun.
Yes.
So hopefully this is truth what I'm speaking, because it's true. People will some way, shape, or form something new. And then they would tend towards that new thing, and then it would be against the creation, of course. And then we'd have a whole new group of rebels like us going against that. And they would be fighting against that truth. There's no there's no snuffing out the truth, because in and of ourselves, we hold truth and we also hold lies. So there isn't one thing, like, there might be some idea that at some point that's going to end. I don't think it ever will until or unless the creator steps in and says, enough. That's enough of this. Now I'm going to set the record straight because I made all of this. No one's going to go against me anymore. But until then, we're going to be dealing with this, until he comes in and steps in and says, that's enough. But yeah, that's the way I see it, because it's just the way it is. So you take a look, and all you need to do is look at history, right? Look at history. Has it ever been the place where people have come together because of the knowledge of anything the earth has to give? No, that's never been the case. It's actually the opposite. When they all come together, it's to fight against the creator all the time, every time. What are they doing with the space idea? They want to go up into the sky and declare there is no God. That's what they want to do. This thing came about with the Big Bang, and don't worry, guys. It's all nature created itself. And that's what it is. They want to build this idea that it's no creator. And so it's always been about that. Like we can talk about like money, power, success, but that stuff is vanity. That stuff is like the thing that doesn't last. The thing that lasts is whether or not the physical is actually intertwined with the spiritual. Look, man, I'm dropping some knowledge bombs on you guys because I know these things get deep, right? These conversations don't ever get deep because we stop at the physical. But if you pursuing it to the end game, let's say, and then you start to realize this actually affects you spiritually. If you think about it, right? What does it create to a person who believes that everything is just physical? Like love is just chemical reactions in your brain. What does it really matter? Because you're going to wind up dying anyways. What does it create? Nihilism, right? It creates people who don't give a damn about other people. You're very cold. You're living for your own self, and so on. And of course, you can say that people find spirituality in other ways, but that's not neither here nor there in the concerns of like what the creation of following this kind of mindset does. So when this mindset thinks that it has nothing to do with anything spiritual and all of that stuff is hooey, then you create a human who's only concerned about the physical reality. They don't care about anything else. And so that's why in here, we're very cautious to always remind people this isn't just about that, because the information, when you start to realize the earth isn't what they told you, leads you to a creator. You start to realize, man, this is all about like something bigger than me made all of this, right? Like that's where it logically should take you. So out of the physical into the spiritual. Then you start to realize, well, there's a greater plan than I don't know about. And you start to ask the deeper questions. But you don't get there by living in the physical only reality. You just can't do it. And it's not beneficial to your spirit. You know what I mean? Like you're going to grow up, and even if you think that flat earth is only physical, like let's just talk about that only, that's fine. And at some point, you're going to have to talk about the other side, which is the spiritual side. And so that's why I'm always like, it's hard. I want to get to those conversations, but you really can't in here because sometimes everybody just wants to bicker about like, well, that's not my religion. I'm on this religion. And it's like, well, that's fine. Like, you just at some point just like, want to know who's actually wanting to have that conversation versus it being just a bunch of people bickering at each other about religion, So anyway, I don't want to get off the beaten path, but I do want to say, like, I don't think that people will ever come together and say, wow, this earth is flat. We know the truth. And now everything is going to be glorious. No, it's never going to be that way. If that was the case and everybody came back to flat earth like they were in the past, it would be a new thing in the future. Well, we're living in multi-dimensions, and then that whole thing would get legs. At first, it would struggle because everybody like, no, the earth is flat. We're never going to think like that or whatever. Then there'd be a group of people who think themselves wise, would be gathering together and they'd be conjuring up stories. And then people would love to hear those stories. And then it would become reality because in their minds, they think that's true. You know what I mean? And so it grows legs, it grows arms, and it becomes a person. Then that thing starts to become the new thing, So, you know what I'm saying? It's true, right, Flatman? Because that's what would happen, bro. Like, we got rid of the old, here comes the new. That's... Yeah. So, no, I really understand the human condition, and I see for real how we are. And the only way that to stop is if the creator steps in and ends it. That's it. Other than that, we'll be on a perpetual cycle of creating something fancy and new once we did away with the Dimension Earthers after like another 1,000 years, then it would be, who knows, the creation of like the new gods or what I'm saying? Like it would just keep going on and on and on, because the human condition, the state that we're in, is always eroding. It's like you have to fight to be good, right? In order for you to be somebody who's doing good, you have to know that you can't be doing the things that you naturally want to do, which is be selfish, right? Naturally, we all want to be selfish. We don't want to live for me. I don't care about anybody else.
Hey, man, I think that's how we become blissful. We're able to we're able to create a place on this earth for us with the knowledge we've been given inherent within us, but also it takes, like you said, diligent work. It takes a lot of work, but it's rewarding. What I found is that this creator does provide for me, even when I think I have nothing there. I look around and I go, with my knowledge, how can I create something where I can have resources I need with what is around me? And I found Earth is abundant. So that's how knowledge is power.
I was just answering the question that Flatman had, Sonny, about if it's like, a speculation on if the world, was starting to realize that the truth of what we're saying. And for a time, it would be a golden age, but then it would return right back to some other new thing. Or I don't even know how long it would last, to be honest.
Right.
It'd probably be a fleeting moment where you think that everybody understands that the earth is flat, and then it'd be something brand new coming in here. And then that's why I mentioned dimension earthers. Like there'd be a new globe idea. It wouldn't be globe though, it'd be something else.
They keep rolling on with the different shapes. That's fine. Like that's inconsequential. But
that's what I'm saying, man. Like this war against it's not just against the physical and natural world, it's in the spiritual realm as well. Because you're dealing with people's tendency to be corrupted. So you're not just dealing with the attributes of what we see in the physical nature. We're dealing with the people and how they are, their nature of who they are. They're just people who want to hear stories and they're telling other people stories. Some people like those stories and want those stories to be real. So then they'll manifest them in people's minds. And then people will carry these other new ideas and thinking that they sound lofty in their intellect. Just like we hear, listen, we got some people that come in here, right? And they're so full of their ideas of globe Earth. And they think they know what's going on in the cosmos, right? They start talking about really high sounding nonsense. And then they tell us these things as if it were true. And it sounds like gobbledygook when we tell them hey, that's crazy. How do you know that when two black holes collide, it sounds like birds chirping? You know what I mean? These stories that people say are put into people's
exactly. Yeah.
They're these articles they read from let's say science websites or whatever, quote unquote science websites, and it's ridiculous. So we contend with the information that they receive, not so much the actual information, but the idea that the person believes in that. So it's more psychological than it is an actual. You don't deal with anything in reality in concerns to the globe. So we know this, right? All of us in here really know this. So what we do is we're contending with the fact that the person is so full on that story that they think it's a real thing in their mind, and they don't know how to get out. So our job,
they're lost in it. Yeah, they're literally lost in it, and we've all been there. So that's a key point. But look, as far as the question goes, what would happen if everybody? Yeah, exactly right. I think, look, this conversation has been going on continuously for who knows how long. There's no way to quantify that. But so it will always return to this. There will always be, I think, in this area where we are in between heaven and earth, on earth, that there will always be the corrupt, that it will always be the same, where this place will always be one of two things and never the same, never both of them at the same time. Heaven and hell is here right now. I can decide. And I've chosen the wrong path before and lived in a literal hell. So now I'm finding that my knowledge and the skills that I've acquired along this long journey of life, I'm able to choose and I'm able to use my own actions and behavior and responsibility of those things and the rest of life, and not just the material. Absolutely, I cannot live like that. So I found through spirituality and all of the above that I just mentioned, that I'm able to find the resources that I need at any time, any place. In other words, what I want to say is that I've learned to live in the wilderness, and now I know where I can go, where it's a wild, primitive place. I do very well. And so other people are going to decide other things. In different places, you're going to see hedonism. You're going to see all of the things that are talked about in the scriptures right here, right now. We are living in biblical times right now. How do you like them apples?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
So I have to be very careful not to go on a rampage for too long, but just a couple minutes. And I'll finish. But so it's really, really crucial for my survival, literal survival, both spiritual and physical, that I walk a very narrow path. It's very difficult for me, having had a very wide open path of morals, led me into very dangerous places and put myself at great risk. And so like now, it's taken me a long time. Some of us as spirits have had to get beaten in the head multiple times in succession before I became malleable to go, what the fuck is going on with me, and where am I making the wrong choice? Because I obviously set the ball rolling for every situation that I'm in that choosing of life and death, heaven or hell. So I choose the other, heaven, and I found I can create a blissful space around me, and the world is beautiful. Thanks.
Flatload, right? Do you have something?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to say I wanted to agree with that speculation. And, I've had the similar thought as Flatman, just because it's definitely the human construct. There would still be this thing, like you said, which is kind of why I dislike the story of, there's more pawns, there's more flat earths, basically. Because it's like, well, how the hell did you figure that out? Oh, well, there's this old map, and it's like, yeah, well, who made that? And again, no verifying. But it makes me wonder with that speculation that, okay, let's say everybody does sort of just wake up and sort of thing like that. They might actually go along with it and be like, yeah, you're right, we were actually lying, it's flat earth, but there is more pawns here, and here's the portals, and here's all the different people, and they'll start bringing them here, and they'll just be the next aliens, if you will. It's exactly right. It's the duality of this realm, I think. But I just wanted to say too, with Mayhem, it would be great to hear one of your shows, kind of about the spiritual aspect of your thoughts on flat Earth.
Yeah, I dive into it a little bit here, but I know everybody wants to say something, and it's going to take away from me actually expounding on certain points. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I just read the room and I know what's going to happen. That's why I tend to not divulge into it too much. But I know that a lot of people can glean truth out of it because it's only coming from a place of truth. Things that are self-evident. Like if I tell you that the human condition tends towards degradation and corruption, you can see that as true. Because if you don't do anything, right? If you're not actively being good, then what's your nature? To be selfish, right? Because that's what you want. Yeah, it spoils. Unless you're putting good energy, if you're working to do good, then it's actually, you're using it in the right way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just think they're always going to try and be the creator, if you will. They're always going to try and take that spot, even though it's not theirs. They're always going to try and take that throne, so it seems logically, even if we did all sort of wake up and overpower them, they'd be like, well, look, they just kind of change the story again. So, I think we should just keep kind of reaping what we sow. It's waking those in truth. And I mean, when it comes to spirituality, I've definitely had my own experiences, subjective as they are. And with a near life death experience and not even really being able to really put it in words. It's like you just know, and there's a creator, and that's all you got to know. And that what you felt was love, and I don't know, it's definitely special. But knowing that before Flat Earth was definitely like, whoa, like now I get what you were really trying to say. I get why you said I wasn't ready, to die. And it's I don't know, it's definitely important to me, and I would imagine a lot of people kind of have those similar experiences with death and life, and as natural as it is. And I don't know where I'm going with it, but it is an intrinsically deep subject that, of course, everybody has different infinitely subjective opinions about it anyway. But yeah, in the words of Sonny, it is beautiful, no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, just remember, in this arena, we're contending with people and their love for stories. And that storytelling is very powerful, because they just want to believe. They don't want to realize that story that they were taught a long time ago, they were told, is just fiction. It doesn't exist in reality. And you're fighting against the human psyche at that point. What their cognitive dissonance is allowing them to understand or not. Because they will refute actual true things, right? Self-evident true things. And that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody's psychological, the implications of like their state of mind. And that's all. You have to understand the conversation. You have to listen to their demeanor, like how they're portraying their tone, everything, the cadence of their voice. Start to understand why they use the inflections they do, and all of this stuff matters in a conversation with somebody that has this heavy cognitive dissonance, of believing that the Earth is a globe. But you don't know this on the onset. It's more superficial, because you think it has to deal with more of like them not understanding. And I get that, right? Because that's how everybody comes into this. You think it's a point-for-point discussion. All right, let's talk about the three-body problem and why it doesn't work. And they're like, yeah, I'm just going to wait till you shut up so I can tell you how wrong you are. That's it. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they're both blue in the face at the end. They're both upset. Nobody gets anywhere, and the audience is entertained. That's all it's good for, entertainment. But if you actually look at it like where you're trying to unravel what made them think that, then you're leading them somewhere. Versus on the point-for-point discussion, you're not really going anywhere, because they're just going to refute everything you say based on their knowledge of the lore of the globe Earth. And the lore has a lot to do with making shit up. That's all. But yeah, what we deal with.
Oh, it's practically delusions. I mean, they explain away your senses. They're like, well, yeah, you can't feel the Earth spinning because you can't feel it. And what's funny is they'll say that to you completely serious. Or they'll say, oh, I saw the curve from a plane. And you're just like, absolute delusion. But yeah, that's what we're up against. But yeah, absolutely right about, all the little things in between the communication, the inflections on the voice and things. You guys have taught me so much about that I cannot not hear it in real life now. When you're talking to anybody in conversation, the way they bring up something, just the inflection on the voice, like, oh, that's what you think about this. Like, I can hear it now. And that's been a really great skill that's come out of here as well. Because it is one of the easiest things, I think, to prove. That the Earth measures flat and stationary. That it's maybe even the biggest pill to swallow for some of these people too. They have that. This is what I was first told, so I'm going to believe it no matter what. However, I usually tell them too. I go, if nobody ever told you about the spinning ball that you're on, would have that ever been your first thought of where you are? And usually the answer is I don't know, or a little indifferent. They're definitely thinking about it. But most people, it escapes their attention span of about 10 seconds and they go on. But oh, thought we had somebody new. Looks like Humble H is new. Seen that name around?
I don't know. Humble H never spoke up. I unmuted him last week. He or she didn't speak up, so I don't know.
Hopefully they're getting some knowledge.
I'm gonna see if I can adjust my stream, and then I wanted to see if anybody wanted to participate in going live with their cam, so we can do a couple of chats maybe.
Good, but I do have a class at 1. I was filling the lunch hour. But
Yeah, no worries, man. My invitation's for everyone on here. Yep. Just trying to have a little brekkie before I start.
nice. I had my bacon and eggs this morning as well. I've even actually noticed that with my infant, because she can, eat, more solid foods now. And boy, does she loves eggs. It's just funny how her little body knows. But yep, still no evidence of curvature, still no evidence of a spinning wobbly space ball, or space for that matter. All here, of course, on the best place to talk about the Earth, 24/7 Discord. Flat Earth Discord, that is. But I will leave you guys to it. Have a blessed day. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, don't try to trick me. It's not Sunday. It's Speculation Monday now. but we're actually talking about the part that is not speculation, is the reality of the Globers. I was thinking earlier when I was listening to Mayhem speak on a really good subject, that whole topic, but this subject in general about Earth, for me personally, I've never found a topic that has actually, I continue to get more and more motivated to do this work, and I do see it now. I see it as I think it's a noble work. What we do, come in here day after day. No one pays us anything, but I don't even care about that. This is what I do for I think it's like a way of giving back to help others that were lost in this global deception. And it's not like it's no responsibility on anybody else other than ourselves that how if we choose to continue to be brainwashed, that's not somebody doing that to us. That's us doing it to us, to ourselves. So if something doesn't work, you need to stop it. The globe doesn't work in any way. Like, there's no going back. So if you value the truth, you can join the fight with us. Help to actually create an environment where people can learn how to not be deceived and to be able to see the truth and continue along that path in life. I'm speaking very generally because results may vary. But look for my new upcoming hit called Hey Glober Girl. Can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? Is your world spinning round? Why don't you come look around with me? Listen to my friends on Discord 2.0. We'll help to show you where you're at. Then use your senses, it's a must. You will learn your own experience, you will trust. To remove your defenses, eventually you'll see level horizons on every single sea. The same one as you and me. Silver girl, can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? Is your world spinning round? Why don't you come with me? Come around and look and see. Listen to my friend on Discord 2.0. When you know the earth is flat, he'll help to show you where you're at. That C sharp is off a little. Fake every day. Can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? When one thing gets out of place, it seems as if you race around your silly globe. No place could be at home. Hey, Glover girl, can you tell me where you are? Do you wish upon a star? Or is your world spinning round? Why don't you come look around with me? Listen to my friends on Discord 2.0. And you'll know the earth is flat. We'll help to show you where you're at. Then you use your senses. It's a must. You will learn. Okay. You use your senses. It's a must. You will learn your own experience to trust. Hey, Glover girl, can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? Why don't you come look around with me? Ta-da! Thanks for being my guinea pig and helping me develop these tunes, because I have a lot of them in mind, and it's kind of, now it's recorded, so I can go back and listen to it. Did I lose everyone or what? Quiet Monday? You don't care. Okay, good. Anyway, can you hear that? Testing. Is anyone else out there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I'm doing something else.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't disconnect or something. So.
It sounds nice and clear.
Good.
I mean, especially if you're just using your one mic, the instrument as well.
Well, there's some boiling water in the background, but I don't know if you can hear that. This place generally has a buzz because all the fans are vibrating this concrete place. And so when I'm here, I hear all these frequencies coming through the concrete. It's probably from every single device that's in the whole building.
Sounds like you need to put some acoustic panels up.
You never believe that. That doesn't sound like a guitar when you play it like that, huh? I probably could set the mic up a little better. Let's see. Away from the other thing. I'm developing. I'll get it. Eventually I'll get it. I need to trim my nails. I've been living out in the wilderness. In the late at night, shine my light on the ocean. Thousands of fish swimming on the shore called the grunion. The grunion were running. I grabbed me one of those fish. I was so hungry. I ate that fish raw. True story.
I found
What's
a
up, Jedi?
stream going. Huh?
What's up? What's up?
Donkey,
Go ahead.
what's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to listen in.
Setting up my stream right now. Trying to get Nightbot going so we can maybe do a live stream with video. How much time do you have on your hands, Jedi?
A
wanna do
little
a
bit
stream?
late, 1:20. Not right. Well, popped in. I'm not like sat down or situated or anything, but yeah, later on.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. We can't do it in this live stream anyways. It had to be moved to live stream 2 and so forth.
Oh, okay,
okay.
okay.
If we're gonna do it.
There's a couple of people down there already. Who's D7
Yeah, they've been sitting in there. I think they want to have their own conversations or something. I don't know.
Oh.
I haven't been over there, so.
How you going, Donkey? You doing well?
I'm doing good. You know what's crazy yesterday? So, Miggy sent me a video about that the Navy is like 100% in the waters, but that's just like imitation. And then I got, you know how the logarithm on YouTube is kind of weird sometimes, like really freaking weird. So then I started getting videos like, you know, Operation High Jump. And I click on the video, and it's about, you know, Admiral Bryan and his expedition over there. Was it? Are you guys familiar with Operation High Jump? Or
Yeah, we've heard about it here. It's the operation that went down to the Navy fleet went down to Antarctica.
right?
Yeah.
I haven't finished the documentary yet.
Yeah, check it out, man. There's a bunch of stuff. I mean, there's stuff that's documented, but then I always say you gotta always take what they're putting out there in those videos like with a grain of salt. You can't just swallow that all the way true, you know, because it might be just leading you to something that they want you to think about. Not saying that it can't be done, like what they were doing wasn't something that they, you know, because they established those bases there, the stations that they have. So,
all right. So, what was the purpose of the UN flag that I don't remember who posted yesterday? This morning. It had 33 sections on it. So, what was the importance of that number? It has 33 sections. So, what does that mean?
I don't know. Some people actually think that leads to some kind of significance. It could just be that they were putting the lines of longitude and latitude on a flattened out map. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean like it speaks volumes to something. It could just mean that that's just the way they want it represented on that specific type of map, you know, with the flattened out map of the world. And they were themselves not even, like, if you looked into it, they're not going to advocate for the fact that it was a flat Earth that they were depicting it. It was just they were trying to get all the continents all in one go. So when you see it there, like, there's like this whole conspiratorial view on it, and like what people say in here, like, oh, it's 33 degrees, it's connected to the Masons, like, you know, all kinds of shit. But you can't ever lean on one thing being the way that people say in here, because sometimes it's like it's a runaway train when people start to talk about, you know, how they're getting this like introspect on like what they're seeing on certain things and how it's all connected, and it's, you know, sometimes it just is what it is. Doesn't necessarily have to mean something every time, you know. Okay. And if people can't come up with like the real, like, if nobody's coming out and say, yeah, we've named it this way because it's standing for the Masons, you know, or something. If there's nothing that they're documented saying, then it's just somebody's speculation. It doesn't always have things don't always have to have like profound meaning, but they can. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying they don't always have to.
All right.
But as like in this arena, you're gonna find a lot of the fact that people, they want to push out videos that speak on certain agendas, like, you know, how everything's hidden from us by like these certain elite groups, and they'll start naming certain elite groups and not others, and you're like, well, how come you guys spoke of the Masons and these guys spoke of the Illuminati and those guys spoke of the Bilderberg group and those guys spoke of, and you just keep going to like, well, everybody's saying different things and they're all pointing different fingers to different boogeymen, you know?
Right.
Like the elite class and so forth.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, so I know there's YouTubers or flat earthers, and when I try to look them up, there's a bunch of anti-flat earther propaganda on there, if that makes sense to you. I was wondering, what are like the best channels to like watch and maybe like learn a thing or two? I could just learn one thing a day and then etc.
Just go to Quantum Erasers. He's got a webpage, or Nathan Oakley show, or stick to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Like, we're having the real chats. The other places are just like into debates. They love to have debates. They love them. And it's not about like, I love the fact that people come in and reject the truth, but because like I know I can expose them, but it's not so much about the debate. It's like bringing somebody to like the realization there is no debate. It's almost like you know, that the little saying in the Matrix, it speaks volumes for like how this is actually done. That little the kid that was a monk when Neo went in to go see the Oracle, and that little monk kid was in there, and he's like seeing them bend the spoon, and he's like, how'd you do that? You know, he's like, don't try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, realize the truth. And Neo's like, well, what's that? He's like, there is no spoon. So in that case, like the idea of how they're understanding the Matrix to be is that the fabrication of the Matrix was the illusion, right? That's what it was. So, and he was teaching Neo a deeper truth there that he didn't understand. Neo didn't understand right away because he saw something happening in his perception. But in his perception, he was seeing something happen that was defying the reality, right? And so in the same way, Globe Earth is doing that. It's defying reality. So trying to figure out how to straighten this globe from the globe perspective, that's impossible, right? You're not going to be able to do it. When you go point for point with somebody, you're not going to get them to realize that the Earth isn't a globe. That's impossible. Just like that little monk was telling Neo, the kid. So you got to look at it from a vantage point of like, instead realize the truth. There is no globe. You get it? That's profound, isn't it? Because it's almost like the thing you're attempting to do at coming at these guys with these point for point discussions, you're trying to make it sound like you have something to argue. There is no argument because there is no globe.
Yeah, I know that, but like the thing is, like, how come I was able to to pick it up that, you know, I saw the flaws and etc., and then where others who are just like over there, they haven't figured that out.
Everybody in due time would if they could. One of the things that we mentioned in here is that the awakening part has nothing to do with what you've done. It has to deal more with the person ready to listen and come to the truth. So let's say I speak to you, or I speak to like 5 other people, right? And you were a bit abrasive at the very beginning. You just fought against it a little bit, you know, a couple days or whatever, but you still hung around. And then maybe you came around to like, okay, maybe I was wrong. But somebody other than you could be doing the very same thing, listening to the same words that I'm saying, and they'll just completely reject it, and they'll turn themselves into a anti-flat earther. So that the same words that you heard were the same words that I said are going to have a different effect on somebody, because it just depends on whether or not the person was ready to hear it. Maybe you were. I didn't cause you to actually come to the truth. The truth was like something that was becoming ready for you to listen to. And you became like whatever happened in you that made you realize that, I couldn't explain it. I have no hand in that. However, I was here to present the truth. That's the only thing I've done. and then you came to the realization, as in like you understood some of the points that we made or whatever, and now you're understanding more and more every day. But all we can do is speak truth. We're not going to convince somebody one way or the other. They will be convinced of it whenever it's time for them to be convinced, not whenever we think. Like, it's prideful of us to keep somebody in an argument if they're just like, nope, sorry guys, I still believe the Earth's a globe. Then for us, it's like, that's fine. Keep believing the Earth's a globe. Like, that's not our point. Point is not to be here to win a tug of war. We're going to present the truth and challenge you. That's what we're here to do. We're going to challenge you till you can't be challenged no more. But then the realization is only going to happen when it's time for it to happen, not when we declare it's going to.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like I told you in the movie The Matrix, the little monk kid.
Right. I was gonna ask, like, when is the only time you guys use the scientific method?
How and why questions, Chris? I don't know if you have time. You want to go over it with this guy?
When do we use the scientific method to answer the cause of effect questions? How and why? How that happens? Why? So yeah, that's when we use the scientific method.
All right.
Kind of simple, right? That's why I haven't gone on about it. If you want to know the cause of something happening, right, and that's witnessing something in the physical, natural world that's happening, right, a phenomena, an effect of some sort. Something's happening. It's not happening. It's not just like concrete, like the floor. It's like a concrete noun, nothing happening. It's got to be happening. Because if there's something happening, there's going to be a cause to that happening, right? In science, we physically manipulate what we presume the cause of that happening to be.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's just as easy as saying cause and effect. Science deals with cause and effect in the physical and natural world. The cause of the effect. What caused that to happen? It's the only question science has. What caused that?
That makes sense?
He asked me a question, or he was...
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Did it make sense to you what he just said?
Can you repeat that again?
What, me or Miggy? Because if it's me, we got
Chris. My bad.
Yeah, Donkey, you gotta pay attention, bro, because like he's not wasting his breath. Like honestly, bro, it's no slight to you, bro, but it's kind of rude that you're not listening to what and he didn't speak for long either. So if you're not ready to hear right now, just say it so he doesn't waste his time going over it.
Not ready to hear at the moment.
Okay, he'll talk to you at a later time then.
Don't ask the question then if you don't want to hear the answer. I should go back to my Zen way of being then, in that case. Until I'm disturbed again later.
Yeah, you got incense burning and your pointer and your thumb are together.
Yeah, I'm in deep meditative thought, yeah. That's what's going on. It was a good question though. That's why I took the time to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still audience, you know what I mean? But
yeah. If I was lagging or Discord was being an issue, then not a problem. But don't ask me a question and then not being a place to hear the information or the answer to your question, right? Am I wrong in that, or am I just getting myself more and more worked up?
No, I want to get you worked up, man. So you can get on here and live stream with me. That way you can say, damn, all the extra work I got to do. I'm going to come on here and bust some heads. Let's go. Evidence for the globe right freaking now. Like, that's what I want. Is that too much to ask, Jedi?
No.
We got two celestial pose in the YouTube live stream text chat. Being the typical wanker that he is. According to the VC, does that mean that the flat earth will be talked about? Well, come on in here. Maybe you'll find out. Huh? Quit being a keyboard warrior. I don't know.
What did they say?
Huh? Oh.
What did they say?
According to the VC, does that mean that the flat earth will be talked about? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Miggy. Personal attacks are always the best. Dude, you've been on there on the text just talking shite. You never come in here. If you want to have a conversation, let's go. I don't know what kind of conversation you think you're going to have, but I promise you, my friend, it will not go your way. In every respect of that conversation, you're not gonna have it. You're just not. I am unlike all the rest. I don't give anybody any quarter when you come in here, especially if you're a staunch, dug-in, anti-flat earther like yourself. Trust me. I give just a little leeway to those who are don't know. Yeah, I'll let them kind of talk about it a little bit, but not to somebody like that's been here for years, like you have been. Two celestial pose. You've been doing this for a long time, man. This ain't a new game to you.
Where is this person? Who is this person you refer to?
I am speaking to Two Celestial Pose on the YouTube live stream, on Helio Skeptics YouTube live stream. So
okay, I just wanted to catch up.
Yeah, no. Every now and again, I'll throw a little quick jab on there. I'm not going to give them too much airtime because if they want to talk about the shape of the Earth conversation, they can come in here. No need to give them any more spotlight. Yeah, you've been the entertainment, actually. You think that you're being entertained by us? We're being entertained by you, bruh. Your comments are comedy gold. Your name is comedy gold. Two Celestial Pose. What freaking pose?
That's the only interesting thing. I mean, he's not entertainment for me. I barely care. To be honest with you, I really don't.
Some people don't even.
But the name's interesting. The name.
Yeah, you're not even a blip on Jedi's radar unless you want to come in here.
I actually care more about if my table is clear or not, and things are cleaned up and tidy in my area.
Oh, you better believe I'm having fun doing this. He says, "Great, so we're both having fun." I am. I ain't gonna lie. Now go and send me your champion in here. Go do that.
Yeah.
Go rustle up somebody that can actually muster up the fortitude to stand in a chat like this. Because you don't got the scruples. So go send me your guy. Go find him.
Please do.
Bring him here.
Listen, Miggy, they should send as many as they can get. How about like 6 at a time would be good. That's easy. But what was I going to say? Something you were saying, man, sparked me. Let's see.
Martov, what up, bro?
Hey,
what's up?
I remember. Thanks for letting me. So I heard a saying before: those who laughed last laughed best. Who laughed first? The globe laughed first. Who's laughing second or last? The flat earthers. Guess what? Here we are.
Hey, we had Rolling My Boulder last night. Martot was in there. I left the conversation. He's almost like what Chris was saying that two Celestial Pose is to him in the chat. Rolling My Boulder is like not even on my radar. I'm not even interested in like.
Who are these people? Why do I care?
He was a low-level sophist, bro. Like when he was in here last night.
Oh, okay. Was he in here? Was he?
Yeah,
it was pretty bad. At some point, he was actually like shushing people and stuff. Like shush.
He shushed Martov.
It's like, dude.
Shushed Martov.
So I interpreted that as, oh, he wants to be shushed. So, well, yeah.
He was like talking out here. Shh. Yeah, I can't do it because my mic doesn't pick up the shushes. But he was just shushing Martoth, and I was like, honestly, Martoth, I was laughing, bro, because I was like, I knew you were gonna get upset because he does that. That's his tactic.
I mean, it's not even like the argument. It's just like the attitude. It's just like, you're not gonna be like this demeaning son of a bitch. Come on.
See, that's the kind of thing it did to me last night. I'm just like, dude, I know this is gonna be like, because I know you don't take shit, but like this guy was just thinking that he could just do what he wants in this chat. And you're like, you little shit. Like he was the one who was it?
And I tried to head him back to the last argument, like that he had the last time he was in here. Like we were having a discussion about the horizon, and he was saying some stuff. So yeah, I didn't even want to respond to that. He resorted back to insults. So
yeah,
right.
He was.
Did you see what Phil posted the other day? I laughed my ass off for like I don't know, pretty long.
Did you guys boot him?
No, he's still in the server. I think in the Helio cult room, just chanting.
Sasha,
yeah, he
actually. Go ahead, Martel.
Well, he actually claiming that in the Black Swan photo, you're seeing two horizons simultaneously. Yeah, seriously. I just posted in the chat.
Professor Phil, this is pretty close to what is happening in the Black Swan photo. The temperature gradient, which is varying with both distance and altitude, which means that we can see the horizon in two places. One where the horizon is blocking several meters off the foot of the structure, and the other beyond the rigs where the refraction causes us to see the horizon further away. What an absolute moron, this guy.
This is a perfect example, Mayhem, of what they're doing, and the rest of you, they're discounting. Let's see, they're discounting the surface texture of the water completely, or the wave height, or any of the other stuff that, like, remember what I said a long time ago? That it has to stop. The world has to stop for them. There can't be any waves. There can't be any tides. There can't be any currents. There can't be any texture on the surface. They want to discount all of that and say, so that if that's the case, then we can have images of photos taken over water that show multiple different surface textures on the same surface of water. And so they're going to say all of those are horizons now. Hilarious.
Yeah, I want somebody to check this out, Sonny. Chris, are you there?
Yes, mate. Yep.
What's the What's the problem with Professor Phil saying that there's two horizons in two places?
What? I mean, is he stupid to say that there's two horizons when observably there is just one horizon? Why is he coming up with two horizons? One that we don't see, that it's in his head and in his imagination because some maths that should accommodate a full belief that he's got, when clearly and obviously we just see one horizon. What?
Well, what he was basically trying to say was that you had the horizon causing the physical obstruction in front of the oil rigs, and then the horizon that you see because of the refraction behind the oil rigs at the same time. So it's like,
what would be the best thing to do when calling somebody out in this specific point? What would be the best thing to do?
Listen to this point. Listen to this point. So they're first of all, they're saying that there's a horizon that you cannot see. There's an invisible horizon, they're saying, right? So that particular horizon that they're making up doesn't have a sky part of it. You realize that? They don't have one that's from the sky, like that has the sky that is apparently connecting, or like how our view sees the sea and the sky, or the land and the sky meet, the apparent position that is moving all the time based on the conditions, right? So they have one that's invisible, and it doesn't have a sky part. It's missing half of it. And it's only in imagination as well. So, yeah. And here's how you catch them. Anytime they say anything like this, you say only in a static world where everything stops moving and there's no such thing as like currents or different air, like temperatures. None of that counts. They just have it because what they're saying is something that doesn't match reality or any of our experiences.
There's a
I
real
mean,
quick way to.
they looped back, man. Like, because that's what they said at first. Like when the Black Swan first came out, they started the double horizon thing. That's why there's that screenshot.
Yeah. Hey, look at this. I'll put another screenshot in here too, Indio. Check this one out.
Yeah.
How about that screenshot? You think he can reconcile that? Because words mean things, right?
That's why I have that thumbnail, man, because that was their excuse. There's horizons all over the place, man.
This is so stupid, man. And when we have to get into this kind of like minutia of the argument, it's reduction to absurdity right away. It's ridiculous. Like for anybody to entertain anything on like, what do you mean? How do you see the horizon? It's like, define horizon right now. What does it mean? Like, take him to the definition. Because like, what does that mean to everybody? Are we agreeing on the definition of horizon? Are we disagreeing on the definition of horizon? So when he like magically inserts all these other types of horizons, which is the one we are talking about? It's the same thing like the word level. What do you mean by level? You know, we're using the first adjective, which tells us it's following the liquid curved parts of the earth. How stupid.
It's whatever horizon definition they need for the horizon to support the globe and falsify flat Earth. It can be anywhere. It can be anything, anywhere, at any time, with any definition. It doesn't matter.
It has to move depending on the objects you're seeing in the distance. They have to move it around continuously. That's why I have a 7/6R in the first place.
Oh, it's only moving around in their mind, right? That's where it's actually moving around.
Yeah, exactly. Which is where an imaginary horizon would do if you're just going to imagine it, not actually the real horizon, the actual horizon. We see the apparent position where land meets the sky. But call them out on the static Earth that they try to project in any of their, like anything they say. Yeah, ask them, when did the circulation of gases above the surface stop? For you to have your little bullshit narrative.
I mean, who are we talking about here? A narcissistic sociopath? I mean,
like,
you're not going to change anything with him. Like, wasting your breath.
But Rolling My Boulder, isn't he this like happy-go-lucky, seemingly like Glover? Isn't he like la 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 la?
No, he shushes people in here. He goes shush, shush, shush when you're speaking. He does that condescending, dumbass.
Shit, yeah.
He shushes you.
Yeah, I know.
Because he knows it pisses people off when he does that, so he keeps doing
His name is Sisyphus, right? That was his name.
Fioria right now. He's Fioria.
I talked to him for years. We wear him down quick. No wonder he doesn't come back.
He's just weird.
Only women say shush, dude.
Yeah, dude. You didn't get to hear last night. I think Martot, if you were in here or not, I think he said something like, and he said it really quickly. Who was it that called him out on it? Flying was in here and he said, like, well, did you say that you're not a man? He said that. He declares himself not a man. Whatever that means. And so he says, are you saying you're not a man? Like, because is that what you just said? He's like, why does this always got to go to that topic? And he got a little touchy about it. And so Flying was like, well, no, I'm just trying to clarify what you said. Because it sounded like you said you weren't a man. And so he's like, oh, so now it's about transgender. And he's like, no, I'm just reiterating a point that you said. But you know what? We can drop it. Like, he didn't want to go into it with him.
Yeah, that's okay. He probably doesn't want to go into it because what does he have? A blackout whenever he takes a leak?
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. But it's not even like so, Sonny. Yeah, these guys or whatever it's this perception that they think they can say whatever people have been kind of conditioned to think that they can say whatever they want and it's okay. It's okay to say whatever you want to say. Like, nobody can challenge you on that because that's your life. It's your truth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
like
it.
NASA clones or something. They're like cloned out. All of a sudden they pop out of a NASA ass and start projecting their like bullshit.
Yeah, so the conversation wasn't leaning towards that. He just made like this comment, and Flying was trying to correctly say, like, what did you say? Like, did you say this thing? And he's like, yeah, we don't have to talk about that. Or why do you guys always want to talk about that? And so he made it like a kind of like he's inserting it there so he can like use that buzzword to spark up a debate so that it can like throw the server into question. And he's just not going to do that in here.
Yep, diffuse and distract. That's their whole mission. Like we got them pegged.
Anyway, that guy was shushing everybody in here, and Sasha was like calling for a moderator because he he was shushing Sasha, you know, and it's already difficult for Sasha to be speaking in there because English is not his first language. So it made him like very, very unhappy. Sasha was like pretty irate with him. And he was having, and he did it all the more. He kept shushing Sasha because he knew that was irritating him. And then he tried it to Martoth. He slurred real quick. Martoth ain't gonna put up with this shit. But
yeah, men are still men in Sasha's country. You don't take that kind of flack without.
Yeah, he was
a fist in the face.
He was pretty upset.
Well, you know, there's some things like, you know, old school that are just like fighting words, man. And trying to shush a grown man, like that's fighting words, bro.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like when somebody's talking and you're like, shush, shush. Like you would punch somebody in the face for that. Like if you were in front of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's literally fight. Yeah, you said fighting words. But I think that's why
when Sasha gets a you know, I'm not saying his English is bad, but when he gets a command of the English language, Goldberg's better watch the fuck out, dude. Sasha's gonna rack them, dude.
Because you understand like where he's coming from and what he's trying to say, like because we've been around him for such a long time, but they don't get it. So I was like, man, if Sasha only spoke better English, he would wreck these guys.
They barely get it with perfect English.
Yeah, it's like listen, exactly. It's like the guy at the end of the movie, Gone in 60 Seconds, where the big, huge, muscular guy, he speaks like Russian or something like this. At the very end, he speaks perfectly good English and with his accent though, and the one dude goes, "I thought you were from Long Beach."
That's funny, man.
Listen.
No, listen, Sasha, your English is fine, but like, obviously you're not like fluent. You don't have like a command of it. And like, you have to talk to these people like they're children. You know what I mean? Like, they don't understand even when your English is perfect. Like,
Yeah, hey Sasha, listen, I want to tell you that through the years, I understand you quite well now. Like,
I understand you fine. Like I have no issues.
Perfectly, and I understand totally. And sometimes I can tell the person that you're talking to doesn't quite get it, and I want to translate, but I don't because I think it would be disrespecting you. So I'd stop myself. I go, you know, if Sasha wants it re-explained so it makes it more clear, then I want to hear Sasha do that. It's none of my business, you know. But I love listening to your take on things.
I don't know, because learning languages, you can find out that you can find out whatever you want. That means that people, if they didn't understand, they can say, Sasha, I didn't get fucking anything from this. Can you repeat? Can you do this? Can you do that? And then I will try, you know. But they don't do that. They immediately say, I don't understand you, and that's it. It's finished.
Well, because if they do that, then it makes them look stupid, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But the guy today, he was more, he didn't want to do, he was like I don't know how that's called, the nihilist way of trolling or something. He started to speak shit, but really, like, he said 90 miles, I said train, he said yes, I said 6 point, I was also bullshitting, and he wanted to play that game, you know. like saying nothing really, saying only words, nothing else, nothing.
Yeah, word salad, just stringing a bunch of random words together.
And he was saying something about why we cannot see 90 miles. If you cannot see 90 miles, then that's it. That is a globe. Or whatever.
Yeah, so Wolfgang, Sasha, I don't know if you read Wolfgang, he was chiming in the live stream voice text. He was typing in there. It was for your benefit too. He was actually pointing out like what needs to be done at that moment. Like, are we holding him to any of the claims that he said about the Earth being a globe? And I feel like you were on a different point with Rolling My Boulder at the time. So he was not being held down to answer anything for his globe belief. And I think your tactic was a little bit different. And I think that's why he was obfuscating and using his sophist tactics. But knowing this, you should understand that this is what they do when they come in here. They're gonna not answer the question, and they're gonna skirt around. So you have to, bro. And I know you're well intended. You're on a point, and you're gonna make them understand something. But he's not one that's gonna listen to that. He'll just obfuscate and continue to rumpus you and shush you.
That's good. That's good also, because that you find out who is the person, and then you can realize what you want to do. Because I don't want to say that person anymore anything, I said everything what I had to say. Now that person for me it's like a Rompu, Zanik, Chaike, Kosh. I don't need to say these persons anymore anything to debate, to speak about. I told them that's it, you now live with that or whatever you want. I'm more for, if I met that kind of person, for me I will realize in 10, 15, maybe in half an hour, maybe not immediately. But in half an hour, I will realize this guy doesn't want, okay, doesn't matter. I will not push for any more energy in that. I will rather speak with some guy who is interested, not to convince him, only to be some intellectually honest guy and to ask the intellectually honest question, like, what do you mean by this horizon? What do you mean by this 8 inch per mile square? What do you mean by that? And when you get all that information, then you can say, okay, I still don't want to believe you, this is bullshit.
So yeah, and what I mean to say too, Sasha, is that these guys, they're not in for your point for point, kind of like having him understand what you're saying is not going to work on sophist types like him. What you need to do is to pin him down on a point and not let him go. No, answer the question. No, answer the question. What I just asked you right now, are you talking about that or something else? So you have to make him realize diversion is no escape. There is no escape. You're gonna have to be held accountable for what you just said. And so when you do that, it's gonna piss him off because he wants to use his sophist tactics on you, and you're not allowing him to, like shushing you. I
asked him honestly if he was bullied when he was in school, and he said yes. And I recognize that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong with that because that's prejudice. Yeah. But I felt that this guy was fucking, I don't know, bullied all his life, and now he had opportunity to do that, the same thing, but with the words on the internet or whatever.
Yeah, no, Flying made like a small little psychoanalysis of him. It fit his profile like to the T. I felt to me, what I gathered from Rolling My Boulder was exactly what you said, and then Flying expounded on like his character, and I was like, yeah, that sounds like what this guy is. He just likes to project. Because he was bullied in school, and he wants to like feel some way like lashing out, taking that back out, projecting onto others like the same treatment that got onto him. But that's like
he was saying like I'm lying. I'm lying. I didn't lie anything. I didn't make any kind of. I would lie if I said, "Look, there is a dome," or something like that. Nothing. It was only let's go to the dimensions. I asked him everything about dimensions, but he didn't want to go that direction. I realized. Anyway. Did you hear 10 minutes of our speech? Not 10, maybe 5. He was speaking like two of us were speaking nothing, both of us. Like I was saying my words, he was saying his words, and it was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, a lot of people were wondering too, like, what's going on here? So because And then like moderation comes in because it becomes a shit show, and then you guys are just like, really not saying too much about like what specific points are being held here. So it's just mainly you trying to like argue with the guy who's very good at being annoying. And so he was being annoying and you were trying to like rumpus his annoyingness, and it was just becoming like a shit show at that point. So it's like
that's I said to you, can you make it make
but
because also to stop me also, not even him,
I know, bro, but like here's the thing though, it's kind of like good that you're exposed to that so you can know how you can assess that conversation in a different, like in the future, right? So it's kind of like showing you, okay, what do I need to work on? Maybe I need to not use this or say these things, and that's what I'm saying. It's good training for you guys when you listen to conversations like that. It's good that it irritates you, so you know, like, oh, I mean, I wouldn't say that. Like, I would use different words when I'm talking to this character. That's what it's training for you to understand. That doesn't work. Your attempt at trying to do it your way, that way, that seems like not effective on these guys. So you need to change that and maybe assess like what you said and how you did it, because that if you try it again on another type like him, another sophist type, you're gonna get the same results. You're not gonna get it's gonna be the same. You're gonna wind up like
you have to think of it as like talking to a child.
Yes.
That doesn't want to like take instruction, right? And they're listening and they're nodding their head. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. But it's going in one ear and out the other ear.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There's
so
a certain way.
They're trying not to listen. Yeah. Well, yeah. Like you have to like expose them as being dishonest. Basically, that is your only hope. Like that is the only chance of knocking them out of it, is to like almost embarrass them into honesty, which is a shame that you have to even do that.
Yep. But it's the part of the process that people are like, just let him speak. Just let him speak. I'll be, hell no. Guy's not going to speak. No. And if you are going to advocate for him, you're going to want him. Dude? No, I'm just saying this does happen in this chat is the reason why I say it. Because when we're
the goddamn whole channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're getting onto somebody and then they're like, Indio, just let him speak. And you're just like, oh, hell nah. Like, my team is coming at me with this shit. Like, do they not see what's happening here? And that I have to address it in this way? Like, I feel... That's why it's like, some people might think, maybe I can go at it a different way. It's like, there is no other way. You're going to try your, like, maybe we should just say more words to him, and that'll work. Like, let's try to reason with this person. You can't reason with these types. Just like you said, it's a kid... not trying to listen.
Someone says let him speak, I do consider it for a second, and I go, okay, let him speak. What did he already say? If I let him speak, what's he going to say after that? Nothing. We're going to just be freaking going around in the same circle. No.
I hear it often. And
my time is valuable, man. I don't want to sit here and be talking about freaking,
feelings.
The clowns on the feelings. Yeah, that. There's that. How they feel about the chat and like how they feel about us and no, I don't care about all that. That has nothing to do with this conversation.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like
flat Earth, not flat earthers.
When he started to shush Sasha, I was hoping that Sasha would divert into, all right, so you're trying to shush me now. I need you to answer the question. Like, you need to don't. Go like, no, you're not gonna shush me. Stop it. No, stop it. Stop shushing me. Stop shushing me. Stop.
Maybe
he's not gonna stop, bro.
If I had a mute button at that moment, I will really mute him, because it was not. But I was doing that with my saying no, you will not speak till I don't ask my question. I want.
But what do kids do? Yeah, what do kids do when you do that, Sasha?
Sasha for gold. I'm putting Sasha for gold. That's it.
That was the moment I thought if somebody wants to even mute me, but I will not stop. This guy will not speak because I cannot mute him. I don't want to mute him like only personally. I wanted to mute him that he doesn't speak anymore.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, bro. It's just.
Well, I mean, it was put it this way. Wolfgang made a post in our admin chat about it. So. Yep. Rolling My Boulder needed to be muted. Okay? If he's that doesn't ever happen where like someone's like, hold on, I can't get basically said I can't get in VC But someone needs to do something about rolling my boulder. Can someone jump in and take care of it? I wasn't on at that time. Otherwise, I would have just kicked him right out of here. But you know what I mean? If it's at that level, then he was obviously being a super dick. I might go back and listen to it because
yeah.
Who said to him, "If you shush one more time, you will be muted," and he did it again.
Marta. He's in here right now, actually. So
you should change his name to Shush.
This okay. So
I'm changing his name to Shush.
These guys, Sasha, you're gonna find many more iterations of these character types. They're gonna keep coming in here.
Well, he's nobody.
It's also no, not him.
No, Miggy. If I had so many how to say contacts with anti-flat earther that this guy, it's nothing, you know. Like
and their pecking order, yeah. He's just really a guy who just likes to distract.
That's actually the funny part, because he was posting in the text chat and he was kind of laughing at, like, self-deprecating whatever, that he actually got banned from servers like Nicktoons and other Globe places too. Like the Globe don't even want this guy.
He admitted it. He admitted that as much as he did in here. He's like, I admitted that I get banned from even Globert servers.
He said also that he's going in the church and telling people that doesn't believe in God that it's wrong, and that he did that 3 times.
There you go.
Okay, good.
Dude, that's a death wish, man.
Yeah, that's not good, bro. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm reading his text. I will never stop being hard-headed, just like I will never stop getting banned from Nicktoons server.
I think he was on a sock account.
Yeah, Foria.
Yeah, Foria is his sock.
He's not on the server anymore, so I don't know if he got banned or whatever.
I didn't ban him, but it might have. I was gonna use his ass for like content on my server or my show. That's what I wanted. Now these guys are just gonna like throw him into a room or something, or I can go in there and be like, "All right, parole hearing. Who's up next?" Rolling my boulder. Unmute your mic. You know, like. They're useful to me because I'm just gonna use them for content purposes. That's all they're good for. They're not really good for the conversation in here because they're not gonna have one. They just want to use their tactics.
To speak about everything, but not only about curvature.
Yeah.
The curvature is boring. Every flat earther wants to speak about curvature.
He just wants to be a wrench in the machine. That's it. So that he can just thwart the efforts, run interference, just not lead anybody to any truth. He doesn't care. It's all fun and games to him. That guy's soul in the machine.
That's an attention whore. That's really what it is. If you boil it all down, he's just coming in to start shit so you can get attention. That's it. I mean, really, that's what it boils down to. Because, like, whatever the attention is, good, bad, it's directed at him, right? He's the center of attention. He's riling people up, like, you know.
Yeah.
Another great assessment. Yeah, I would say that fits him.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't initially think that, but from what he posted about getting kicked off MC-Tune, Geo server, and all that, he's just like looking for attention.
Well, I've been around this guy a little bit, so yeah, I would just say that's true.
Sorry to your dad about, you know, for that pack of cigarettes that never came back, man. Like, this isn't the way to get him back.
I think he's just mad at the world, bro. Be honest.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's a sad story behind it all. Some deep-seated childhood trauma. But this isn't the psychologist's office, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't a psychiatry facility.
Somehow it is in the if I look.
Yeah, it feels like it sometimes. It feels like we're doing.
So tell me how the globe made you feel today. Or how's the flat Earth? How did the flat Earth make you feel when you heard it? So I'm hearing things like
when I was
I'm
a
angry.
child.
Yeah, right. I'm hearing things like you're saying like anger and resentment. Like you get them on the couch and you're just like figuring out. Wait, it's kind of that way, really, because it has nothing to do with reality. Because the globe doesn't exist there. It only exists in like in the mind, and like somebody perceives it.
Yeah, it's part of their imagination. It's conceptual.
Yeah.
And like Santa Claus, basically.
Isn't there a reason to be angry also?
For their belief?
Yeah, but not at us. Like, why are you mad at us? Like, what did we do?
No, I'm saying for us, we should be angry a lot. I'm thinking so.
But then again, like, people do have a tendency of slaying the messenger, right?
Yeah,
like 300.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, dude. You read my mind. He got kicked into the well. So I don't know. Because who else are they gonna? You're the one saying it. They don't see the persons who've actually passed this agenda onto them. They don't see those guys. They're invisible. Invisible boogeymen. You start talking about this topic, you're like, well, who are they? They are just everybody who believes it and pass this information on to you.
It's really weird because they're not neutral, are they? They don't come in here from a neutral position. They take on the theory, like the globe theory, as if it's their theory, like their personal theory. And then when we shit on it, they take it personally, like we're shitting on them. But we're not. We're telling you, all that stuff that you've been told at school is a bunch of nonsense. And you're getting mad at us for telling you it's nonsense. Like, you should be mad at them for teaching you wrong. Right? I mean, why would you be mad at us? Gotta take it out on somebody, I guess. I could take it. You can take it out on us. I can take it. Just don't beat your wife.
Because we are leading people. We are leading people to stupidity. Earth is flat. Come on.
I wish they would come in here. We got 26 people watching the YouTube live stream right now.
That girl this morning was kind of funny, huh?
I don't know if anybody wants to come in here and talk about the shape of the Earth conversation. If you think the Earth is a globe, come on in here. Tell us about it. Tell us how Flat Earth made you feel. We want to hear about your feelings. Only your feelings. We don't care
where it hurt you in your body, please.
Yeah, tell me how today you felt when you woke up today and you, knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary, you just need to come onto the YouTube and rebel. Just let all your anger out. Let us know. Cry on my shoulder. It's okay. Indio's here. He's for backup. You can cry after you cry on my shoulder. You can cry on his shoulder. He's ready to hear you.
Look in the live stream, boys. Oh man, I posted it in the wrong place, man. Oh, God.
Here, let me actually get some,
there you go.
Some music.
Let me. Tell us on this doll where the flat Earth hurt you.
All right, so we're gonna get some music to kind of get us in the mood, right? So here you go. There you go. Because that's all you guys have. Man, you guys suck, man. You talk about Flat Earth all the time. That was the beginning of this whole, explosion of Flat Earth on the internet. People used to come in here and just, they couldn't believe how much people think that the Earth is flat. They would be like, Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is... Remember those guys? We'd have people to come in here and say that all the time. That's the only thing that's their go-to move, was to come in here and say that the Earth is round as many times as possible.
Chant, dude. Chanting. Nathan, they stopped doing it when Nathan called it out. Basically, you're just chanting.
Oh, they are doing in lobby every day. They're writing Earth is round every day in lobby.
Yeah, that's
Immediately
the
cleaning the server like a psycho.
yeah. Exactly. the meme that old Haas put up in there. I used to scream Earth is round into a flat Earth Discord, and then she responds, "Sure, Grandpa, let's put you back into the cognitive dissonance ward." Cognitive dissonance. That's funny.
No, you know what? I'd rather take flat earthers that make crazy speculative claims and believe in Tartaria and mud floods and lizard people and all sorts of shit than have crazy globers who be like crazy globers that just like go into a server, say the Earth is flat, and quit, run away. Like, no, dude. I'll take the crazy flat earthers that actually defend what they think, as opposed to just like being a weird cult, just screeching, "Earth is round."
Earth is round. Rah.
Exactly. They must get so triggered, man, the anti-flat earthers, that we just sit there and just like crack on them all day.
I don't get tired of it.
It's endless ammunition.
Yeah, dude. I'm like that guy from the movie Fury, Brad Pitt, when he was in that tank at the very end of the movie. Send me more pigs to slaughter. Like, I'm just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got the public school system, so that's like a Glover factory, right? So they're just pumping them out.
Oh,
We're never going to run out.
This is the greatest. And then we got people like Pure Water Health. That guy thinks that the Earth is what do you say? Let me see. I'm gonna mute you. What did you say Earth is? It takes the shape of whatever container it's in, or some shit. I think that's what he says. At Pure Water Health, right? Go and let him know. Pure Water Health.
I just say that the Earth is the dry land, like Scripture says.
No, but it takes the shape of the container it's in, right? Is that what you said?
Oh, not this guy.
Yeah, it does that too.
See?
It does that too.
Come on, Quets.
Oh, man.
Dude. I mean,
I can't argue against that. I don't know.
Hey, Martoth, are you going to use your Pokemon ball to capture it?
No, I already got 6.
If that's what he wants to believe in, then go ahead, man. It's all
Martoth put in chat like the Pokemon, a wild pea drinker appears. How are they going to use your Pokeball to capture him?
Pokeball.
You guys are too funny. So, any evidence of surface curvature, Pure Water Health?
Yeah, hills.
Oh shit, that's profound, dude. Let me write that down. Let me get something to write on. Hills,
a hill water as well, maybe.
All right, we got a real philosopher in here, guys. Hang on, these words are profound. If we don't capture these words in we got a live stream. Never mind, I'll put my pen down. You're right. We can just rewind the stream.
You want part 2 from this morning? No.
Hey, Drinker. It's been a long time. PB. Yo, but
look, man. I mean, seriously. Surface curvature, and he said hills. Need we say more? Indio, I think it's time that we just close shop.
Yeah, might as well, man. That's hills, bro.
Hills?
Hills is Earth's curvature.
Hills exist, therefore Earth's a globe, right?
Easy.
Well, what do we have? Hills of what?
Curvature is when you put your foot in the sand and you see your footprint in there. You see that curvature? That's Earth.
What I need to know, this is important, Pure Water Health. Are the hills alive with the sound of music? You got to tell me, yes or no.
Well, I'm just defining curvature as deviation from planarity in a smooth fashion. Okay, so the the surface is deviating from planarity, therefore it's curving, right? So a hill is curving, and it's proof of Earth curvature under that definition.
So is the Earth a globe then, or what?
Is the Earth a giant hill?
Well, I never said that the Earth is that. I'm just saying the Earth is a dry land. The surface does deviate from planarity.
Earth is dry land? Wait a minute.
No.
Is Earth dry land?
Only desert.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on, guys. Let's see what he's got to say about this. I think he got himself in a pickle. Is Earth dry land? Pure water hill?
Sorry, I drink from that pickle.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No,
yeah, right there.
You have rivers and lakes. Come on, man.
No, he said it, man.
How does dirt stick together if it's dry?
Yeah, I'm saying the Earth is the dry land. It's the stuff that trees grow from. So go to a tree, look down.
That trees grow from.
Okay.
I got a question for you. How many definitions of Earth are there in the dictionary? Is it one or more than one?
Well, in Scripture, it's one.
So I went to the Everglades. There was a tree. I looked down, and it was water. What the hell, dude? You lied to me.
Yeah, he lied. You're lying, dude. Why are you lying? Pure water hill.
Yeah,
and then I went to Miami Beach, and I looked down, and it was sand. So the Earth is sand?
Well, the Earth is the dry land compared to the sea.
What? Dry land from...
So
it's dry land in comparison to the sea. So the seas are wet, right? And then the Earth is dry land.
So how large are the Everglades? So Florida doesn't exist?
I'm just saying Earth is not water.
Okay, what about the whole entire Earth? The Earth system. What about the whole entire Earth system?
Are you talking about the place we live? The Garden of Eden.
The place we live. We're on top of the plane. Okay, we know that part is true. We know it's stationary. We know that's true. We also know that it always measures across water as being the oceans all being horizontal to each. They're all horizontal, and all those sea levels are on the same level. So we know all this, but what about the entire system, which the ends of no one has ever reported, nor do we happen to know where the ends of the Earth are. But the whole entire system, including the sky above us, the calendar clock operating above us, the whole entire system that holds the gases in, that causes our pressure here. What about that system, the whole thing? That we call Earth.
All right, did you hear my answer?
That we call Earth.
Did you hear my answer?
You're not calling...
Did you hear my answer?
No, hold on. You're not calling the whole system Earth. You're calling one little single picked out category of the ground we stand on. That's not the definition of Earth. Earth is the whole entire system. That's why we call it Earth. Otherwise, you would just call it dirt or ground or topography or hills.
Or hills.
Okay, and I already answered this, and I said I call it the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what's in your head. We're talking about what everybody agrees with, you moron.
Listen, yeah.
Well, I agree with
the Garden of Eden was in a specific place. It wasn't the whole entire system. You got that part?
I guess we have to teach this. Dude, why are words invented?
Hold on, I asked you a question. Do you get that sunshine? Do you get that sunshine?
No, I disagree with you.
Do you get
No,
that
I disagree
sunshine?
with you.
Okay, you disagree with the Garden of Eden being in one location?
No, I disagree with what you claim it is.
I didn't claim anything. I'm asking you. You made the claim. So you said the Garden of Eden is the whole entire earthly system? Is that what you said? Or did I misunderstand?
No, I said what I call the whole place, right? So you're calling the whole place Earth. I'm calling the whole place the Garden of Eden.
Nobody refers to that like that.
Hold on. This is my point. The Garden of Eden wasn't the whole place.
Nobody refers to the earth that way.
They were not supposed to leave it, remember?
How do you reconcile that the Garden of Eden was clearly only in one location, not in the whole entire system?
Dude, listen. How were they
The
banished
Garden of
from the
Eden
garden?
is 70% ocean, bro.
How were they banished? How were they banished from the Garden of Eden if everything is the Garden of Eden? Does that make sense to you, Pure Water Health? How were they banished from something that they were living in?
I want to answer to that.
I'm just saying that what I call the whole place is the Garden of Eden.
No,
you can call it whatever you want.
No, you're not answering the question.
You cited the Bible first, dude. So now you need to support with what you're saying with the Bible. You're going to call it the Garden of Eden.
Hold on, make note of it. He has not answered the question. He keeps recycling back to the circular thing of I call it the whole thing. You know what? It's not the whole thing by anybody's standard, or anybody calling Earth knows it's the whole entire system Earth. Otherwise, you call a tree a fucking tree, ground, topography. Duh.
Yeah, I just call it what God told me to call it.
No, he didn't tell you.
Did he tell you personally?
He didn't tell you.
Yeah, I'm the one mediator. That's correct.
He didn't tell you.
Step out more.
All right, answer this. You already answered
That
Sonny's
ain't
point.
God talking to you, dude.
Yeah, you're gonna answer this one. You're gonna answer this one though. How, if they were banished from the Garden of Eden, that Garden of Eden is what you declare the whole entire Earth is. If they were banished from it, how are we still in it? Do you get where I'm going with this, Pure Water?
Yeah,
Do you know that they were? Were they banished? Were they banished from the Garden of Eden? Yes or no? Answer that. Yes or no? Were they banished?
I believe they were. They were casted out. Yes.
Okay, they were casted out. Now they're out of the Garden of Eden. They're not in the Garden of Eden. They're outside of it.
They must be on Mars.
So where is this outside part? What do you call that? If they're not in the Garden of Eden, go ahead. Take your time.
Well, I'm in the Garden of Eden.
How are you? Where? Physically? God banished everybody from that place.
In his mind.
You fool. No one's there now. Everybody's banished from there. And it's protected. It says so in the scriptures that you can't return to it. Do you know that much? Or are you forgetting those little tidbits?
Yeah, I'm in the Garden of Eden right now.
No, it ain't God that's whispering in your ear, my friend. That's the evil one. And he wants you to talk nonsense like this to a whole bunch of people so they can be like, I think he's saying some pretty profound things. You ain't saying shit, bro. And plus, I know for certain that isn't God telling you that, because he banished Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. So they're not there.
I just want to know one thing. How long have you been doing this act, and how many Discord servers are you on doing this?
Well, I go around telling people the truth all the time.
Yeah.
Truth. Shut your ass up.
You wouldn't know the truth if it was a freaking pit bull and bit you in the ass, dude.
Big ass mole growing on your tip of your nose.
Look,
you wouldn't know truth.
Listen, you're trying to make up words, make up definitions. The whole point of communication is to convey ideas between human beings, and we agree on the meanings of words so that we can effectively communicate. We don't get to make up our own definition of words, because then you're speaking your own language that nobody else speaks. Okay? Then what's the point of communication? Then you're just making noises. You might as well just grunt and groan or go goo goo gaga. Meaningless words. Meaningless to everybody else. They might have a meaning to you, but that's because you're lost inside your head talking to your schizophrenic friend. You know, there's a poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm schizophrenic and so am I. I think that poem applies to you in your God that you're talking to.
And so am I. Freaking idiot. Hello, me. It's me again. Hey, dude, like, seriously.
Hey, self. Why are you talking to yourself? I said to myself, self, why are you talking to yourself?
And you know what myself said? Oh, he's got some pretty good ideas, but maybe I'll tell you later.
Hey, is anything actually flat in reality, Pure Water, Health, Piss Stricker? Is anything actually flat in the physical world? Anything. Is anything in the physical world actually flat? Because you're using the abstract geometric sense, right? which is conceptual. Because a line, right? A line is supposed to be flat, but that's a one-dimensional line. But if you zoom in with a microscope, it's not actually flat, right? So there's no material in the world that you can zoom in on and see that it's actually flat, right?
Yeah, if you think Earth is flat, you're delusional.
Delusional?
Is anything flat? Is anything flat? Anything in reality?
Are you gonna answer? Or you just want
you're caught, dude. You're caught with your stupidity.
Indio, he just handed you his own wig. Here you go. You got the wig. That's my effortless wig snatching by Indio. Dude, where's that meme at? Let me get that Kung Fu Master. It's about time we had a Kung Fu Master meme going on here. Let me see. I got 2 of them actually.
Well, the flattest thing is a single layer crystal of barium, strontium, titanate, which I know you have no idea what the fuck that is, but that's the flattest thing there possibly is. And it's not completely flat in the abstract sense.
Now we need some likes on that meme. We need some likes on that meme right there. I just posted that GIF. Your swordsman is amateur at best. Bro, look, check this one out. No, this is even better right here. That one. Your anger amuses me. Do you believe you are my match? Like he's just Oh, I gotta save that one. Thank you, Marta. That's another one. You must be stupid. So stupid.
Y'all are fun.
I got one more here. Where is it? Deep in the archives. Yeah, we don't ever get tired of this Pure Water Health. As many iterations of your little sock accounts come in here, as many of them we're gonna whack like whack-a-mole every time, bro. Non-stop.
Whack, 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 whack.
Oh yeah, this is another one. Look at this. I don't know if you have that one, Marta. We were just like, hell yeah. All right. Let's see. This is mine after hearing Indio silence him. The old Nicolas Cage.
Cool breeze.
I think Worm fighting an eagle. Hey, you guys got some good Indio memes in here.
That's why I love Pai Mei, dude. He's just awesome.
He got you in Stanley Kubrick. Shit, dude.
God.
I'm pretty sure. Look at his worried face though when he got caught in that picture. He's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, that's what. Like when I first saw that, I was like, "Uh oh!" It's like, "Oh my god, they caught me." Caught me pig in the moon landing.
Yeah, thanks for the great laughs, Pure Water.
Yeah, you can go back on mute. Yeah, I'm done with that. He doesn't want to answer the question, so like you can ponder that in silence.
Freaking Marta, dude, you been having these in the hopper, dude? You ain't never shared them.
You don't go in the lobby enough.
You know? Oh, that's where they're being posted?
No, there was a thing like I think 2 years ago on April Fools where Matrix Red Pill basically like kind of surreptitiously made everyone be Indio 007 for the day. So like all the roles were turned purple, all the names were changed. You literally had like a voice chat full of Indio 007.
And save that.
Yeah, the meme image. Kind of a meme avalanche resulted. That wasn't really expected, but pretty funny.
Yeah, it was funny.
I remember you came into the server that day. You were like, "What the hell? You take some time off and it all goes to shit."
The Glovers didn't know who to troll. Who am I going to troll?
Yeah, the new people like didn't have a clue what the hell was going on. And then Citizen showed up, and he thought, like, what the hell's going on? Trolls everywhere. He started banning all the gold and silver members.
Oh shit. Yeah, Citizen just kicks ass and asks questions later, dude. He doesn't like. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish CC would come in here more often.
He
I
was
know
in here
he's
last
super
night,
busy. Oh, was he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was, but he didn't say anything. He was just in here. Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Dude, I like hearing everybody talk, quite honestly, dude. Like, honest. I love everyone's perspective.
And you
And
got
when-
the
but
freaking
people that don't talk all the time, like people that don't come in BC often when they come in, I'm just spikes me up.
I feel like I want to just have like a bunch of Globers come in here, and I do like a Friday night fight, and I'll have Heretic in there, just like taking every one of these guys on who wants to take the undisputed champion. Dude, Heretic's been doing some great work, bro. That's why I've been like giving him flowers, like as they say, because he just like really smoothly like gets them to like concede points. But you actually make them fight with themselves, dude. Indio, like you do that to these guys. They fight with themselves. Like Zanuck at the one conversation, I don't think people can remember that. Like I was laughing my ass off, dude. Zanuck was like arguing with himself. This is like the light coming off a doorknob or some shit, and then you explain like how it was.
Yeah.
And then he started to like say, "Yeah, that's my point." You're like, "Dude, that's what I've been saying." And he was like, "Yeah, I know." And it's like, "Well, aren't you arguing against it?" Like shit. Like he was started playing chess with himself. He's like, he moved you out of the way, and you're like, "All right, man."
Go at it.
Yeah. Yeah, he snatched his own wig. QE does that too. He makes people snatch their own wig. But yeah, that was a nice wig snatch to Pure Water Health. He just stayed there sitting in his own, stewing in his own juices.
I wasn't even trying to get a wig snatch. I was just trying to get him to say something. Like, if we're going to go with like flat Earth is delusional, is that what he said? Well, then the word flat is delusional, right? Because nothing is truly flat. Flat is just an abstraction.
Yeah.
Right? In the pure geometric definition, flat is just an abstract idea. Something that has no curves. But in the physical world, you can zoom in on anything and eventually you'll see some bumpiness.
Yeah, yeah. But it's not going to deviate from like being level, and so we can actually get a planar. We can get a planar explanation to the surface curvature, which is what a lot of times. And I know some people want to, say like, we can't say flat. It's not flat, and it's like
imagine him running around his house, right? He thinks the counters are curved because there's some texture on it. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? Like.
Exactly.
Counter's not flat, table's not flat, the floor is not flat. Nothing's flat because there's some texture to it. Yeah, well, I mean, do you think there's like an institution somewhere where they let like the people living there get on Discord for a little while?
Yeah, like okay, Pure Water, your rec time's over. Come back in.
Yeah.
But I have another 5 minutes. No, you're done. Let's go.
God said I can stay on.
I'm in the Garden of Eden, okay? Just let me have my time. Shut up. Get back in here.
God is Nurse Ratchet, giving him his meds.
We got 2 Jellos. 2 Jellos? No way. He runs back in. Shit.
Sonny got him too, though. When Sonny asked him, he's like, "Is the Garden of Eden a single place?" You guys all got him. When he was like, he didn't know what to say when you said, like, everybody got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. I'm in the garden. That dude never read a Bible in his life, dude.
No. Wait, we're still in the garden, right? You're like, no, nobody's in the garden.
No one's ever going back there, okay?
Well, he did in his mind because he's still there, so.
Well, I mean, like, you know how, like, we, what do they call it? We have, like, historic landmarks where we maintain them, but no one can go live there or go back in there. That's kind of like what the Garden of Eden is. It's maintained. It's still sitting there, but no one's going back. It's just like a historic landmark. Because it's supposed to be protected by two angels.
Yeah. And this guy just automatically says that we're all living there. We're in there, man. We're in the Garden of Eden. That's what this whole place is. Who told you? God did. And that's a point where you start to worry. You're like, yeah, I don't know if we can continue this conversation.
Because isn't in Revelation, doesn't it say there's going to be a new Eden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tree that's there, the fragrant tree that's there gets uprooted and planted in the New Jerusalem. So
it's a new seed. Maybe they take a seed from it, you know?
Well, it sounds like they're transplanting it to another place. So it does get moved. It sounds like it gets moved. Let's put it that way. The way that I read it. And I'm gleaning most of that.
But I mean, there's so many ways to like transfer a plant, right? I mean, in reality.
Wasn't there new Jerusalem in the UK, or have I heard that wrong?
No, but people can say things. It's not the actual one that the God's government's going to be instilled upon.
Right, because I know they had a new Troy, didn't they, in the UK? I'm pretty sure. I've heard that. That's right. I don't know about the Jerusalem part. I'll have to ask somebody about that.
Every time you come in here, I have to say this. Hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Hi, Miggy. Yeah, I had that. Something about London. I think it used to be called New Troy. And I thought that was really interesting.
Possibly. I don't know.
There's some. I've talked about this once or twice. There's some shady shit with the city of London.
Oh, for sure.
So when William the Conqueror invaded England in 1066, he spared this, and he spared the city of London. And what it says, like in the historical record from the time, is that he continued the charter of the city of London. He didn't give them a charter. He continued it from something previous. Right? So a charter is like a grant from, the sovereign to whatever, right? I'll give you a charter for this land. Here's my land, right? I'll give you a charter to operate, on this. So he granted a continuation of the charter. My question is, where's the original charter? Who gave that to them? Because the history starts at William the Conqueror. What was going on before that in the city of London, where they had a charter of freemen, right? The only thing I could think of was like maybe from the Romans, right? Because I know that they colonized England and was basically sucking the resources out of it. But they could have had the city of London as like the modern day, like the past version of Hong Kong, right? So Hong Kong is like right, kind of blocks in China. And if they want to like ship anything out of China, at least previously, to go through Hong Kong. That's why Hong Kong's just this little teeny island, but like it's like a big middleman island. So the Hong Kong is basically a bunch of middlemen that brokers commerce between China and Europe. So England could have been, or the city of London could have been like that, right? Brokers commerce between the islands and, the Roman Empire or the rest of, that. But like I said, the charter, like, where's that original charter? I researched this really hard. I could not find anything.
Hey,
but I mean, you have to like go back into reading Latin and shit.
Look at the post I put in the live stream voice text, Indio.
Did Indio graduate from McDonald's? Yeah, I stopped eating that a long time ago.
And that guy's name is Nihilistic Chris.
Yeah, he's a fucking troll, dude. He tried to be a fake flat earther for a while. Thought he fooled everybody. He fooled nobody.
Chris, come on in. Chris, come on in here. Let's have a chat. I think you need a real quick lesson as to what we do here.
I mean, you could bring him in here, but you're not going to get anything.
I'll get some content out of this guy.
Oh, you'll get content. But he won't come in here because he doesn't know anything.
Oh, he posted something on me. He said, Miggy, you acted so kind-hearted and passive to people. It's how a cult functions to convert everyone to a flat disk society. Miggy is a clown, he puts at the end of that.
Is he posting this right now? Is he posting this in the...
YouTube. Yeah.
Wow, Chris, you're a dirtbag. You know why? Because you know no one here thinks the Earth is this, but you still do it.
Yeah, but come on in here because I think maybe you can get a lesson in something. Because you obviously don't have any intelligence. Might be about what you're saying. Unless you do want to prove it, you can come in here.
I was just going to say I'm happy to move wherever the evidence points me, wherever it takes me, which is the antithesis of a cult, by the way, Chris. Also, nihilistic, Chris. I'm not sure about all this. I mean, do you have a belief in nihilism? There's a paradox here.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, what is the motivate? Like, he knows we don't think that. Why would he say that? Because he has nothing. Literally nothing. All he has is little kid games.
He has his trolling.
Yeah, kid games.
Nihilistic Chris. What a name. Yeah, meanwhile, back at the ranch, nobody's providing evidence for the Earth being a globe. So it always turns out that it's always about feelings, isn't it?
My God, that was so loud. I'm glad I got headphones on. Jeez.
Was it loud?
That was louder than your voice.
Holy smokes. Nah, that sounded regular to me. How about you guys? Was it loud for you guys?
Yeah, it was about normal.
Feelings.
Nothing more than feelings.
Always reminds me of Lebowski when I see nihilism. We believed in nothing, Lebowski.
Imagine being involved in this topic and having nothing to contribute to either side. Now, listen, Chris can't make a Culver argument, can't make a flat earther argument. So, like, why are you involved in this topic when you have nothing to contribute either side? That's, like, pathetic. But, you know, he's getting his wish, though, because now we're talking about him. Right? So
Exactly. That's what I keep saying to Austin. Like, don't feed the trolls. Why are you feeding the trolls? Who gives them the power? You do.
Yeah, but they need to be. Once I feed them, I'm getting them nice and fat so they can be food for my wolf pups, as QE would say. You got to get them nice and juicy when they come in here, and they'll be nice and plump whenever you slaughter them. Marta, someday you'll meet the cult leader, patience and prostration.
That's just what I was told. I haven't met him either. So.
I mean, saying flat Earth is a cult or an echo chamber is as dumb as saying people are in flat Earth for money. Like that's like the most ridiculous. You guys are in the flat Earthers only in it for the money. What money?
Or for popularity. Can you imagine that? Doing it for popularity.
Yeah, money.
Yeah. How to win friends and influence people, be a flat earther. But I mean, all this is a projection and a cope, right? That's all it is. The projection and a cope. They can't address the issue. They can't come in here with proof of curvature, so they talk about us. Oh, flat earth is this, flat earth is that. Like a bunch of gossiping women.
Yeah. I mean, there's one or two, I suppose. Dave Weiss, he's doing quite well at it.
He was he was rich before that.
Yeah. I mean,
Dave Weiss owned like an internet company, a web developing company that he sold, so he was already rich.
I'm kind of hoping he charters that flight I keep talking about. That'd be great.
What flight is he going to charter, Andy?
Go under the ball, come up from the other side. That'd be wonderful if you could do that. Somebody told me it costs somewhere around $1 million.
Damn.
But if you had 300 people on the plane, then it'd be coming back to about an expensive plane ticket, basically.
Charter a flight to where?
To go under the ball and come, from the other side. Circumnavigation.
It's always a problem, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. I feel these attempts at trying to like go at the audience to like, oh, you guys, if you really wanted to prove the globe Earth wrong, then you'd go do a circumnavigation. That's not the way, my friends. It's just not the way. It's not going to solve the issue. That's never going to get to the bottom of things.
I can think of one way. That would work out better. No way to do it north-south correctly. Like, because if you were going east-west, right, and they say the sun goes at like 1,000 miles per hour, you get in a plane, right? There's planes that can go that fast. And you're refueling, right? You keep the sun in view the whole time and end up back at the same place. But on the Gleason's map, that's a circle anyway, so that doesn't work. So you got to go north-south. So because what you need is the what do you call it? A common spatial reference point that you can rely on. As like, where am I in space, in 3D space, right? So say you use the sun, you followed it around, yeah, but that's just done as a reference. But if you do a longitudinal single meridian, so-called circumnavigation, how do you know you're on that single meridian?
Yeah, it's hard to get that correlation to the thing in the sky and the thing on the ground.
Because the sky's moving, right? So like
it's fluid, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's pretty hard. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Good luck to those who want to.
Well, that's why I thought you could use a fiber optic gyro.
Not really. They're not as reliable as people think, dude. They're really not.
Hi guys.
Put it this way, I wouldn't bet my life on them.
Sub tap. You're back to no rolls again?
I texted the other day.
What iteration of your account is this? Like, you got like 4 or 5 accounts that have been banned that we've been giving like silver to, so it's like
I think this is like easily my 20th account.
Good night, dude. What are they getting you for? That you keep losing
I've sent you a screenshot of the email.
I know, but I'm saying like, the moment you have like Office, that's the moment they take it away. It just seems very sus, dude.
I know. I don't get it.
On our end,
I know it's not this server. 100%. I mean,
well, yeah, but it just seems like every time the moment you get Office, that's the moment that your account gets deleted. Right, and listen, and the reason why, and I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're doing this, Tap, but I'm saying it looks sus, because what it looks like on our part is that a lot of your accounts are getting certain roles, and then they'll get changed, and then it'll become like a giant army of like, anti-flat earthers coming in here to have Office and cause havoc on our community. That's why.
Right.
I don't know if we can just keep giving every account like a silver. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And it's only in protection of the community, so that's why.
100%. Yeah, no, I 100%. I completely get that. I'm gonna keep verified for now. I don't want like anything like silver or like valued or anything like that. Or maybe you can slide me valued. Up to you. I don't know.
Yeah, some of the roles don't matter. Just the ones that hold Office do.
Yeah.
Like once people start saying like, well, this person has like silver, and then for example, if those accounts got into the wrong hands or whatever, and we didn't know like what's going on, then other people could come here to thwart the efforts and like start acting like flat earthers, and they have like silver in their tag and such. It's all about just being cautious, man. It's
I get that.
Like not trusting you, like.
I'm pretty sure, actually, whenever the account got terminated, whenever they get terminated, it comes up as deleted user because I searched out like some of my old messages and it's deleted user. So like the account doesn't, completely doesn't exist anymore. And then eventually it gets out of the server. So yeah, I mean that's not an issue on you guys' end. So in terms of security, you guys are fine. But like I wouldn't give me silver. I'll just keep VC verified for now. I don't know. We'll see how long this account lasts. If it lasts for more than 2 months, then maybe we can work something out. But
yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll kind of play it by ear and see how long this will last. Because I gave you silver like not a couple days ago, and then now you don't have it no more. It's like I don't know, and that's been like you said, like your 20th account. Something's up, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't know why it keeps on happening, but in all honesty, yeah,
no worries.
It's just tough. Yeah, paying for help anytime it gets sorted. Thank you all, dude. I respect you. Yeah, and I respect everyone else in the server. You guys are great. In all honesty, it made me realize a lot of different things. About AI.
Yeah, there might be a conversation with you and AI that you can sort some things out, I guess.
Oh, yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. I actually haven't spoken to AI in a very, very long time. Like over a year and a half now. I think maybe 2 years. But, yeah. No, honestly, I think the server has helped me realize a lot of different things. It is, well, first of all, it's opened my eyes to Flat Earth. Of course, you, Miggy, the first person to like actually, have a conversation with me about it, and you taught me the difference between, and I've said this a few times, but giving a man a fish and teaching him how to fish. You taught me how to fish instead of giving me a fish, so you fed me for my lifetime rather than feeding me for a day, and I truly appreciate that, Miggy. As well as some other people here, who are loyal to the server. Another, big name that I can mention is Dagaz. He's over text here in the lobby chat and everything. I'm sure you guys know him, but he talks to me all the time about different things off topic, and it's great. Honestly, I've learned a lot from the 2-3 years that I've been around here. And I'm just, I couldn't be more grateful to have a community like you guys where I can just, sit and have a conversation with you guys. It's amazing, honestly. Thank you guys.
Hey, you're welcome, man. We're here doing it every day because we're passionate about the topic, and a lot of us love doing this. So
absolutely,
thank you. It helps everybody realize like you can't just be saying things, that words mean things. So it's great, Just we'll get this sorted, Tap. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, no, that's not an issue. I 100% understand. About the account thing and about the security. It does pose a risk. If this was my server, I would, and someone kept on coming and going, and their account keeps on getting terminated, I would be 100% suspicious as well. I completely get it, and I respect your guys' efforts in keeping the security of the server.
Yeah. Also, I would just say on the side of security, if you guys don't have 2-factor authentication, it would just be another layer of security that you guys can put on your account. Don't forget to do that for everybody in here. If you don't have that, anyway.
2FA is great. The phone verification is good as well. I'm pretty sure it's like a given now, right? You gotta have a phone number to be on Discord. Yeah. You're too shady for your own good. Yeah. I guess, a lot of people have had like suspicions on me, and I'm like 90% sure it's because of my age, but it's whatever, we move. Yeah. I've actually got to tap out like soon, like a minute or so, because I got to run downstairs for dinner. But I will be back around. Too many Scots and Irish already. It ain't personal. I'm not Scottish or Irish, bro. I'm English, but I have an American accent.
He sounds like another guy in here named Vagabond. You have the same kind of
Vagabond.
Vagabond, like Sir Vagabond. He comes in here. The same kind of demeanor in the way you talk.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, and that's my call. Right. Thank you guys. Take care. I'll be back in around like half an hour or so. See you
All
guys
right, Tap. See you later, man.
Bye bye. Oh, also, let me know when I guess I need to have that conversation with AI.
Well, I'm pretty sure he might ping you, so.
All right, sweet. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Bye bye.
Right. Later. All the good stuff happens when I'm at work. Freaking Globers. Seriously, I'm listening on
What days are your day off, Mickey?
Huh?
What days are your day off? Do you get a day off?
Yeah, Sunday. Usually Sundays.
One day a week? What do you work like a 50-hour work week? 60?
60, yeah. At a factory. We make bacon and whatnot.
You make bacon?
Well, part of it does. No, it's it's a hog processing plant, so they make everything, every part of the pig doesn't go to waste. But I'm slinging huge bellies from the hogs. They come off like these giant metal trees, and you gotta it's physical work, dude, all day. All freaking day. So I'm pretty jacked from doing that.
Good for you.
Yeah, I don't mind. Like they pay me to work out, so that's kind of how I see it. And then I'm listening to this chat the whole time, being pissed off why I can't be, because there's a whole bunch of machines that are clinking and clanking when I'm over there. So if I unmute, you're gonna hear all the freaking noise, and it's gonna be like, dude, who's got their mic on? Like, because it'll be me.
You got a headset?
Yeah, in my ear. Like, if you see me in here during my work hours,
find noise canceling headphones. Fuck, dude.
Oh yeah,
that might be dangerous.
No, I have those, dude. They're Bose. Like at the time when they came out, they were like 300. Now they're like 130 or something.
But they'll cancel the mic too, so the background noise, right?
Well,
it won't come over the mic.
And the reason why I have those is because they're underneath my earmuffs. Because people can't know that I got this, like, you know what I mean? It's those type of jobs where
yeah. Well, yeah, it's dangerous. It's like, you have to be able to hear and stuff. Even it's kind of funny. You have to be able to hear our noisy machines that don't let you hear anything.
Exactly. No, but it's loud. It's like loud enough for me to be spatially aware, but I still can be listening to this chat, and I'm usually kind of like stirred. Like my emotions. You know how it is when you're listening on the live stream, Indio? And you're like, this freaking clown, dude. I'm sorry. I know this is going to piss everybody off in my house, but I got to get in here. Like, that's me, bro. I'm like, I need to get to like a break time or something. Like, I need to get out of here. I need to go like scream at this Glober.
Biggie, I won't even like listen. Like, if I'm out of my house, I can't even listen to it. I just can't. Because I could be on the bus or on the subway, like I'll have to say something. Like I can't control myself. So I stop listening.
Dude, everybody's looking at you like you're a freaking crazy person, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Guy? And they give you the eyeball, the steak eye, kind of like. And I know you don't care because you're like, what? You got a problem?
Can't really decipher what I'm talking about. It's like because of the subject matter. They don't even listen. We have Globers come in here. They know exactly what they're talking about. They know what the subject matter is. They know what the server's about. And they don't understand what we're talking about as it is. You think somebody that just hears like random words talking to a microphone, they can't decipher. I get weird looks because they can't decipher what I'm talking about. They know that I'm like using like, I'm talking about something like kind of technical, but they can't decipher like, what the fuck is this guy talking? Like, they just can't.
Yeah.
If I don't blatantly say like Earth is flat or Earth's a globe or anything like that, or if I'm just talking about like refraction or gravity or something like that, they really can't like decipher like what I'm saying. They can't figure it out because they're only catching like a piece of the conversation.
Yeah, but you're from Boston, so you can say things you want. I'm walking over here, like you say whatever you want, like that. people over there like don't mix with other people's business because they know that everybody from over there is like you'll get told off. So yeah, just keep mind your own, stay in your lane.
Just like
you know,
making sure they'll look over, make sure I'm just like, because I get loud sometimes. So they look over, make sure I'm not like one of these crazy people punching the air. And as soon as they do that, like check, right? Oh, he's not mentally disturbed, so I can go back to using their headphones, right? So like, cause a lot of people, when they're like going around, they have headphones on or whatever. People are in their own little bubbles around here.
Yeah, and they're known to be kind of vicious if you get in their bubble, right? Because they.
Yeah,
you guys over there.
People are generally. I mean, Boston is pussified. If you go in like other. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's like maybe 1 in 20 people have like an attitude, like, but most people don't. Most, like, I mean.
Oh, but you live in the uppity, yuppie neighborhood, though, right? Like you're a bunch of people that are around you. They don't really say much
dude,
anyway.
I'm not like, like if you're like in the downtown area, like that's not like where the hood rats hang out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to go like into Dorchester and Jamaica Plain and Hyde Park, and maybe like certain parts of where Gemsy lives. I mean, there's some bad parts of Cambridge too, but I mean, even the worst parts of Cambridge are nothing like if I go into like fucking West Roxbury and like the Haitian parts and shit. It's nothing like that. I mean, the parts that Gemsy are in East Boston, it used to be worse, but it isn't. It's so expensive now. Like, I don't even think you can afford to live here if you're a drug dealer.
Oh shit! Even by drug dealer standards, it's too expensive. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm only making $2,000 a day dealing drugs, man. I can't afford to live in Boston. I have to commute into the city.
My God, bro, what are you? Where are you?
No, I'm exaggerating, but I mean, it's like the problem being a drug dealer isn't the amount of money. It's that like can't pass the credit check. That's the problem because you can't rent anything around here without passing like credit checks and background checks and every other damn thing.
So a big stack of cash ain't gonna get you in the doors.
Nope. Listen, you could take the whole amount. Like, okay, I'm gonna get a 1-year lease. I'm gonna pay it all up front the entire year. They still won't give you shit. It could be
credit system.
But it could be part like a lot of the places that rent apartment. They're semi-corporate, so it could be their corporate rules. Or the corporation might be insured, right? And it might be the insurer's rules that every tenant has to have a credit check and all that stuff, right? Because they're insured, right? So they got multiple types of insurance. Because like what'll happen is they'll be like, so-and-so Development Corporation LLC, and they'll own like 50 apartments in the Boston area, and like. They, but they're big. Like to own 50 apartments in the Boston area, that's a freaking $100 million business. It's not like some little small business. That's a $100 million business. That's how much your assets are worth, at least $100 million. So, and then you have all these apartments, right? So most people don't have that in cash, so they financed it, right? They got a bank loan, and like they have probably like some sort of commercial real estate loan. And they bought all these properties and they rent them out. And then, like if something happens to someone in one of these buildings, it's not like they're suing some individual landlord. They're suing that corporation, right? And they're going to try and cash in. So they need like insurance for their entire corporation. And that insurer probably says, "Oh, we'll insure you for this price if you do credit checks, and if you don't do credit checks, then we're insuring you for this price." Say, okay, we'll just require everybody because right now it's a seller's market, not a buyer's market, right? So it's the renters don't have the leverage, the landlords have the leverage, so that they can basically make almost any requirement, and they'll still fill the apartment. And I've heard because there are actually a good number of apartments that are empty. I've heard that they'll let the apartment stay empty because it's more profitable to write off that apartment as a loss on their taxes than to lower the price and to rent it at that lower price, right? So instead of like lowering the rent from $2,000 a month to $1,600 a month, they'll keep it at $2,000 because of it could be their corporate agreement, it could be the taxes, it could be any number of things, but they'd rather leave it empty than rent it for a lower price. This is some weird shit, dude. Like that whole the whole market in the Boston area, as far as like renting apartments, it's rigged. It's super rigged. So check this out, Miggy. I told people in here, 80% in the Boston metro area, 80% of all apartment leases are signed in September. 80%. Right? Think about that. So for the rest of the year, that's where the 20% are churned. Okay, so 80%. So basically, the real estate market in Boston is really 20% of the actual size. That's actually free. Like, say I fuck this landlord, I hate his guts, I'm sick of living here, I want to move out. Forget it, dude. Like, good luck, man. Like, you're not going to be able to find an apartment for like a year. You have to like plan moving in like a year in advance if you want to stay in the Boston metro area. There is no.
Have you done that?
I'm going to find it. What, have I done that?
Yeah, like be planning a year ahead before you decide to move.
I mean, I came here. It wasn't this bad as it is now.
Oh.
I mean, I came back. I mean, it was bad, but not this bad. Like, so, like, I've lived other places, right? And you can be like, I want to move out, you know, and you decide like 15 days before the end of the month. You could find an apartment to move into. Might not be great. It might not be cheap, but you can find someplace. Here, you could have a fucking stack of cash, fucking 3 feet high, and it don't matter. There's no place to rent, dude. It's like one of those, man. Like, there's nothing to rent. They just dude, it's fucking crazy. Like, you'll call a place, like, okay, yeah, you have an apartment for rent, yada, yada, yada. They'll never call you back. They won't answer your phone calls. They won't answer their emails. And there's actually a scam that was going around for a while. So check out this scam. What they'll do is they'll be moving out of an apartment, and they'll have rented an apartment or an Airbnb or something, or they'll have keys to it, and they'll show people the apartment and take their deposits, right? Oh, put down a deposit, we'll show you the apartment. And they'll collect all these apartments and just vaporize into thin air. The people will just disappear. And you have no apartment, and you just put down first, last, and security to a fucking complete stranger that you had no clue that they didn't even own that shit.
That's a unique scam, but it's in those areas it probably make a lot of money, so it'd probably be more prevalent over there where you live.
Yeah, but while people are so desperate, right? They're desperate to try and get someplace, especially if So one of the things that happens is people they want to come here to go to college or whatever, right? So they want to go to in a PhD program, whatever. And their thinking is of their local real estate market, right? And then they come a month ahead of time, and they're like, "Oh, I'll just go there a month ahead of time. I'll get an apartment. I'll sign a lease. No problem." Then they find out the real situation, and then that time starts going by where they have to be. They've already paid their tuition to go to university. They've paid all their stuff, right? They're supposed to be in university in the first week of September, and now they don't have a place to live, right? So here comes the crunch. So you get desperate people, and anybody comes up and says, "Yeah, this apartment's open. I just need to send me your check for your personal security." People try to lock it down because they're desperate, right? I'm trying to lock this guy down. No, dude, you're being scammed. They prey on desperate people. And then there's another scam they like to do. They have application fees. So if you want to apply for an apartment, you have to fill out an application for the apartment. They have an application processing fee. That's what they call it. It'll be like $75 to $125. Well, you don't even have to rent an apartment. You just sit there and take frickin' bogus applications, right? For like you have one apartment open that you never rent, and you could just make a fortune just taking in rental applications. Think about that, dude. It's a fucking grift a minute, man.
How do you make money off the applications themselves?
Because they charge a fee to consider your application.
Wow. That's a scam.
Wow. Oh, really? Thanks for the news, buddy.
Well, that's where all these real estate people are getting their money from.
It's a scam,
that's where my hard work has been going.
It's a scam, but like,
imagine government housing when the government deals with it themselves.
But how do you expose it, right? If they actually have like one apartment open,
you'd have to have a guy on the inside who has all the info, dude.
Yeah, you'd have to have a snitch, right? Yeah, a snitch.
Not a snitch. Fuck, call it a snitch. So what?
Well, it is a snitch. Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
Snitch for God.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's what it is. A snitch. It's called what it is. Just a snitch.
Good.
Yeah, you got to have a snitch on the inside that says, yeah, these guys said that they had no intention of ever renting that apartment and they're just taking applications to get the fee. You'd have to have a confession or them writing it down in an email or something. Because as long as there's plausible deniability, right? Oh, we had an apartment open. We just didn't like these applicants. It's their option to choose to let somebody rent an apartment.
Indio.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into specifics, but there was some emails released by Pfizer I found, and I saw a video of a guy trying to interview and question him about it, and you can see how these people just run, dude. They just run. Listen, even if they get caught and if you want to question them in public, they'll just fucking run, dude. You think they'll talk?
Literally run?
I mean, saying if you catch these people, they're like they won't fucking talk about it in public, probably. Anyways, just like that shit, the embarrassment.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about paying to apply, the universities have been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Universities do that too.
Yeah.
I went there, but I didn't. I got like a pre-package to apply. I never had to pay anything.
Well, here in the good old United States, every university is charging a plump little sum you send along with your application.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about living in like I guess you would call an expensive city, is it's easy to live here once you're here, but it's hard to come here because of the huge financial cost it costs to even move into this area. If you can jump over that hurdle, staying here is easy because the wages are higher. You know what I mean? Everything's higher. The cost, everything is higher.
Compared to Canada, you're actually 33% better. Somewhere around there. With your wages and all that.
Yeah, well, but everything else is higher too, so the price of food is higher. Yeah, like, the only way you can really save money is just these public transportation. That's what I do. So I don't have to pay car insurance, car fucking payment, none of that shit. So that's the only way I could possibly save money. It's also better for you than sitting on your bed ass and, driving 3 feet to the Burger King so you don't have to fucking walk.
Just wait until we have full electric cars and they can add the insurance cost to dispose of the batteries.
China nationalized their lithium industry. Fucking electric cars might be at a finale.
What does that mean?
They have something, I don't know what the number is exactly off the top of my head, but that was like 80% of the lithium in the world is in China.
Like the mines or the actual currently mined resources?
The mines. It's a huge number, and it mostly comes out of China. Australia, Chile, and China. What country has the highest lithium? Well, apparently Bolivia has.
I thought it was Taiwan.
That one's a tiny ass little island.
Yeah, but Ukraine's a tiny ass country, but it also has 5% of the whole world's farmland.
Ukraine's not that tiny, dude. Ukraine's pretty fucking big. It's the largest country in Europe.
Ukraine?
Yeah. Other than if you don't count Russia, right? Because part of Russia sticks into Europe. But other than Russia,
Russia is part of Europe.
The Russian part that's in Europe is smaller than Ukraine.
So what is Russia then? Fucking Asian?
Most of Russia's in Asia, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, haven't you ever looked at a map before? The other side of Russia is the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
No, it's absolutely true. That really freaked me out with the day, and it was only literally a couple of months ago that I found out that most of Russia is in fact in Asia. And I thought, what? My brain couldn't compute that one. That was a hard one to get around.
Yeah, that's why they want to break Russia up. They've been saying it since the 20s that like one country shouldn't have this much land. And there's actually maps that they've drawn up, like the U.S. State Department and like government think tanks. This is how we're going to break up Russia. Like, this shit's all freely available. It's their documents that say this shit.
Yeah, well, that's why NATO was formed, to combat the USSR, and they're still there. NATO is still out there. So what is their main goal? Is it to destroy Russia? Who knows?
Yes, everybody knows it. I mean, we can they try to play pretend like, oh, no, we're just some defensive alliance. No, you know why you're there.
Well, and it makes sense. You see why Putin gave him the agreement in 2014, like whatever before that, before Crimea. He said, we'll leave you alone. Just keep teaching Russian in school, keep the culture, and most importantly, don't join fucking NATO. And now you're hearing 2022, you hear fucking Zelensky, we want in NATO. Come on, bring us in NATO. We're giving him money, and then he's calling us stingy as we're giving him money and tanks and shit. The guy's a dickhead.
The Ukraine is a grift, dude. It's a big black. It's like Afghanistan. It's the newest Afghanistan slush fund. The government money goes into Ukraine. All the scammers, like people from our government, their government, grifters from all over the world, converge on Ukraine. They scrape off some of that grift, right? And and they fucking, and then they're gonna just jump ship the same way, dude. Ukraine's done, dude.
Ukraine's money laundering. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a money laundering operation.
FTX,
that's
my brother.
So Ukraine has an office of digital affairs or something, right? So they have an official internet thing, government internet thing that they were going to try to digitize part of the country, kind of like the bullshit we have here, right? Some government agency for Ukraine. Right on the main part of the web page, right? That when you go onto the homepage for this official government website, boom, FTX was right at the top of it. Their logo, yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. FTX's logo was right on the top.
Imagine how much money from FTX probably went in there from scamming young kids. Me, I didn't put my money in FTX, but imagine how many young kids got fucking scammed. To support the Ukraine war, too.
Well, I mean, it's just fun, man. It's just all that stuff's like a money laundering operation.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to fall for that, then whatever.
I mean, you can't believe what you see on TV. They describe, Russia, they seized their assets. No, they didn't. They didn't seize any of Russia's assets.
How do you know?
What they said was, you can't pay through our banks, basically. So what's happened is, right? So Russia, just like every other country, they
got annexed from the economy.
They issue government bonds, and someone that's a holder of that government bond is supposed to get paid. Well, the money's there for them to get paid, but these private holders or whatever won't let them get paid through the U.S. banking system. So they were trying to make Russia default when actually they're the ones that defaulted, but that's a technical thing. So what Russia did is they offloaded it shit to other countries like China, right? So they did swaps.
Do you believe Russia blew up its own pipeline?
No, Biden admitted that they did it. Basically,
no one believes that, dude. Yeah, in Russia, they have people stationed at the nuclear power plant and they're shelling themselves while they're there. Come on, dude. We took over this nuclear power plant. Who keeps shelling? It's the Russians shelling the Russians. They're shelling themselves at a nuclear power plant. Yeah, okay, dude. Dude, they think, like, listen, at this point, you have to just be retarded to believe that shit coming out of this.
You know, there's a lot of people that do believe that shit.
That they believe people shell themselves intentionally.
Well, they don't
shoot
think of it like
artillery at themselves, man. They shoot artillery at them.
The thing is that kind of shit doesn't cross their mind. Like, they don't think like that. They just hear the news.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this shit's like, listen, Ukraine is done. Like, I saw a post. It was a YouTube comment, and it did happen. Like, I tend to believe it just because of how random it was. Person said, so Sevastopol is a Russian naval base in the Black Sea, and it was part of Crimea. Okay? This person said in these YouTube comments that Department of Defense was sending out bids for contracts to refurbish and refit Sevastopol. Now, at this time, Sevastopol was controlled by Ukraine. Was it controlled by Russia at that time? Well, Crimea was controlled by Ukraine. The point is, why is the DoD taking bids for contracts to redo something that they don't have possession of and they should never have possession of, right?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so imagine Russia like taking bids for contracts to like redo the Presidio in San Francisco. You know what I mean? Well,
China's sort of doing that in Africa right now. You know that, right?
Yeah, but they're not. Like, what do you mean? They're not like redoing U.S. naval bases.
No, not
this
bases.
Is a Russian naval base that the U.S. military is taking bids because their idea was that they were going to take control of that and that they were going to control the Black Sea. Right. This is a bigger plan. Okay, so the Rand Corporation put out a document. It was called I don't know, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But the whole document, this came out in 2010 too. The whole document is about how to so-called stop Russia, right? And it's all about Ukraine and how to stop weakening. It's called weakening Russia, or something like it's something weakening Russia, and it's put up at the Rand Corporation. It was funded by the Department of Defense, and the whole enterprise is about how do you weaken Russia. And what they said, the whole conclusion was we have to do it with Ukraine. Everything that they said in the document that you have to do, like, has been done, right? They said the only thing we can possibly do is use Ukraine to weaken them by threatening Russia, by having them join NATO. And they even admitted this only has a very low possibility of working. They even admitted it. Because Russia's paranoid. Or they're not actually paranoid. They're not stupid. Like the caricatures of like the Russians,
they're trying to make Putin seem like a crazy old man. He's fucking smart.
Yeah, like he's the only guy running his entire country, right? That like all these other people don't
corruption
have any
is
say.
Another thing, but he is smart.
Isn't it the fire hose of falsehood or something like that?
Hold on a sec. Corruption?
Yeah, whether he is corrupt or not, that's another story, but he is intelligent.
Dude, shit that kills me, man, is when U.S. politicians call the Russian politicians corrupt. That fucking kills me, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like, whether he is or not, that's another story.
All governments are corrupt. It's just like at what part of the
No, of course, I know the fucking American pollies are corrupt, bro.
They're way more corrupt than any Russian politician. Way
no,
more.
of course, because they do their corruption and they fucking blame other countries for their corruption, and then they try to make themselves seem holy. It's ridiculous.
We're corrupt to their corruption, is what it's going on. Yeah. Hey,
Look, Russia's a country. It's got 180 million people. They don't like the LGBTQ agenda. They've outlawed all that stuff. They've outlawed showing it on TV, talking about it, promoting it. They've actually. So you guys are gonna be shocked by what I'm gonna tell you. So Russia has passed laws that are promoting, basically having a family and having a bunch of kids. And basically, the more kids you have, the less taxes you're gonna pay. What?
Are they promoting marriage?
They're promoting marriage and having lots of kids.
Are they promoting Christianity?
Well, Orthodox Christianity, yeah.
That's what China's doing now too.
They're promoting Christianity in China?
No, they're promoting like having kids.
Yeah. Russia has wised up. They're not in demographic collapse yet, but if they don't fix their shit, they're gonna be.
Because they had that one-child policy for a long time, so they fucked their fucking...
Yeah, China's going to have something like 650 million people in 2030.
so media over in Russia, they don't use the word woke like Eddie Murphy uses the F word.
You can't do any of that stuff there. You can't promote the LGBTQ agenda. It's written in the law.
Well, over here, it's basically
marriage is traditional men and women, and they're very like the United States 50 years ago, right? But instead, they wrote the laws down and they enforce them.
There's a lot of countries that are doing that actually.
So here's another thing about Russia: they outlawed GMOs in 2015.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look what Uganda just did not too long ago. That's pretty crazy.
I don't know. I don't follow Uganda.
Yeah.
Oh,
they made it so that it's illegal to be gay, basically.
In some Africa, it's illegal to do the act. It's not illegal to be gay. You can be gay all you want. You just can't do a homosexual act.
Well, you kind of.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you can think about it.
Yeah, thinking about it's not a. I don't even think it's a sin. It's a sin to do the act too.
Well, you guys know this already, probably, about our history of the United States. At one point in time, you were not able to marry any person. If you were white, you could only marry somebody that was white. Let's just put it like that. And that was a law. That's crazy. So I'm not surprised that Russia is doing what they're doing. Somebody's got to do it. If that makes any sense.
They see the degeneration of Western society.
If you encourage that stuff, your society's just not going to grow, right? If you encourage a degenerate society,
let's put it this way: say everybody on Earth decided they wanted to be homosexual. Rest in peace, human race. That's the end. All right, that's the end of everybody. If everybody decides to turn gay, it's not a good social policy for the majority of people, because if everybody turns gay, then there are no children, and that's a wrap, right?
Wow.
Yeah, but what if you just change your gender and just think you can have a baby?
So you can just run around doing test tube babies all day.
Hey, guess what? Since we're talking about this, Indio, this has been going on for, I think, a month, maybe more, because I've just heard about it. But Jazz Jennings from TLC, the kid who allegedly knew at age 2 that they wanted to have the surgery, essentially in year-old term.
No, I heard about it briefly.
Okay, so it's called detransitioning, and as it turns out, there's already a community of those types of people with regret from surgery and such. But yeah. So.
Oh yeah, we're just at the beginning of this nonsense, Jen.
Here's
this
the
is
thing.
the beginning.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Because the thing
Wait
is,
to 30 years from now, when the wreckage, when we get to see the human wreckage that has fallen out of this.
The reason why I brought it up is because I've watched a few clips of the mother and daughter interacting. There's supposed to be a really controversial clip where once you have the male to female surgery, and this is medical, this is not anything conspiracy, you have to dilate that area so it heals appropriately. It's kind of like when you get your ears pierced, you got to keep the earring in, but you have to periodically dilate, okay? So the girl, obviously, the mother said something really weird, like, if you don't, I will. And it's like, ew, this isn't like helping her put a tampon in, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, so the mother made some comment about her complaints about the whole process, and she said, oh, just wait till you get your period. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about, you crazy motherfucking bitch? They don't put no uterus up in there. I mean, unless she's some sort of, like, has both sex organs or something, that's possible, and they could have maybe not disclosed that, but I highly doubt it. I'm like,
Jenny,
why?
she's a transformer.
Oh my god.
Can't make a uterus
You know,
out of
you know what the saddest part about that is? They take the puberty blockers and the hormone blockers,
right?
And when they become an adult, they don't have enough tissue down there to actually even. They don't even have enough tissue to actually make it into a
right. And then plus,
you know what?
there's no sensation there. You don't get Deleting
All
my
right.
post.
Now, Max, do your shout out.
So yeah, this is a non-discriminatory platform. Anybody who wants to come here and discuss the shape of the world that they live in, please come down and do so. We're interested in hearing these opinions and having a conversation.
Meanwhile, on Flat Earth, oh my gosh. I can't believe all that stuff we were talking about is actually happening to us. It's a little bit surreal. It's like, take me back to the future, 1983 or whatever it was, 84. Where we had to pick up a telephone in the kitchen. Okay with that? What was wrong with that?
Yeah, and I know you had like the 90-foot. Jen had the 90-foot cord that would reach all the way to her bedroom, so nobody could hear her talking to the boy.
Remember when the president got the phone call from the moon?
Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
How did that happen?
That's amazing.
With a rotary phone. He didn't even have touch tone.
That's so amazing. That's just amazing. People don't contemplate that. They don't put their attention to thinking about that.
The only improvement of the rotary phone, like from the rotary phone to the digital phone, the only improvement was the weight of the phone. Because you could legit kill someone with a rotary phone, no problem.
Oh man,
that was like a murder weapon, just sitting around everybody's house.
Do you remember your home phone number from as a kid? I do.
Oh no,
I do. I remember it.
That's a long time ago.
I remember if you lived in if you lived in certain places in America where they had the switching, you didn't even have to dial like the whole phone number. You could just dial like the last 5 digits and get someone's house.
I don't remember that.
What?
Yeah.
Another phone number I remember is from a commercial back in the day. It was 588-2300 Empire.
Is that local? I want to get in the history of the telephone. No, I don't. So, how telephone systems work? Like they have local switching. So, say you live in a small town, so they have one switch for that town, right? And when they went from the people with the plugs, the ladies, right, the operators that would change the plugs, they went to mechanical switches, and those mechanical switches are based on basically a tone. You could actually blast a tone and get free fucking. I'm not getting into that either. That's a whole other.
Back in the day. That's back in the day. We used to do that to the telephones on the corner, the payphones, and we used to be able to hit it with a tone, and all of the change would fall out of it.
Yeah, you got it.
Man, guess what I saw? Guess what I saw like 2 weeks ago with my sister? A payphone. I took a picture. Me pointing at that payphone. I picked it up, acting like I was making a phone call. It's like, those just don't exist anymore.
How much did it cost to make a phone call?
It didn't even work. It was in an abandoned building. Yeah, it was like a dinosaur, man. It was creepy. Anyway, you're talking about switchboard operators, and
so like say the number was 665, 2723. You could just dial the 5723, and it would go through because it was a local switch, and it wouldn't go out. It wasn't switched like all the phone systems were local like back then. There were no like national. There was AT&T. AT&T did long distance, but the phone systems were all local. So there's New England Telephone. 9X ended up being a converge. 9X was actually a merger between two smaller New York phone companies. I can't remember. Was it Bell Telephone and something else?
Well, let's not forget you have Ma Bell, and all of these companies are like from Ma Bell, right? Whether you got 9X, Verizon, South Bell, all of them was when they made them break up Ma Bell because they had that, what do you call it, when they cornered the market?
Yeah,
can't think of the term right now. Yeah, the monopoly. So they made them break that up, and it's still all the same company, but I go back so far where we didn't even have the first two numbers. It was just like the location, right? So it'd be like AM 24441, and that would be like Amsterdam because that's the neighborhood you lived in. So they would just give you like
yeah. They did a different scheme, a different switching scheme. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
God, dude, good old days, man. You used to be able to, like, if you like picked up the phone and you like tapped it real times, like trigger the switch, and you'd get like there was like an empty. How do you call it? It's like an empty line. It's like it's not a carrier line. There's no direct route, right? And if you we would do this like it was like a group chat. Anybody? Oh, like when I was a teenager, we used to do this. If you took the rotary phone and you tapped on where the receiver part is, you tapped on it 3 times real fast, their system would register it as a switch to an open line. But see, everybody could do that. Everybody with a phone could do that to their phone and switch onto the same open line, and you could basically do a group chat.
Well, isn't that what they used computer modems for, that line? I mean, not right away, but later on down the line, didn't they? Because I'm like thinking of war games and shit right now.
Yeah.
Well, when the computers first came and they had to do the modems, they used the telephone lines, and so if you wanted to be on the internet, your telephone would be down. You eventually had to get another telephone line in your house. Because that's the way that the messages were being sent. They were being sent through the telephone lines initially before they built out all of the towers and everything.
I remember the first inter-office like email. I worked in a computer store.
Yeah, you couldn't have if you were. I'm sure you remember this, Max. Somebody picking up the phone in your house when you're on the internet over a modem, killing your shit.
Well, the first internet I had was AOL. What about you guys?
Yeah, same, but Yahoo was.
I had internet before AOL was even a company.
Yeah, I chatted on Yahoo back in the day.
Yeah, I had a Yahoo Mail for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get a computer until Gateway started giving them away.
What? What's the earliest computer you guys had? I had a Packard Bell.
I couldn't even remember.
I had a TRS-80, but Commodore 64. But those didn't connect to the internet. First one that connected to the internet was a Tandy 2000. Only Max knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Wow.
Damn,
Commodore 64.
You had a potato. You had a potato, man.
I had a Commodore 64.
Hey, man. Talk about // colon.
When I had a Tandy 2000, 1 megabyte of memory cost $150. I had 4 megabytes of memory in my computer. It was like it was maxed out. My hard drive was 30 megabytes.
Dude, and they went to the moon with technology better than that, though, right?
I can literally put an image that's bigger than all the information my hard drive.
That didn't even run in Windows. That was like running in like DOS, right?
No, there was no
Windows.
You could run Windows 3.1 on it.
Oh.
Really shittily. But that was when Windows 3.1 first came out, and Windows 3.1 was basically a GUI on DOS, and not many things would work anyway.
I don't remember Windows on my Commodore 64. Did you hack your system?
No. There was no. I'm talking about on the Tandy 2000, not in the Commodore 64.
Wow,
Commodore 64 didn't run Windows.
Right.
I don't even think that was around by the time.
Yeah, it's a little. My memory's a little fuzzy.
So, what kind of technology did they use to go to the fucking moon the first time? That's what I'm wondering. I'm sure that information's out there. Some geek has talked about it ad nauseum, but I haven't come across it. But it can't be any. I mean, what was it? Did they have like a whole room or a building for a computer? I mean, geez Louise.
They had memory that was sewn.
What does that mean?
Yeah. They sewed it.
Yeah.
Like with wires, they had professional weavers make their memory. Memory was weaved. It wasn't. I know it's hard to. It's like when I'm saying this, I know you're like, what the hell is he talking about? They used to weave memory because memory was not like they didn't have like small scale solid state electronics. So to make memory, right? So memory is basically a magnet, and when the magnet's facing one way, it's a 1, and when it's facing the other way, it's a 0. Or you can have it when it's magnetized, it's a 1, and when it's not magnetized, it's a 0, or vice versa, right? So in order that they didn't have like microelectronics, now we do it with like a solid state piece of memory where it's like the atoms themselves, right, are magnetized. Back then, we used to actually have to make a magnet. So what they would do is they would take an iron ring and they would wrap copper around it on both sides, making a solenoid. And when they put current through one side, it would magnetize in one direction, and they would read it out by demagnetizing it. And this is the memory that went in Apollo. It was sewn. So they had a big thing. It's called iron core rope memory.
So is there two different?
I'll post a video of it. You can watch them sewing it. You can watch them making this high-tech stuff, man, with a weaver.
Is there like two directional circuits or something within it?
Well, it's like it's easier just to see it.
No, I know you're talking about the copper wire coils around the magnet.
Yeah, but like you have to see it how it's all wired together. You're gonna laugh, dude.
Yeah. Well, I haven't had a good laugh.
All I know is when I was a kid, computers used to take up a whole warehouse. That's all I really know. I wasn't a computer guy.
Is that what they used to go to the moon with? A computer like that, like what they showed on War Games? That one computer that almost wiped us all out.
Well, I don't know. I saw a movie, Hidden Figures, and according to what they showed, they said people did the math by hand. So I don't really know.
I'm gonna have to be sure to watch this.
So basically, a computer program. You know how Granny used to like knit a blanket, and the blanket would have a pattern on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually do that.
It's just kind of the same thing, except for it's done with magnets. It's stupid as shit, dude. It's like, listen, like you have to know something about like computer shit. Someone actually has like the schematic diagram. He was a computer scientist. This guy passed away. So listen, Jen.
Oh, okay.
Basically, what they put in the schematic, they forgot to like tell the people that drew it up, because basically when they made this, like whatever it was magnetized as, right? So it's memory, right? So it's storing something, storing information. But if you read the circuit diagram, when you read out the information, it erased it. So basically, they'd be able to use that one time. It didn't store permanently. Basically, the Apollo computer memory proves that it didn't happen. Because if you actually write out the memory for their so-called trip to the moon, you'd never be able to read it again. It would erase it when you read it.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. There's a whole, if you go on that Alice website, there's a whole article about it. About the schematic, how it's like, one theory is like because back then, supposedly, that the United States government would make fake schematics to like fool the Russians, like the Russians can't read or don't know how electronics work. But that's bullshit.
Right. Wow. I get it. So yeah, I still, you remember as kids, the girls would always weave pot holders with loops.
Oh yeah, like in like home economics or whatever in sewing class.
From the loom.
Oh, yeah. So I'm kind of into that still, and I make my own custom colors and stuff. Sometimes I get creative, but I recently came across some diagrams of different patterns where you don't do one under, one over, one under. You like skip them in different patterns, and it can be all optical looking and everything. I'm like, ooh. So I might be getting into that. So that's what I thought of when you were talking about like the schematics of like the circuit board and such. So,
oh yeah, if you look at the schematics, that's the drawing, right, of where the wires lead.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the schematics, the read line, which is a wire, right? So you have to read out what direction the magnet is magnetized in, right? Is this magnetized? Is this not magnetized? Or is it like north on top or south on top? Like which way is it pointed? When you read it out, you're discharging the circuit and you're demagnetizing the magnet to read it. So you're basically erasing the memory when you read it. So think about that. Think about that. Your flight program is in the memory. You're flying to the moon, and you're going to erase the shit that controls your ship on the way there. Why would you do that? Like, it makes no sense.
Like an Etch-a-Sketch. They went to the moon with an Etch-a-Sketch and the kaleidoscope.
Holy shit, man! That sums it up right there, kind of.
Yeah, it's the only country that can go to the moon using toys that were put under the Christmas tree in the same time. That's pretty nice.
Holy shit! That's kind of a little ironic.
I posted a link if anyone's like a total computer nerd and wants to read it. Like, you can just read it. It's self-explanatory to anybody that knows how circuits work. It couldn't have possibly worked. Let's put it that way. It could not possibly worked. It's just whatever they're saying, they're lying about something. Okay, like they're either their document what this says this is how it worked is lying, or them saying they used it to go to the moon. That thing, like they couldn't have possibly used that. It would have to be disinformation that they put out there.
I think I was some headline of a video I watched for a few minutes. It's in my history, but talking about one of the attachments to Apollo. I don't know which one it was, but it's on a 30-year journey or something. So I guess that means we're going to be getting more CGI photos pretty soon. Actually, sorry to bring it up and not have that ready. I can look it up real quick. Does that ring a bell for anybody? No.
I'll have the AI just make the photo. So you're talking about the Japan one, the commercial space flight that's supposed to go to the moon?
Didn't China just launch a rocket somewhere?
No, here we go. Apollo 12. Here we go. I found it.
You're talking from the Apollo missions that something is still floating out there in space, right?
Exactly. Here, I got the video right here. Here we go. So we're going to get new CGI photos pretty soon. This is
apparently we have something floating in space from 1972, which was the last moon mission.
So I don't know how credible this video is, but, it's on YouTube, so therefore it's got to be okay. It didn't have like one of those things down to direct you to Wikipedia to read up on the false information. So it's got to be right? Oh, it was a little bit cringy. I almost didn't. Did I watch the whole thing? I might not have. Let me see where my time stamp is on that. Nope, I didn't make. It's only 8 minutes and 19 seconds, and I didn't make it through the whole thing. It's like, seriously, man? Just doesn't seem especially believable. But this is what people think is going on. So flat earthers should know what kind of BS is floating around, pun intended. I mean, I didn't search out this video. My phone knows pretty much what I like to watch. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. The freaking moon, what is it, the Saturn V.
The number 3 attachment to Apollo 12.
Yeah, the third stage booster or something, right?
Somehow it's going to make it back to us.
So they're saying since 1969 this thing's been out there.
30 years. Plus. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like getting your own message in a bottle, right? You put a message in a bottle, you throw it into the ocean, and like 12 years later, you see a bottle in the ocean. That's the one I threw out there 12 years ago.
Amazing!
Dude, they think we're a bunch of chumps, man. I swear to God.
Wow.
Like, these suckers will buy anything. What can we make up? Let's just make up some. The self-returning freaking third stage booster.
So yeah, y'all. A lot of maths with that one, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Man. So we'll see what kind of information gets put out. Well, alleged information. I don't know. Are we going to be taking Space Force seriously? I mean, maybe that's why Trump is going to come back. This
I don't know.
president.
They couldn't shoot down the balloons. I don't know what they're going to do about this Trojan asteroid if they couldn't shoot the balloon down. They missed the balloon. How you missed the balloon?
Wait, there's an asteroid again? Okay.
I bet you anything Trump had to sign some kind of NDA or something like that to learn all this information. He probably knows.
NDAs to Trump? What does an NDA mean to Trump?
He did it.
Yeah.
He did.
Boy still has to do what he's told on some occasions, I'm sure. He is not all that there is, so.
The president's a puppet. I mean, he's not like, even if it is Trump, he's still a puppet.
Look, you ever see the movie Coneheads?
Oh.
Yeah. That's a good
So you have the main FBI agent, and then there's David Spade, but everything has to go through David Spade to get to that main guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening to Trump. Trump's the main guy, but like there's a bunch of David Spades running around that control the information that he sees in the first place on which to make a decision about. Because it's not like he's going into the FBI files himself and looking around. You know what I mean? It's like he's like, I want this information, go get it for me. But then they present whatever they want to present. And if they want him to lean a certain way, they're going to present information that they think will make him lean a certain way.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
He's a puppet, dude.
Yeah.
He's being puppeteered.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise he'd have to like go do the investigations himself, right? Like, do we need Space Force? Like, yes, sir, we need Space Force. Look at all these reports. Well, I want to go and check the information myself. Come back in like 3 years or something, you know, like.
No, they'll probably tell him, you can't do that, sir.
Yeah, how can he verify on you? Yeah, you don't have the appropriate clearance.
You don't have clearance, yeah.
Wait, are they still doing Space Force?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it still exists, maybe just not.
Of course, we don't have to do Space Force because the moon, right? You know, Bush did the moon, and I think Barack Obama did Mars, or maybe it was the other way. Who did Mars?
Ronald Reagan did Star Wars, the Star Wars program with Ronald Reagan. Yeah.
Biden did Uranus.
Oh.
So check it out. I have some information.
Which Biden, though?
From my
Hunter, of course.
Oh, I thought I was able to speak. What?
Sorry.
In my area, there's what's up, everybody? Hi, Jenny.
Yeah, you ruined our joke.
No, I didn't ruin it. Look, I'm going to add to it. Check it out. Value Plus. That's what Sonny does. Now, here's the thing. In my area, San Diego is a big military town, right? They have a lot of different things here. One of the things they had was General Dynamics. Now these big warehouses that are about 2 miles long across along Pacific Highway in my city here, they used to be called Space Warfare Command Center. Now they changed the name to Space and Information Warfare Command Center. What do you think Space and Information Warfare? Information warfare, let's break it down. Space warfare and information warfare. So, Space and Information Warfare Command Center, what do you think they do there, folks? Just between you and me. This thing is a mile, like literally, a mile long of freaking hangar space.
Huge space.
Yeah, they make fake videos online.
Speaking of space.
Think of what they could do in this. This is a big aeronautical town too. I mean, it's right near one of the largest airports on the West Coast. So It's very interesting to see when I ride by there. Which I've been doing quite a bit lately. I spent 3 days at the beach. Actually, I started on Monday at the beach. But anyway, yeah, space and information warfare. We should look them up. And then they can send out more drones to keep looking where Sonny's fucking going, because they obviously are following him. So you know when the darts and the daggers start flying, you're close to the target. So I'm out at this place that's as secluded as you could possibly get. Unless you're a billy goat, a mule, or some person that can walk goat trails, you're not going to get up and down to this place, let alone the 2 miles up the beach they have to walk. But I digress. The reason I mention this is because there's nothing out there but genetic research and biogenetic companies all along this whole stretch, along with Scripps Institute. Other ones were Salk did his work right here, right there in La Jolla, and a lot of very other prestigious global pseudoscientists. Andrew Thomas Young is in the same neighborhood. Anyway, I digress once again. But on this place, strange freaking things happen in the night sky where I'm talking about. And anyone that goes there, that spends a few hours in the night at nighttime looking out at the sky at this particular location, it's very freaking strange that I can be looking at stars on the most clearest night that I've seen like in decades. And I'm watching 4 stars that are like, you know how they don't move from each other? In other words, they keep the same shape, right? Yeah. So I'm looking at this series of 4 or 5 stars, and I notice the one in the lower left-hand corner. If I look with a diffused look, it's changing its brightness and it's fleeting up and down and kind of side to side. It's doing this really weird freaking thing, this little dance. And you have the other ones in the clear reference in your eyesight. So you can use those as reference. They're standing still because you can look at them. None of the other ones are moving. This thing is freaking moving up and down, back and forth. And also changing the way its light looks, like changing its brightness and its color. That's the weirdest thing. I've seen some weird shit out here.
You don't think that was a star, do you?
Look, I don't know what it is, but when you see it for like this shit scared me at first, and I don't scare easily. I don't believe in UFOs, but the first time I saw one of these that I'm almost positive was some kind of a drone last year on the very same beach. I thought it was a UFO. Scared the shit out of me. I'm like, fuck, I'm out.
I think they call them UAPs now too. I don't even know why they changed the name from UFO, but I think it's called UAP. I'm not 100% correct.
We'd probably have to ask Space and Information.
They use both sometimes.
Yeah, but they're 2 entirely different meanings, surprisingly, right? I mean, so...
Yeah, one is phenomena, and then one is object. And phenomena can take so many forms.
So
Well,
someone told me that a lot of what is going out in this area where I'm talking about is it's a coastal area. The whole coast of California. I was in the military. I had access to some information where they have things. This is probably not unclassified, but I can't fully verify it either, so I'm off the hook. But they have stuff in the hills, like missile silos in places. There are guards on the California coast. They're on unknown locations, but I think this area is one area that they are watching. So if some of these are drones, they're able to stay up there for 4, 6, 8 hours in the same location. Like the one I saw last year was following me around back and forth on the beach for at least 2 hours. I don't know drones that can go for more than about 20 minutes sold on the public market. This thing was up there for 3 hours, 4 hours.
What do you mean it was following you?
Whatever. Like, I'm not going to make any decision on that or continue along those lines. Oh, they're following me. That's more around my own neighborhood where that's another story. But where I'm talking about this secluded location where there's a bunch of biogenetic work and like the ones that are making the little cure for the Cocoa Puffs, those kind of companies are all up and down here. So obviously they probably have company espionage drones looking at other companies, and they definitely want to find out what's in the area, who's in the area, and what's going on. Someone told me that there's probably military surveillance of this area because it's a wide open coastal area. So if something happens to you, she goes, they would know about it.
Not yet, Chris. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead, guys.
I didn't mean to derail the conversation if I did, but I thought to interject that. I think it's a worthwhile conversation, actually. Strange things going on up here, over here, in the night sky. I mean, obviously you have aircraft operations offshore. Now that looks really strange. I was able to watch them several nights in a row, way out there offshore, man. I mean, they're so far out there that this aircraft carrier or whatever kind of ship it is all lit up. The whole entire deck is lit up. But it's as big as about if you put your hand out to arm's length and the first knuckle of your pinky finger, that's how long this is out in the horizon. It's tiny. if you can imagine that. So this thing's smaller than an inch in length of your view. Like when you're looking at it, it's smaller than an inch, probably like a quarter of an inch or half an inch. And you can see things running around on the deck because it's all lit up. And then you have these other lights, and the other lights are going back and forth. And this is the phenomena I noticed last year that freaked me out because I thought they were in the air. But it was because the horizon was so clear. It was much higher up than I ever expected. So I thought the things were in the sky. I'll yield the floor.
So what do you guys think of those shipments that Flat Earth Dave talks about around Antarctica where they track? I don't know how he's able to track it, but somehow he tracks really large shipments to like islands that supposedly nobody even lives on. So there's no reason for anything to be going on there. And then the islands always have like a really funny name, like something like Rothschild's Island or something like that. Have you guys seen any of that?
Yeah, I mean, the government does some shady shit, of course. Who knows?
Yeah, if you look at the marine trackers and different trackers for marine traffic, you can sometimes see boats appear to sail to Antarctica. Sometimes I've even seen boats that look like they were sailing inside the interior of Antarctica. There's some weird stuff.
Yeah, they probably have like a pathway into it. I mean, of course.
isn't one of the islands named like Corona Island? And there were some really sketchy names for these islands that are down in Antarctica.
No, it's just a coincidence.
Deception Island is one of them.
Yeah, that's right. Deception Island.
It's so obvious that it's not obvious. That's what they're trying to do, I guess.
It's like, who can verify anything, right? You can't even go past the 60th parallel, so they can be doing whatever they'd like down there. It's amazing. Yeah.
What are we supposed to do at this point? All we can do is laugh, really. Shit.
Well, maybe they're like using NASA as like a front to acquire resources and funds to do like real exploration and I don't know, like drill. They could be doing drilling. They could be like adventuring. They could be sailing. They could, I mean, God knows what. There was also a really interesting video. Has anybody seen the one that Pixar did? It was for their very first like short or film when they were first promoting their new company, like before Toy Story, where they had one of their little computer animated figures go to the edge of the flat Earth. It wasn't a round ball Earth. The edge of the flat Earth, and he drilled in the ground. He drilled into the ground, and then he set off dynamite and like exploded to go beyond the edge wall, sort of like the Truman Show edge wall of the flat Earth. I don't know if anybody saw that one.
A squirrel?
Was it a squirrel? It was a computer animation. That's what I remember.
Oh.
I think you might be talking about Ice Age. But yeah, no, I have not seen that animation from Pixar.
I guess I didn't either.
It was when I was looking into all these BitChute videos about what do they call that, programming, when they predictive programming videos, and that was just another one that came up because of course it was done quite a few years ago, because this was when Pixar first started, and it depicted the flat Earth and then somebody trying to go beyond the edge of the flat Earth using like dynamite. And it had a little bit of a theme, like how we always talk about, you know, they ask what's below the flat Earth, and it's like, well, the farthest we've ever drilled is how many miles? I think 8 miles or something like that. It also kind of went into that.
Yep.
Yeah, they in the animation they were trying to go like further below so that they could get beyond to the other side, but it was all the actions being taken were only actions you do on a flat Earth, and the way it was depicted. So it was really interesting. I'll put it in the chat if I can find it.
Have you seen this map? It was recovered from a downed Nazi submarine. They basically sailed into an opening near the Antarctic, and you can see their path here, and that opening still exists today. And they according to the letters and stuff recovered within the submarine, they claimed that they found hollow Earth because they believed they were on a ball. But if you look at how they navigate through the opening and up to the other side, they're just traveling over a flat plain. And they claimed to enter this cavern underneath the Antarctic, which was warmer because they were far underground. And so they could pass to the other side. And I just think it's really interesting. And I wonder where all those trillions of dollars the Pentagon keeps losing are going, because that's military equipment that's been paid for.
It's making me think of an old movie from the 70s, based off of a book, notable book, Journey to the Center of the Earth. I forget who the main actor was, but
Now, does that movie, is it a flat Earth? I've never read the book or seen the movie.
well, it would indicate a hollow Earth because they were down in a cave.
but definitely not a globe Earth, right?
I mean, that was not addressed. No, not really. But you're going to the center of the ball.
Well,
I mean,
in regards,
it can be expressed in many different ways. Like if you look at the old cosmological models, for all we know, like it could be flipped back and forth. Who knows how that the world is built?
I don't know, but in regards to the map that you posted, Trace, I've heard some stories about a book. I think it's called The Iron Republic. That makes mention of someone finding some sort of opening in the Antarctica, and being able to travel through to another world on the other side. I haven't seen the book myself, but I've heard Dave Weiss and a few other people make mention of this book. They said that they cannot find a hard copy; they can only find a PDF version of it. But I'm not that familiar with it. But it does speak like to what you posted with your map.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that book is that it was written 100 years ago. So I kind of look at that as like such topics weren't quite as taboo 100 years ago. So there's probably a lot of that material, that type of material around. And for whatever reason, that book or parts of that book, Iron Republic, survived. But we've probably lost a lot of other great literature regarding flat Earth.
I'm not sure you have a book. Well, you do have. I think it was in a newspaper. It was an episodic writing in something like the Florida Gazette. It was a story about a ship that was anchored in one of the bays down there in Florida. And this is a story that was given to the reporter who wrote it in an article, long article about the Iron Republic. I never heard of it as a book. Only just newspaper, a topical newspaper episodic story.
Yeah, that's what it is. They just put it into like a book format, or it's sold on Amazon now in a book format. But yeah, you're exactly right. It was like a series of articles, but it makes you wonder with, like with Bill Gates' push for this global warming thing, and they're saying that it's a big threat with the polar ice caps melting, and Antarctica is one of their target areas. If it's all like really just if it's what do you call it, a ruse or whatever, it's all a deception to bring funds to that region, but not for the purpose we think it's for. Like, we think the average person thinks that the money is going there to prevent global warming, and there's a lot of projects they have going on there, but the real projects could be in regards to exploration. One project, for example, that they have there that they're supposedly getting money for is some silly carbon. It's something that traps the carbon or something, because Gates wants to try to scare everybody with this fear campaign over that carbon is the biggest threat to carbon emitters are the biggest threat to humanity these days. And they've supposedly figured out some technology in Antarctica that can somehow trap in the carbon, or it like counterbalances the amount of carbon on planet Earth. But all these little programs could be just a design, because they do have activities going on in Antarctica. They're just not the activities that we think are going on in Antarctica.
Well, they used to scare us with the ozone layer too back in the day. I remember that.
Well, if the carbon levels drop too low, all plant life dies, and we're pretty close to that. So why would you want to lower carbon? That's insane.
Yeah, they would probably want all the plants dead, because the more biomass there is here, that means more humans can be supported. That's the last thing they want, more humans.
Yeah, it's all an extinction. A plan to extinct humans. Yeah. I mean, they
Yeah,
talk
that
about it.
ozone
They
layer.
obviously talk about all that stuff.
I forgot the ozone layer was a problem, and you had to stop using aerosol deodorant, and you couldn't use hairspray. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah, they were scaring
And it
people
just
like
went away.
crazy.
Just went away like it never was even said or mentioned. It was like everybody just forgets about. That's the thing, and then they're just ready for the next hoax. Like nobody ever has a long enough memory to go back and say, well, what about the last time they lied about us? I was actually, I teach English abroad. I was in West Africa during the Ebola scare, in the same region that they said everybody was dying from Ebola. Everybody was 100% healthy and fine. There was nothing. And when nothing happened in Ebola, nobody went back and said years later, well, last time they told us everybody was dying from Ebola. So, I mean, whatever it is, whether it's the ozone layer, whether it was my second grade teacher telling me that we would have vacations to the moon by the year 2000, everybody just forgets when they say this stuff. It's amazing.
Well, it falls back to technology, right? How it's kind of like everything is so fast now that people forget like what happened yesterday in the news because there's always something new, and so I don't know. Anything can happen, and then like in a week, everyone will just forget it.
It reminds me that I saw an interview of an older lady that grew up in China, and she was with the military, and they for like 3 years they killed all the birds. That was the whole plan, to kill all the birds because they were eating the plants. So then what happened is the locusts took over the next year, and there was famine for 3 years, and they had like, I don't know, like millions die. So it's just these kind of kooky government projects that end human life, and then consider that you can't just leave China. They're communists. You can't just walk away. So they got their people where they want them, and then they cause famine. And then they blame locusts.
Bad
who knows what's
locusts.
happening in
We
North
should have killed the locusts as well.
Are they back in Chernobyl yet, or is it still like a dead zone?
I believe they're there. I think. I mean,
Yeah, people are living there as far as I know.
There's people that never left Chernobyl, but the propaganda is that it's radiated, so it's pretty much abandoned. People have been living there.
yeah. Supposedly they say there's like hot spots, but I don't know.
Yeah, I thought I came across some contradictory information, but I'm not clear on it.
Yeah, there's even a scene in the children's story, the never ending story, where he goes to like the edge of the earth and it's, like Antarctica and it's all snowing and he has to keep going. And then that's where he finds a mirror unto himself and kind of, it's like a portal into another world. I mean, all this stuff, is really just, this is just fiction and literature, but it is fascinating when you become a flat earther to reflect back on a lot of the things we heard in our childhood, that we read and that we saw.
Yeah, it was like right in front of you. You didn't even notice.
Yeah, right. And then on the opposite side, like I remember that there was something like National Geographic, but some science magazine my second grade teacher showed me in 1989 with the, it had the moon hotels, like the hotels on the moon, and articles just explaining how, to year 2000, these are what the hotels will look like. And, your family can decide between a trip to Disney World or a vacation to the moon. And as kids, it wasn't like, oh, that would be amazing if that happens. It was more just like, oh, that's going to happen. Okay, in the year 2000, I can do that. It wasn't like a question, will it happen? It was like, no, this is what they're doing. And, okay, cool. So 2000, we'll be doing that. And then it never happens. And I still see people from second grade. I still see my second grade teacher. I still bump into them. Nobody's ever going to say, Hey, didn't our teacher tell us one time? No, everybody forgets. They're like, whoa, well, let's see what shows on Netflix today.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of those things in the movies that kind of reveals like flat Earth. They make it into like a fantasy, right? So like they're saying it right in front of you, but then they put it in a way where it's like you believe it's just fantasy, like it's just fake. I don't know. I don't know if they do that on purpose to kind of like, change the way you see things. I don't know.
Right. We don't know if that's done on purpose or it was just simply the author didn't even realize that he was just being honest, or he was just like picturing things or imagining the world, and in the way he was doing it was depicting things in an accurate way, and there wasn't anybody over his head telling him, oh no, you can't show people that. Or was it predictive programming? Was it something that they purposely placed to because they say that the devil has to also reveal to something like alleviate the guilt or something like that. The devil actually has to show you the truth also. So then in the end, the devil can ultimately say, well, you made the choice. I put the truth right in front of your eyes in multiple occasions. Like, for example, Super Bowl 2021, the thing that they did British Olympics, the British Olympics.
If you look at great writers like J.R.R. Tolkien or whatever, a lot of them draw similes from already great writing. They draw similes from myths, from religions, especially when they're world building. And if you look back, all of the ancient worlds were all flat. And so that oftentimes bleeds through a little bit because people are looking at different cosmologies, different fantasies to try to make it a little bit more exciting and new. But they don't realize they're just going back to what's more right.
Yeah. What's the other? Okay, Moby Dick is an interesting movie as well because, or not movie. They made a movie of it, but obviously it's considered one of the greatest works of literature of all time. But he's chasing this white whale, and he becomes so consumed by it that it brings about destruction to him and his entire ship. And I look at that as a great warning for flat earthers as well, because for us, once we realize that the earth is not a globe, and so now we don't know what the edge of the earth is, we don't know how far exploration can go, we don't have all the answers because we don't trust everything that science has given us. Some flat earthers go crazy because they want to have an answer for everything, and it becomes their white whale, and they can come up with any sort of wild conspiracy about those issues in which they don't know. So I think that's kind of a lesson for all of us. Like, don't let flat earth become your white whale and brings you to a point brings you to your own destruction.
I get what you're coming from, but I wouldn't call those people flat earthers. I call them faith earthers. If you're starting to create a new religion or belief to try to create a new cosmology, you're a faith earther, not a flat earther. To me, that analogy doesn't quite fit to the actual flat earthers on this server, for instance, because we just care about objective reality. We don't reject science. We just criticize pseudoscience and ask for validity for it. And then we suss out the logical fallacies that they accidentally used because they were never trained in logic. And then, figure out the errors. We're not trying to replace everything. We're just trying to figure out what's wrong with everything.
Right, exactly. I think the people on this server have some humility and Don't push it to that level. But somebody I respect, this is in no way a slight to Dave Weiss, because I learned a lot from him and he helped me a lot in even becoming a flat earther. But he is kind of in that category that sometimes he gets into some areas, but I will say, he says, look, this is not something that's been proven, but this is what I think. So he's not trying to tell you that you have to believe whatever he's suggesting, but he gets off into a lot of topics that I think are maybe it's a case of going too far. Like they say, curiosity killed the cat, and you can become so curious as a flat earther, knowing that maybe your history is contrived, so even historical events. So he starts getting into these past great resets, baby incubators to repopulate the earth, and some really wild stuff.
Yeah, well, I love Flat Earth Dave, but yeah, when he goes to speculation, at least he does give you the caveat and says this is just what he thinks, But when he says all of it, everybody forgets about the caveat that was placed in front. And you can make some nice clips if you're, trying to go after the guy and stuff like that. So absolutely. But the guy is out there so much, and he's taking so many questions, and he's, trying to be humble about it, and, and to respect other people's questions. And they're the ones who press him into going off into the land of speculation. I'm not into Tartaria. A lot of people are. I'm not into those things. That's not something that has my interest. But hey, by all means, if that floats your boat, go for it. But I listen to Flat Earth Dave, and I have to parse his information like I have to parse any other information I get. And, I have to double check his work. But the guy's great, in my opinion. He's easy.
Yeah, I agree with everything.
Flat Earth Dave is what actually got me into this. So, and he's got his little things, but it's kind of cool to be kind of like that way. I don't know.
Everybody has a right to their own cosmological view. Like, there are people in here who have a Christian view of the world and follow the biblical cosmology. That doesn't mean that they have to push it on everyone. And I think Dave Weiss does a good job of not trying to push it, And when he is forced to address it, he will try to caveat it. But it's difficult when they desire to have that new cosmology, have something to replace the old, because otherwise it feels like they don't know anything.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people believe in the religion of science, because it claims to have all the answers. And, wow, these guys have everything mapped out. I don't have to do any thinking in my life. I can just follow along and be a good sheep and just know that these guys have all the answers for me. And people don't want to live like an existentialist. You have to be existentialist, and you have to be able to stand at the edge of the cliff and know that what is out there is unknowable to you. And to stand at that kind of an edge, a lot of people aren't prepared for that psychologically.
Well, that's one of the problems, because the globalists, whether they're obviously wrong, but they believe they're right, and they're all united, kind of like, to believe in the same thing. And I don't like to criticize flat earthers, but there's a lot of different ideas going around when it comes to flat.
Hey man, they figure it out. You just don't understand. You can't comprehend this stuff, but they figure it out. You just don't get it. Someone figure it out.
Just can't do the math. That's all it is. I get you, Jimsy.
Yeah, you can't do math. Therefore, it's a globe.
Sorry you don't understand my science. I got you.
Do you guys even science?
I have not met a flat earther who believes in science yet.
What? You don't believe in science?
Not the science that's presented from the globalist side. That's pseudoscience.
Right. I believe in the
That's the
scientific
difference, right?
method, but not scientism. But yes, the scientific method. It's a great way for gaining knowledge. You know, you test something, you have a hypothesis, you test it, you come back with your data, you try to draw a conclusion from that. That's great, but they've gotten away from the scientific method, and it's just like now they have their own clergy, just like they accused Christianity of having its clergy. Then they were the only ones that could interpret the Bible in the Dark Ages. Well, now scientism, no, don't question science, don't question these high clergy and high priests of science, because they have the answers.
Yep, and they've started a new inquisition.
You ain't smart enough to question them anyway. Who are you? What's your degree?
They'll send you off to a quarantine
Inquisition
camp.
of your mind.
Yeah.
It's an evil war.
That's why they came up with that new phrase. Instead of trust in God, they came up with trust the science.
You're gonna trust anyone? Trust science. Like science is gonna say something and make promises or something.
You can trust in God as long as it's a dollar bill.
Trust the science, guys. Trust the science.
Well, I know my parents will believe anything anybody in a lab coat tells them. If he doesn't have to be if he walks into that doctor's office, that clinic, and he's got on the right gear, he's wearing the right, white lab coat or whatever. I know my parents and many in their generation will 100% believe anything that person tells them.
Well, they have been conditioned to do so, just like Pavlov's dog.
Yeah, like in school, where they had to do drills where they hid underneath their desk and covered up their neck, like in case there was a bomb and shit. That's what they did to my mom's generation. They fucked up. But yeah,
like every generation. And we'll figure out, and you'll look back years later and see what they did to ours. I mean, we're working through it now, but they do that to every generation.
Exactly. I was thinking that very same thing earlier. I forget what for, but I'm right along with you with that.
Except that our generation isn't benefiting in the same way. Our parents' generation, like the baby boomers, their generation thought, well, what have I lost? I've got my American dream. I've got my picket fence, my 2-car garage. Everything's working out fine for me. But this newer generation, since 2001, things haven't worked out for them the same as the previous generation. And it's the first generation that hasn't had a higher standard of living than the generation that came before it in American history.
Well, what you have is
they're just going to change.
information.
They'll just change the history.
Right. So what the baby boomers had was the American exceptionalism. Right. They had the Jesse Owens, and then they had the Man on the Moon, and they won 2 world wars, and so they're coming off of that high. They got hula hoops, they got Happy Days and Elvis Presley, and everything is good. Ellis Allen is shut down. They're not importing any new people, so they were comfortable. And they created this ideology and this American dream, and and it seemed to have been working for everybody. And then something changed. Technology took leaps and bounds, and all of a sudden the world was different. And certain things don't mean as much anymore. It's crazy. I can't really account for it, but I know that the baby boomers were comfortable because of the type of environment and the type of culture that they created during that period. That has changed. I'm not really sure the culture and the narrative and everything that's created in this generation, and I'm trying to navigate it. I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, see, in the 50s, late 50s, when I was born, the people were quite busy There was a lot to do. There was a lot of work to be done. And even though things were very cheap, with 24-cent gasoline a gallon, 25-cent loaf of bread, my parents could fill up the whole station wagon with $20, $25 of groceries. 10 or 12 bags of groceries for $25. Yep, that was when I grew up. That was abundance. So that generation was lulled into this deep sleep after World War II. Everybody was tired because they worked hard during the war years. So afterwards, the late boomers like myself, I was a child, but let's say in 1967, 1968, I was 9, 10 years old, fifth grade. The Vietnam War was rolling hot and heavy, and there was war not only abroad, but domestically. There was wars in every city being fought. I grew up in a very tumultuous, violent, unpredictable times. We were also lulled just by the imagery that was put forth as a child. You shouldn't be seeing dead bodies and stretchers, bloody bodies every night at 6 p.m.
Well, they tried to do that again in 2020. They tried to show such images every day on TV for another agenda. So I think whenever they're pushing certain fear agendas when they do that.
Yeah. So just saying, bloody.
Yeah, they tried to show all this. They tried to show all.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
So and actually showing on the nightly news, the actual bombing of villages, napalming, torching of these places, man. People running around in flames. Like they were showing these kind of images, not only in on TV, along with your cigarette ads and beer ads, but yeah, all kinds of other weird stuff. I could go on.
Well, I'm not sure about the 60s, what the purpose of scaring the crap out of everybody was with those images on the news. I don't know if they're trying to get more support for the war effort, but I know in 2020, when people would actually go to the hospitals were like empty, but in the news, it was like, oh my God, everybody in the hospital is dying. Oh my God, we're all dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I fractured my wrist on in the mid 2020, and I went to the hospital, and it was empty. I mean, there was no wait. I've never seen that, so I was a little confused too.
Yeah.
And I used to work in hospitals when I was younger, and they were always supposedly filled to the maximum. I mean, that's the way that it works. You're not supposed to have hospitals empty. And for example, if it started to become too full, then they would turn away lesser cases, like the drunkard on the street that's homeless who always comes in.
We actually in the live stream. Let's just move on from this topic because it's not allowed. We can go to another room and talk about it, but not in the live stream.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should continue somewhere else. It's a long subject matter. We could talk for hours, but yeah, not on live stream. I would like to have a conversation like that sometime when I have more time.
Because that's how it is. Because I want to talk about it, but not here. Because if the server gets deleted, then how am I gonna find you guys? I'm gonna find Sunny. He hasn't accepted my friend request. Just kidding.
We will meet in Bigfoot server.
Are you serious?
Bigfoot server. Is there a Bigfoot server?
No, I don't know, but let's try. Let's start from somewhere.
I think there's more evidence for Bigfoot than the globe. There should be like at least 1 billion people that believe in Bigfoot, if they believe in the globe too.
Yeah.
With that James Webb telescope.
Does they have problems with anti-Bigfooters?
I don't know, but I think we could turn that James Webb camera, the telescope around. You know, if it could see into the past, it should be able to see the bottom of Australia or something. You know, I mean, can't we just turn that around?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, but that's a good point though. Why isn't there why aren't there anti-Bigfooters?
Yeah. Why don't they censor that?
Bro, don't you know about orbital mechanics? If they flip the satellite, it's gonna crash. They have to keep it, certain ways.
So is that what they say about the James Webb Telescope, that it can see these stars that are I don't know. I'm confused about.
They can see so far.
Yeah, go
They
ahead.
can see so far. It's into the past. They can look millions and billions of years into the past with this telescope. Supposedly,
Actually, they described it as a time machine.
All the way back around to see Uranus.
And people
And
believe that.
now, since we can see Uranus, we're gonna send some probes to check it out.
Yeah, the UFOs are coming, boys. Get ready for the Galactic Federation.
Yeah, they figured out they had the right place for you when they found Uranus, and so now they said, we found this one. We're going to get the probes out. We have to go further.
You have ghosts, man, on ISS. What are UFOs? There are ghosts there. I can prove it.
No ghosts. It's only science over there, dude. Only pure science.
I have a proof for the. I have a proof for the.
This whole thing about light years is that there's no such thing, and as far as flat earthers are concerned, right? That even the term.
What do you ask? What was that? Can you ask that again?
I'm asking this term that science has, that globe science has, called light year, where they have this measurement for speed and time. They call it a light year. They say something moved at the speed of a light year. Does that even exist in?
They agree on. They agree like what was it, like some agree average of the speed of light. So they agree on that number. They just okay, this is the number. And then they say, well, depending on this number that we agree upon, we're gonna set that the moon is this far or whatever, Mars is that far. So since the light speed moves this fast, we can tell how far these places are, or whatever, right?
So light year is a measurement of distance.
No.
How fast you go? How fast you go how far can you go at the speed of light, right? But they agree on the average speed of light. They didn't measure that, did they?
Light year is pseudo distance, practically.
Right. It's a distance, though. It's supposed to measure a distance of light year.
No, wait. It's not a distance, because a distance is something that we can verify. I can verify. I can walk 1 mile away and measure that, right? But you can't verify that light year.
We're talking how they use it. I'm not talking what it is. I'm talking how they use it, right? They use light years to measure a distance.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so basically they take something that's moving so fast and they designated it with this term light year, but that's just a term that they gave it.
No, for the light year, first they need the speed of light, and then they say this place is this far away based on the time that light took to reach it or something.
Right. So they're saying it's a distance based on calculations on how fast light travels, right? So that's how they calculate it. They have one light day, they have one light year, they have one light, different measurements of it. So
within that model, just the time that light takes to get from the sun to the Earth is known as an astronomical unit. So they use the speed of light to figure that distance out, and then use our calculations based on astronomical units as well, based on the speed of light.
It's calculations on top of calculations on top of calculations, and in the first place they just made up the first calculation, so the ones after that one are also made up.
A lot of things are made up with this globe, dude. It seems like it.
Practically everything.
Oh, remember when you made it to kindergarten and they say, hey, 1 + 1 is 2, and you see this globe in the corner? This is where you live, boy. And I was like, yeah, the globe. I live in a globe.
And then some clever kid asked, but where is the radius?
At this point, I was talking about Mercury and Venus, and how hot Mercury has to be, and why Venus isn't as hot as Mercury. I was trying to think about that sort of weird stuff.
Sounds pretty amazing.
And I heard about the Lagrange zone or something like that. There's a Lagrange zone. It's just the
Lagrange zone, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, man, whatever.
I just mentally shut down. When they start talking about gravity, I just mentally shut down. That didn't make any sense to me the first time I heard it in third grade.
What do you mean? You drop a mic, it goes down. Gravity. Proof.
Boom.
I remember in the time in the school, we were saying always that it's theory and that nobody was believing in that.
I agree. That's the way I understood it too, as a theory. But somewhere down the line, they said it's a fact. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but never was a fact. I remember. Always was question there. How?
Always was the theory, yes.
Yeah. And we call that theory of gravity.
Yeah, it's called the theory, not law.
Yeah.
Well, but many times QE points out that scientific theory is an actual established and how do you say that something that has been verified, like some type of law, and then based on that demonstration and verification, they can make a scientific theory that is based on laws of nature.
Kind of ish, sort of, no, not laws of nature. Scientific theories can only be built on demonstrated hypotheses. So we talk about the scientific method a lot. So when that's done and you've demonstrated something to be true about the physical and natural world, you can then go on and build your theory about something you know to be true. That's what QE usually points out. There's a way to do it, there's an order, and there's a reason why.
Well, you have to be careful with the word law also, because I had MC Toon tell me that gravity was a law. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but those scientific laws are like the way that those are put together is a really slippery slope.
No, you're absolutely right. So, second law of thermodynamics, that's not a scientific thing. That's a law, as in it is the way it is. That's just the way it happens.
Doesn't a law just mean like something that the scientific community has agreed upon?
It's outside of science, so don't care what the scientific quote-unquote community says about it. Right? Science doesn't speak. You can start talking using language like that. Scientific experiment demonstrate cause and effects. Laws of nature are outside cause and effect now. We can't answer that question. It is the way it is, and we don't know why.
Yeah, science doesn't have like an opinion that it can voice. It's just a demonstration of cause and effect relationships that is being demonstrated, right?
Yeah.
Well, then what does MC Toon mean when he says that gravity is a law?
Because he will turn around and say, hopefully, when I drop something like a heavy object, it always goes down. Therefore, it's a law of nature. I will then assert my cause to this law, gravity, because I live on a spinning ball and I'm MC Toon. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Basically, in a nutshell. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. But yeah, it always goes down, therefore, law of nature.
Yeah, and you always know by laws of nature that if you were on a body, on the outside of a body that was spinning, and you don't hold to it, you're gonna fuck off it. Right?
You'll fly right off, bro.
Not only you, also all water.
Yeah, the water too. That's apparently on the ball. That's right.
So imagine that water on the outside of a spinning ball, holding to dear life. I'm water. I'm gonna hold this ball.
As it's apparently being pulled by the moon's gravity as well.
Sure. Well, let's give it the weak force of gravity that is, maybe holding something in place or maybe pushing the water down or whatever. But the body that the water is resting on, the water, it's on the table. It's not moving, not going anywhere. The table is just there, motionless. But if you start swinging that table or that friggin' container of water, you know what's going to happen to the water? It's going to fuck off. As Jedi, he knows.
Yep. It's going to fuck off.
But if you have conservation of angular momentum, then will not.
So the ocean is supposedly such a large mass that the gravity can have its effect on an ocean. But isn't the ocean just made up of trillions of tiny little droplets of water? I mean, how can you say that the ocean is one thing? It's still, so their whole this whole thing is based on, okay, the larger the mass of an object, the more effect that gravity has upon it. But that really doesn't make any sense because still you're still talking about a tiny droplet of water. So just because it's connected to the other water, well, it's not always connected. Sometimes it splashes up. So if I splash in the ocean, now that droplet that comes up in the air, gravity doesn't affect it. It doesn't make sense.
None of it makes sense. So if you take gravity from the mass attracting mass idea, so with distance, the force reduces. The inverse square law, right? So the further you get away from the Earth, the less the force of gravity exists or can exert a force on a thing that's getting further away from it. So I understand what you're saying about water and so on. Yeah. I completely understand and agree with you on that. But then let's just think about all of the gas that the water produces that leaves the surface where all the fucking mass is. And as it gets further and further away, the gravitational force gets weaker, but apparently up there in the sky it stops. If you start thinking about any idea to do with anything that they say about this spinning ball in space and especially gravity, when you have a look outside, it doesn't appear to be what's happening. If it's water on the surface that's not acting like it's attached to a ball, they'll magically say gravity is holding the waters of the Earth to this ball, so it doesn't look like it's moving. It's not acting like it's moving, as you know, the way that physics works. When you try to attach water to a ball and spin it and throw it, water comes off. So the Earth's not acting like that because of a magical force called gravity. You also have to understand that this ball, they say, is going in a direction, so different forces would apply depending on location of water on ball. You know, pushing up underneath it if it was the leading edge, or pulling it if it was on the back side of it. We don't observe or measure or see any of these effects in the physical natural world. This gravity is fucking magic. It knows what force, quote unquote, to apply at any particular time depending on the motion of the Earth beneath it. So it looks like nothing's actually happening anyway. It's omnipotent, this fucking gravity.
The wind is also interesting too, because sometimes it's blowing from the west, sometimes blowing from the east.
But it's still fucking here and not getting left behind. Yeah.
Vestibular system not detecting the changes in the Earth's rotation, even though wind's coming in different directions.
Yeah, that's how you know it's gravity, because gravity knows what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. Gravity knows.
You want to hear an interesting tidbit? This is from NASA. You can quote the source. That NASA said that the vestibular system is not affected by gravity. Oh, well, that's good. It has liquid in it, so that means the liquid everywhere else is not affected by it either, so it just lays flat. All right, thanks, NASA.
What the fuck does that even mean? We'll give you gravity, but it doesn't affect shit anyway, but we'll give it to you anyway. And you're talking about a biological part of the human body that's mainly got to do with fluids and the detection of that level because of hairs and so on. Fuck off.
Gravity's literally supposed to affect everything at all distances.
Pardon?
It's supposed to affect everything at all distances, dude. That's the thing.
What does that mean? Everything at all distances. What? So the gravitational, whatever it is here on the Earth, is affecting all things at all distances. What over there at the edge of the universe, all those things too. What happened to the universe square law? What gravity are they even talking about? Because it ain't the mass attracting mass one. It's most definitely not the bending the space time one.
And not the vestibular system.
But bro, if gravity is affecting everything and making these things to attract, why don't I feel attracted to the fat lady at the store? Why?
Because they're lying.
I know, because if that was true, there'd be a lot of skinny guys that would just be like orbiting around a big fat lady. Like there'd be no way to get
There's
away.
that happening anyway, but that's more fetish. Simpsons.
Okay, we'll go with calorie challenge.
No. When you look outside the window, what they say is reality isn't reality.
So Globers are just projecting their fetish onto reality?
I would have thought so, mate, yeah.
Got him.
Most, like, I mean, some common people out there that just say Earth is glob because NASA, and because it's glob. That's it. That's the argument.
It's not even that. It probably won't even go that deep. It will just be because it is. The Earth is a ball because that's what we're told. Doesn't matter if it's by NASA. Doesn't matter if it's by a school. It probably might even be our fucking parents, right? We tell ourselves because everybody else is telling us the same fucking thing. Because of repeated stories, and we can point at NASA and say they are the arbiters of the majority of the stories that they say about space and the Earth being a ball and blah blah blah. Yeah, I could definitely say that, but it's everywhere, mate. It's not just them.
My dad says so. He's better than your dad.
Yeah, dude, my dad has a degree in theoretical physics. And he works for NASA.
Yeah, but the real question is, who is your daddy and what does he do?
The answer is the Glober's daddy is NASA. Yeah, and they just make films to make them believe, keep them all believing they're on a fantasy cartoon ball. Hilarious.
All right, guys, we've got somebody new in the server. Sorry to interrupt you, Sonny, but we always like new people and new conversations. This person doesn't have any verified roles, so I don't even know who you are. So Mewtwo Gaming, welcome to the server. I'm going to unmute you so you've got control of your microphone. So welcome, like I said, to the server. What brings you here, my friend? Don't be shy now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm just listening. No big deal. I'm kind of doing my own thing with Celestial Navigation. I'm trying to figure out that bit of it, right? So obviously they've been navigating the waters for whatever 600 years. So 17.
Bro, you need to navigate some new Wi-Fi.
Like, that's when it was.
Robot.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. But I'll just listen. It's no big deal.
No, like it's really bad, dude. I'm not trying to be a
It's
dickhead,
okay.
but
Yeah, it is bad, but don't press it too hard. It just he says he wants to listen, but he's doing he's doing the Sexton right now, or the Celestial
what's his
Navigation.
name?
He's doing the Celestial Navigation, which is interesting. So
Is it Scooty?
Awesome.
No, guys, so hold tight. That's Mewtwo Gaming. I just opened that mic too. So Mewtwo, no problem, mate. You've obviously realised there's a bit of roboting going on. I'll sort you out a voice verified role so you can leave and rejoin the server and have control of your microphone. But we'll catch up later with regards to who you are and what brings you to the server and blah blah blah. But also interesting, you bring up Celestial Navigation, something we do talk about a bit in the server. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about for Mewtwo to listen to. It's quite simple.
Sonny, Sonny, he's on the boat right now. Give him some tips. Come on, Sonny.
All right. Well, what kind of boat are you on? Oh, okay. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
He's rowboating.
He's rowboating.
I'm on a.
Never mind. No, I'm not going to give any advice unless I was there with you. If there's anything to give advice on, usually there isn't.
Yeah, if he has any questions about the Sexton or whatever, Celestial Navigation, all that stuff, Sonny's here.
Yeah, I can answer some of those questions. I have done that type of navigation myself on a long trip, 6,000 miles on water, from Los Angeles to nearly South America. Not quite, but almost.
Sonny, question.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold tight, Dempsey. So, Sonny, question for you about your navigation using sextants. When you're using an angle measuring device, can you measure any of those angles if there's a curved line anywhere?
No.
No.
I don't know. I don't think it'd be possible in any instance, because as soon as you move your head a little to the left or the right, there should be a different angle there. How are you going to know that if your boat is already bouncing around on the top of a ball? How would you ever know where the straight line was? There wouldn't be one. It would.
What
It would always be pointing off the ball, and when you look left to right, it would be tilting side to side. It couldn't be used.
When you're pointing at something, there's two things you're pointing at, isn't there? One of them's the angle to the star. What's the other thing that you're drawing a straight line to? Can you remember? So you're on the surface of the Earth, you're pointing up at the star. What's the other line that you are drawing from your position, and where's it going?
That would be your line of sight, which is the only other. Well, it's imagined, I guess, or I guess you would have to say it's something that we kind of make
I don't know, did you? Sonny? What happened? Sonny, did you stop talking or did we lose you or something? Where did you go, man? I mean, I can see you muting and unmuting yourself, Sonny, but I definitely can't hear you. In actual fact, I can't hear anyone, so I don't even know if I'm just fucking talking to myself.
Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Then you're good.
Yay!
You got a great mic now.
Good stuff. I was wondering where Sonny disappeared to.
Yo, Mewtwo.
Yeah.
Are you on a boat right now?
No, I'm just driving.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just looking into the Nautical Almanac there, and I wanted to know how they got to those numbers, right? So I dug into it, and I found the supplement to the Nautical Almanac. So it's all the math behind the numbers that they give you to triangulate your position. And I'm just looking through it, and they have a lot of this language, like fundamental plane. They use a lot of plane. You know, they use a lot of flat baselines, flat horizons. You know, all this stuff. So I just want to understand that math a lot more. Like, so I'm going to be talking to a PhD here in the middle of the week. I'm going to really dive into it. I don't know what I'm doing, so I have to get a little bit of help with it. Still there?
Hey, you're just a little laggy.
Everyone seems to be dropping out. Still don't know what happened to Sonny.
Yeah, I'm up in the mountains, so reception's not so good here.
But it's good you're trying to understand the sextant and celestial navigation UT gaming. That's pretty cool. You understand how the sextant just kind of ruins the heliocentric model just because it's an angle measuring device, right?
Right. Yeah, I understand. I understand you need a horizontal baseline, horizontal meaning level. You know, Euclidean geometry, where you know, I listen a lot. Like, I listen to you guys talk a lot, so I have a good understanding of what I'm supposed to be looking for. I listen to you. I listen to all the flat earthers. You name it, I've listened to them. hours and hours and hours and hours.
Say you
I
listen
probably
to
put
James
in more
T.
hours. What's that?
Say you listen to Jamesy too.
Yeah. I think
You talk, we listen, Jamesy. Sonny left and rejoined. I don't know,
movie
you're
on
roboting
Netflix.
really hard.
Like a year ago or more, and I don't take it for Netflix, because I don't really trust the media or anything. So I search, and the evidence is piling up where I don't really believe. I don't really have a good, belief system in the globe anymore, right? So it's not good. It's not looking good for the globe.
Hey, that means that you were able to break off the spell, because that's what the globe is, a spell, but made by wizards and spellcasters.
Well, exactly. The math.
Your connection is cutting off, bro.
Equation. You can.
Yeah, you're roboting. Check. Is that better? Sounded like someone said I dropped out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you fucked off, man, like gas that wasn't contained. So, good to have you back, mate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you went into the vacuum of space.
Now my phone's dying. Hold on.
It's because I used all my high-speed data. It's all gone. I don't know. That's another thing is like cell phones, man. The idea of a cell phone, like nobody knows who invented the cell phone, and that guy should be the most popular person in the world, not the Apple guy or whatever. Cell phones, interesting. Technology, how rapid technology moving.
Everybody knows that Nikola Tesla invented cell phones. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you can transfer energy, right? You can transfer energy to another place without a physical connection. Kind of the same thing. And he had resonance. He had the resonance machine, so it's kind of the same thing.
I was kind of joking about Tesla, but yeah, cool stuff.
I mean, the Earth is
Yeah,
pulling.
I think it just opens up the world.
Yeah, the Earth is pulling, the Moon is pulling, the Sun is pulling. We're moving at thousands of miles per hour in 3 different directions, and yet we don't feel anything. It's fucking crazy to me.
When you say polling, I'm sorry, maybe I don't know what that means. When you said the moon is polar.
Like supposedly, right? The moon, like pulling, right? Gravity, like what they say. Gravity.
Oh, pulling. I'm sorry. Okay, got it.
Yeah, pulling.
Yeah, it means they're being pulled for their opinion.
I mean, yeah, they say it's pulling, but that's the mass attracting mass idea, right? The reasons why now we have tides on the Earth is because the moon is sitting and bending and warping the fabric of space-time, and apparently that has an effect on our water.
I was just pointing out how ridiculous it sounds.
Oh yeah, and I was just pointing out how even more ridiculous it sounds when you actually put the actual words, because the fuck's that?
My bad. That's my phone. My bad. I'm mute.
No worries. No, what the fuck is that noise?
Well, dang.
But yeah, I mean, as you point out, that idea of gravity mass attracting mass, that's ridiculous, right? That's why we always talk about it with regards to the moon's pulling on us and this is pulling on that. But today, that's not actually what they're saying. If we were to use our correct scientific rhetoric, that would be Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, which is the reason why we have tides. It's all stupid, mate.
What would you say is the real reason why we have tides?
I don't know. I actually do not know.
Oh, okay.
There might even be a relationship between the moon and the waters. There might still be that. There might be a relationship between the moon, the sun and the waters, the sky and the waters, or the electromagnetic environment and the waters, because the waters that we're talking about have got salt in them. So, yes, possible other reasons, but I couldn't tell you this was the mechanism for why it happened.
And all I know is that when they talk about gravity, and when you talk to these people who are defending the globe, they use both models. They use Newtonian and Einsteinian, and they tell you that Einsteinian just built off a Newtonian, which I find to be not true.
Oh, really? You didn't build off of it. It was a completely different idea.
Yeah, so they just left it like it was, not fitting with the orbit of Mercury, and just kept building off of that?
I don't know all of the details. I can't get into too many specifics. I'm not educated enough to teach anybody, but I do know certain things about it.
I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense to keep building off a broken model. So when they say that, they're wrong.
That's what I understand.
We've got somebody in the chat called Jackie who's got some voice verified roles. There's, link embedded and ladies night and all of that stuff. But Jackie, you haven't got any Earth determining roles, so I don't know if you're a flat Earther or a globe Earther. Globe Earther. So, hi Jackie, welcome to the server. What brings you in this evening? Maybe you can answer that question for me.
I've been here before. I
Figured
just
that out
haven't been
because
here in a while. Yeah, I just haven't been here in a while, that's all. I know it's not a globe, and I don't subscribe to know exactly what it is other than that.
Awesome stuff. That's a good answer. I like that one. How did you come to the understanding that the Earth wasn't a globe?
Well, through a lot of research and looking into. Well, it was basically trying to prove that it was, right? And I couldn't. Yeah. So that's what happened. You end up seeing something and you go, well, all those things made sense, right? I was watching some flat earth videos and I started to I went to actually go, oh, this has to be a joke, right? And then you start watching it and you go, wait, but that's true. But that's true. But that's true. Okay, there just has to work both ways, right? It just has to work both ways. And then you start doing the research to find the information on what's the other side, right? What's the point, and how do you counter what these people are saying because they're telling the truth? So if they're telling the truth, then, it must work both ways. But it didn't. And it just starts messing with your mind. And then, cognitive dissonance set in and you go, I can't deal with this right now. And then I came back to it like a year later when I could actually deal with it and comprehend it. And then I was like, okay, they're definitely lying. It's definitely not what they've been telling us all these years. We've just been bullshit and then bamboozled and
That's
holy
really
crap.
cool. What else have you discovered since it's kind of settled to you that they've been lying about the ball bit, so it's more than likely flat and stationary? What else have you come to understand? Where else has that taken you, if anywhere? Do you look at the world in a different way? Do you look at people or society in a different way?
Oh yeah. I mean, I now see why they say the world is a stage and all of those. It's made me realize all and almost proverbs and stuff like that, like, are deeper, and my consciousness is completely different. You know, awareness is completely different. It cracks your mind open to actually see the truth of everything. And then you start kind of realizing that, oh, wait, if this is all true, there's got to be, you know, a source that's doing this, right? And there's got to be a source somewhere. So then it takes you down the God road and the, you know, well, holy crap, you know.
Kind of why I asked, really. So, you gave, I wouldn't say the right answers, but answers that I would say would be, that's nice that you now understand the Earth is flat and you've gone on to realise that you live within a created environment, so there is obviously a creator. It just makes me smile that when people wake up to truth, they wake up to a lot of truth. The way that they see the world, you could point at religion. Yeah, I understand there's a creator, but it doesn't mean I have to follow what man says because man's turned around to me and told me the earth was a ball for all of my life. So, yeah, it's good. I'm glad you've come to that. It doesn't happen overnight, right? It does take a little bit of time.
No, it takes time. It's stages, right? You go, it's like you dip your toe in and then you know, when you're trying to get used to the water. And then eventually you're like, oh, screw this, just jump on in because it's the only way to do it sometimes. And then you swim back up to the top and get your breath, catch your breath, and settle in.
We get this question a lot, or this kind of response to the conversation from people that have struggled with the Earth being flat. They turn around and say, you know, why does it matter to me that the Earth is flat? What's it going to change about my life? Is there anything about your life? Yes, I was going to ask, what's changed within your life? Maybe the way that you think or feel about things, or the practical things, like maybe the way you feed yourself, for example, and what you feed yourself with.
A little bit of all of those things. So you just tend to start scrutinizing life, and what it all means, and how we should be living, and what are we here for, and all of that. Like that's what it does, right? Like, okay, so there's a method to this madness. What's the method? How do I figure it out? How do I get this right, so to speak, you know? How do I do this the right way? You know, what's my purpose? What is it all for? And then those are questions that only you can answer, right? Every person can only answer them within themselves. They have to sit with that and decide where to go from there. You know, what is your purpose, and what we're here for is personal to every individual. It's different for every individual, and they have, you know, this has taught me how to just go within and listen to myself. Forget about everybody else, forget what everyone else is saying, because I never really even understood anything about, you know, calculus and numbers and all of those things, and how it would even be possible for it to be flat and all these things. And I sat still and I meditated and I asked God, I asked the creator, how could it work? And then I got an answer. And, you know, when I looked up the information that I found coincided with what I was told or what I was given, that information. I found people who actually were like, oh, that is a thing. Like, holy crap. Like, if I can come up with the answer, not that I'm coming up with the answer, but if I can be given an answer that I've never looked up before, and I never even, you know, considered before. And for it to actually be a thing out there that other people are saying, and you're like, wait, how did I even come up with that? Right? Like it really opens and expands your mind to like so many different possibilities. You're like, there's a connection. There's a, you know, where did I get that from? I pulled it out of where? Where did I get that information? Right? I didn't learn any of that from anyone. Where did it come from?
It's interesting you phrase it like that. So I'm glad I kind of asked you the questions, because it's something that I've seen take place over, say, the last few previous years. People waking up and how they wake up and the commonality within their stories and the things that they say. So the reasons why people are waking up. What are the reasons for, you know, these truths to be shown to people? It's just really interesting, like kind of taking a bit of a step back, listening to your answer, listening to other people's answers over time, and realizing that a lot of people are waking up to something, right? It's not necessarily something that's a coincidental happening.
Yeah, no.
I think there's something a lot more that's waking people up, but because of the truths that are being shown, right?
Yeah, no, I truly believe that. I've always kind of lived a little bit in, I call it the woo, you know?
Yeah.
And that energy, you know, exchange area in, you know, in metaphysics and spirituality and, you know, the whole angels and tarot and, you know, supernatural kind of things. Like, yeah, like I was always interested in that stuff, and I had things happen to me as a kid and things like that, and that I couldn't explain. And as you grow up, you just kind of learn to like block it out and things like that, because people think you're crazy and you're weird and all that. And society says, no, what are you doing, crazy girl? Go get in line, right, with everybody else. And
Kind
then
of weird. I was going to ask
Yeah.
you: is there anything?
Go
Is
ahead.
there anything that you've put down that you were doing? I say doing, but you know what these new age things are like, right? So you can have like these little practices like astrology or tarot cards, like you said, or some people like clairvoyance and going to people who can tell the future, or talk to like grandparents and all of that type of thing. So there's a lot of new age stuff around. Were you part
There's
of
a
any
lot of new age stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of new age stuff that people don't know how to use or are misinterpreting. That's what I
There
find.
you go.
So I haven't put anything down. I've actually dove in deeper, and I understand it now. So it's not about putting it down. It's not about, you know, don't do this and don't do that and all of those things. Like, no, these are tools. You know, like they're tools to be used, but they're not to be used in the way that people use them. Right? They're not entertainment. This is not entertainment. This is for healing. This is for guidance. This is for true introspective answers, to help you communicate and commune with the creator. And you can use anything to do that. So none of these, that's just the way I feel. And this is my personal opinion. You know, I could
get
be
it,
wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Get it,
yeah, go
because
ahead.
I've heard what you said. I do apologise to interrupt. I do understand what you're saying. So let's say for 80% of what you said, I'm not along and agreeing with you. It's when you said that these tools, I know all of a sudden we're talking about religion and stuff on the Flat Earth server. So sorry guys, entertain me for a moment. So we're talking about tools that can be used to commune with God. Now, if we're going to take a literal understanding of the Bible and what Jesus says, the only way that we can commune with God is by, well, that's called prayer. Like having a moment with Jesus. That's how we commune with God. We don't need other tools to do that. Now, but these tools, they do exist, and they do exist for certain reasons. The idea of, say, New Age stuff is worshipping the tool itself, or thinking that because you now have the tool, you have all knowledge and power, and therefore you can be like God. These are the type of problems that you have when you start dabbling with these things. You have to understand that you can't worship the tool because really you shouldn't be putting anything in place of God in the first place. But if you were to listen to what Jesus says, he does tell you how to do these things. If you were to take what he's saying from a certain point of view, call it an esoteric
Correct.
point of view,
And
right?
I actually
Yeah,
agree
yeah.
with you. I agree that these tools can be dangerous and they can lead people down the wrong path. If you don't
Yes.
understand them and don't if you're using this for entertainment or for a peek into the future and like like this is not a joke, right? And
Exactly.
it can cause you to, yes, worship these things. They're paper, they're they're stones, they're this, like these things are not to be worshipped. They're just paper, right? The connection is through I pray before I do it. That's how I do it. That's just my personal way. And I ask for the answers to be given through this tool that I'm using now. And that, the tool is a connection between me and God and the person in front of me. Like, that's just the way I do it, but everybody to each their own. But that's just how I personally use my tools. But you do have to have a level of awareness before you start messing with these things. I do thank God that personally I have never ever worshipped any of these things, and I always knew that that's what they were for, right? I never, and even to this day I don't like I don't like using them. I'm doing like okay, so Thursday I'm doing a party as a favor to a friend, and I don't like doing it because I find parties and things like that, people are just there for entertainment, right? And I don't like that these things can be used for entertainment, so to speak, right? They're not for entertainment. I personally feel that way. They're for guidance, they're for healing, they're to help, not for entertainment. But, what can I say?
So why do it then?
Like I said, it's a favor for a friend, and I got a message to go ahead and do it, so there must be a reason, and I'll know when I get there.
Yep, it's called peer pressure.
Oh no, I don't get peer pressured into anything. I said no first, and then I had a change of
You
heart.
said no, and then you got pressured, and then you said yes. That's peer pressure.
No, I think
No, because no one
she's trying to
pressured me
say
into
a
saying
change of
yes.
heart. Yeah. That change of heart was more of a spiritual change of heart, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
I
cool. So
follow my
my question
signs
would
and
be,
signals and guidance and things like that, and I was guided to go ahead and do it. So I'm like, okay. Even that's
so
where I stand. It's not what I want. It's not what I want, right? I was given a message to go ahead and do it, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
here's my question, and maybe you'll understand why I'm asking you this question. Where or who did that message come from?
I believe it came from God,
Okay,
my creator.
Yeah. So if you have a personal relationship with God, your creator, Jesus, that's fine. We get lost sometimes. So I find that some people get lost when they say that I got an answer from somewhere. Some people turn these things like angels, guardian angels, spirits, guides, these sorts of things. I spoke to somebody from the beyond that I've got a good relationship with, and they told me it'll happen next Tuesday. That type of shit. So it's who you get the message from, because if we start fucking around with these things and we understand that these things are true, we must also understand that the people, quote unquote, I say people, I don't know why, on the other side that are giving us answers might not be of a benevolent nature, might also be lying to us because they want us to worship the tool or take us away from God, to get us down the path that I'm so powerful I can be like God too, we're all one, and all that new age bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say it was something that you felt was wrong at first? That's what I heard.
Who, me?
Yeah, doing this for a party.
Well, yeah, I did. I thought, not wrong. It's more like I just personally always felt uncomfortable because it felt like it was entertainment, and I personally didn't feel like it should be used for entertainment. But apparently, there must be a lesson I need to learn. So I'm probably going to go learn that lesson on Thursday. I'm not going to question. I don't question when I get information from, not information, when I get a connection and information from God, like I don't question that. That's not, like I don't want to do it, but okay, you know.
God's
Then
not the only one that can put out information, right?
Oh no, I know, but I know when that's that energy and when it's something else, because I can feel the difference.
I can settle with that. Some of the things you said, I felt like I should warn you about because they're subjects that are interesting to me, especially over recent days. So
Yeah, I know,
thought
but I
should
know
at
they
least
don't
warn
like
you.
to talk about this stuff on here, so
Yeah.
so we should
it's
probably
interesting
change
to
the
me.
subject.
I can do that. So it's interesting to me that they've lied about the shape of the Earth because they don't want us to understand our true reality. And I don't necessarily just mean because the Earth is flat and stationary. In regards to this Earth being more magical, quote unquote, than we could possibly imagine. So they've lied to us about that to keep us away from the truth of this reality because I believe this is the way that we are more powerful than we could possibly imagine. When we get these new age gurus telling us this on YouTube. Yeah, that's possible. Get you, understand why. It's not a problem. But you're not going to be able to get any of this bollocks on a spinning ball. It's the same thing as like horoscopes and stuff, right? Because Mars, because that's a planet, and Jupiter, because that's a planet, has got some kind of ethereal effect on me because of the time I was born and where the sun was in the sky. Now, you can kind of argue the toss around this type of thing, but when you understand that that's not a planet when I refer to Mars and Jupiter and all of the other things, right? They could be something else, being as we understand that this, where we are, is obviously a very energetic and powerful environment that can be manipulated in many ways and ways that we don't know about. Could possibly be manipulated by these things in the sky that have some kind of ethereal effect upon us. But then again, the world has now become more magical than I once thought it was, so who knows what these things or how reality actually fucking works. But when we start looking at tarot cards and Ouija boards and all of these dark spiritual things, yeah, they work, but it doesn't mean you should fucking use them. Doesn't mean that you should trust them and definitely worship them and follow them. And most definitely, like you're some kind of guru who's got power over people that can tell them what they can and can't do.
I agree.
So yeah, that's why they lie about the shape of it. That's why they lied about it. There is no curve. We ain't going anywhere. Space don't exist. That's not a planet. Quite.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate the conversation. I do have to run 'cause I'm about to eat dinner, but I will be back. Thank you so much. Everybody have a wonderful
care.
evening if I don't get back. Bye now.
Take good care. If we don't see you before, I hope your party goes well.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome to Flat Earth 24 Radio. Who's our next caller? Eva Grass, your microphone's open. Are you there, buddy? You doing well? How you feeling?
I'm here, man. I'm just kind of listening in and doing some graphic design stuff. Hope all's well with you guys.
Worries. I'm Superfly. Be better. Getting tired though. We've really got to keep waking up early. Might jump out of here in a bit if it doesn't get any more exciting.
Yeah, I understand that. Gotta get some rest, man.
Mm-hmm. I see Timbo and everybody else in Australia are celebrating Anzac Day today, so they've all got a day off. So hopefully Timbo and crew from the other side of the earth will be in. But yeah, I think I'm going to call out at night. If anyone's out there, Eva Grass, I'll speak to you soon, buddy. Like I said, I hope you're keeping well.
Yeah, man.
And yeah, I'll speak to you soon, man. Take good care.
Stay blessed, and I hope all's well with you and yours. You have a good one.
Cheers, man. Take care.
Yeah.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. We ain't spinning on no globe, man. We see for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah.
What was that?
We forget.
Oh, my bad.
Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. no marble science, fresh off his thesis defense of...
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
March 2021.
Can I ask Jeremy a question?
No.
What kind of science is astronomy, Jeremy? Don't tell me to fuck off. Just answer the question. What kind of science is astronomy?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
No, it's called observational science.
Observational science? Isn't that painfully redundant? Since the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, leading to a logical fallacy, fallacy of composition, also known as faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. With observational science, observation is part of the whole, but not the whole of science, i.e., the scientific method. You still have hypothesis construction and the actualization thereof. Experiment. Let's have a little look-see here. Observational science. There's only one source I can find. That's troubling. It's from yourdictionary.com. Okay? It says the definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study causes and effects. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. It gives examples of observational science: astronomy, sociology, economics, and epidemiology. Beneath the huge advertisement, it also has paleontology and geology. Let's take a look at the first part of this definition. Observational science is a field of science where controlled observations... What do they mean by that? Controlled observations, like you got blinders on, or you got electrodes on your eyelids, and you plug it in and they open up your eyelids and they're controlled, and then you pull the plug and they turn them off? What the hell is that? Who knows? Controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects. Well, that's not natural science. Hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect relationship moieties. So it's pseudoscience. If these guys go masquerading around as science, then they're pseudosciences by definition. The second part of this definition: scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. What? And they put astronomy with sociology and economics, social sciences, nature taking its course in sociology. Could you show me that? How about nature taking its course in economics? My word, son.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. Just like epidemiology, sociology, economics, things like that are called observational sciences.
Yep, that's right. You forgot to scroll down underneath your dictionary source and catch a hold of paleontology and geology train wrecks in your observational science dumpster fire.
Do you know what that means, Jeremy?
It means it's pseudoscience because you're not going to follow the scientific method.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
It means.
Yeah, laugh it up there, funny boy.
It means it's a field of science where controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects.
Yeah, exactly. The prosecution rests. The scientific method's sole purpose is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You just admitted that these clowns can't do cause and effect. Ergo pseudoscience, by definition. Thanks. It's also fallacious, as we identified.
That's what observational science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience. We already established that. Also, Professor Blueballs, does your dictionary observational sciences only conduct observational studies? The answer is yes. From Hinkelmann, Klaus, Kepthorne, Design and Analysis of Experiments, Volume 1, Introduction to Experimental Design. Observational studies are not experiments.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments.
Fatality.
In addition, observational studies, for example in biological or social systems, often involve variables that are difficult to quantify or control. Moreover, there are 3 types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low
And
pressure.
that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So, let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? Do you reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of objection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could
It
suggest
doesn't really
the height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it
making
matter?
a point? Your
point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
Why
if
does
you
it
want,
matter?
if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
Sir, why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because
You
they
made
use
that
radar,
statement.
which is like
No interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up. You know what I mean?
Tears,
And it's
we
a
got
parabola
Adam
flying over
and
the
Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser
So
height.
why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric ball of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? So you didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It
doesn't really matter.
It
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable.
this is hilarious.
Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-out-date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with a new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo-do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. You'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60-level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is, Given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Gas molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look here, you big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown Baltard Bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality. Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbilly?
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force, and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Do we measure the rate that things fall? Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was derived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured, though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant, but it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
What in the flying is going on here? You just said...
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little friend!
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M or M or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper: Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
you knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You're the dense one, Blue Billy. Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu, Angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum, spin and orbital. Then two more subtypes, point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds, an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radians. That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times P, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Oh, now I've done it. I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame. So that then begs the question, Professor Blue Balls, how can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb f***. Psst. You will never, ever recover. Spin in space, monkeys. Spin in space, monkeys.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's your turn. I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it.
With every rabbit hole, the truth is placed directly in front of you, yet it is up to you to find it. What is truth? Well, it purifies your soul. The truth can set you free. And for the millions of truthers walking every corner of our earth, I beg of you to walk with us. There's much more to life than we were told. This world is not what you think it is. You have been lied to on a massive scale. For the future of mankind, it's about time you started to pay attention.
So this idea that they go, oh, I see the curvature of the Earth, and this, no, you don't. You don't. I'm sorry.
The vehicle has exploded. We just hope you strap yourselves in tight for this ride.
Yeah, I just stopped by because are you aware of that there's a rumor on the internet?
Vic, did something strange happen then? Something is wrong. We have a problem.
The problem is that society blindly accepts the pseudoscience narrative, but regardless of their propaganda or their agenda, they know that it's all coming to an end.
See the curvature of the Earth? That's a fisheye lens, dude.
Level with me. Coming April 22nd. Visit levelwithmefilm.com for more information.
I think I was 5 years old. The teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level.
Flawless victory.
Man, that sounds so great with my 1977 Kenwood's amplifier and big ass Sansui speakers from the same year. Can move some concrete with these babies. Just getting all the pots cleaned out. It's sounding fantastic. You know, the Discord 2.0. Follow me I'll show you where to go. If you want to see the Globerthon show, we're gonna tell you how. That's for show.
Who's Tessarian?
I've seen that person here for years. Years and years.
I see a gif of like they're banned multi accounts. Like, who is that guy?
Oh, it must be one of the Glovers.
It's like a whole row of them, bro. It's like 50 accounts.
Yeah, that was probably a big time troll, I would think. Like, who would have that many accounts? What's the purpose of that? You'd have to be banned from multiple servers like multiple times. Oh man, it's so good to be home after freaking 3 days. Actually, 4 days. I started on Monday morning, actually, afternoon. I rode all the way out 16 miles to the beach, spent about 2 hours on the beach and came back and rode back home. Tuesday evening, I was off again. I came Tuesday evening. I camped Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. And wait a minute. No, I must have started on Tuesday. I'm off a day. I came back on Sunday. Yesterday. Yeah, I was gone for a good 3 days. Now I'm doing my laundry. You know what I'm finding? I know it's kind of quiet here, so just for a minute, I won't tirade. I keep finding these stones that look like they're etched into, like they're marks. And this one looks like a little kid's hammer, like it looks like something you could put in your hand if you had a small hand and hammer stuff with it. Oh, that's a trick. But it looks like it's got markings on it. So I'm wondering, where the hell do all these stones come from? This one looks like it was formed. One side is very flat and smooth. Anyway, I'll have to go back and look at my pictures I posted the other day when I was on the beach. Yeah, those are some pretty shots, man. Just tell you what. Wait a minute, where was that again? I'll get back to it. Kind of like the mobile when you're searching for. Oh. And you're searching for what somebody is. Here we go. Has posted. Oh. There we go. Let me see. Can I copy that? Oh, wait. Share. Okay. There we go. Post it again. In case you didn't see it. There's one. One second. Oh, there's that's a different view. Really starting to like the mobile. Wait a second. Why do I keep posting the same one? Oh, there's another one. Wait a second. Oh, here we go. Let me just copy that. Oh. I can't copy it. I don't know if you can see, looking back at the cliffs. Oh, it's pretty dark. Is this still working? Why does everybody disappear? Wait a minute, there's a couple sunset shots. I guess I was talking to myself. Dime High, are you there? Diamond High. Are you there? You're VC verified. Do you have anything to ask Flat Earthers?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
No, do you have any questions for the panel or any questions in general?
Yeah, you can hear me clear, no static.
What'd you say?
Can you hear me clear, no static, or no?
Yeah, I hear you clear. I just had to turn up. Yeah, you're coming in fine.
Coming in fine? Yeah, I don't really have any questions for you guys mainly. So, like I said, I'm with you guys. I follow along, listening to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I love the subject. Love the subject. It's fascinating.
Yeah, wait till it gets real for you when you go out and look yourself, and then you go, holy shit, those flat earthers weren't kidding, and all I had to do is be directed to the geometry and the math itself, and go out and look in nature and look over water, and I go, piece of cake, I can look at water. I can. You know?
Yeah, no, I totally get you. No, totally. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody that. It's the same with my religion, you know. I don't have nobody comes to me that can bring something to. Once my eyes were open, anyway. It's the same with religion, you know. About a few years ago, once I saw the Earth, the sphere, the firmament, the way I see it, I can't unsee it. The moon landing, all that.
Yeah, true point. Yeah, exactly.
It's just something I see, feel, and like when I hear them speak, NASA, stuff like that, it's just the truth, you know what I mean? How it sounds to me now, the news, it sounds like, it's like politicians talking, it's gibberish to me now, it's bullshit, it's all lies to me.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird that now that once we get this knowledge, I hear like them say planet all the time, or global this, global that, all the time in rapid fire succession. They're doing it like all the time, like every conversation in almost every movie. They're using the word planet or globe, yeah.
Right. Yeah, because they're in. It's just it's the programming, you know. That's what will combat us, you know, people waking up.
Well, yeah, exactly. They don't want us to wake up. And if you ever hear any of those Freemasons say the good work, and you hear actors and actors, singers, like rock stars, you hear them talk about that work, the good work. Bob Dylan talked about it. You know who they're talking about. And some of them know who they're talking about. Some of them don't know. Apparently, to me, that seems apparent to me.
Right, but that's kind of the same thing whether they know or not, you know? It's like if you're not with the, you know, the boss, you're against him, you know?
Yeah, so
like they don't need to know. I'm talking about the way I see it anyway, the devil, you know?
It's funny that I rode like let me see. 30. I rode probably over 100 miles this last week, and I'm still ready to go out again. I'm waiting for the bike to charge up again. I love it. No, I like.
You're on your bike, you said?
I broadened my horizons to where I started riding to this place at 16 miles out. From home, 16 miles from home. So that's a 32 mile round trip.
What, are you just starting to ride?
Oh hell no, man! Last 2 years, no. I put together my electric bike. I bought a kit and I put it on my bike. I had a good bike to begin with, but 700cc rims. So I could put like 80 psi punches on it, you know, and carry a trailer. I have a trailer. I got a special axle. I put the trailer. It's a single track trailer, so I can go as small as my bike can fit through. I can fit everything through. I can ride anywhere. I can ride a bike. So I carried probably no less than 40 pounds of camping shit this last time, which was way too much.
Gotcha. Where are you going to? This spot? Is it like here in the woods somewhere? You're on trails?
Was that some kind of a motor, a car, a motorcycle, or something going by? What is that?
By me? No.
I hear
hearing noise again? Like,
yeah, I hear like it sounded like
Yeah,
a
that-
truck going by, like zzzz.
no, man. I'm in an empty room. That's weird.
It sounds like you're in a
Maybe-
truck driving. Brrr. I hear like a noise. All right, do you have the
Alright, it's
microphone on
annoying
the
too.
stand? Wait, do you have your microphone on something that also has a fan on it?
No, no, not at all. Right now, I don't know.
Is
if
it
it's
on a
the computer.
PC? Is it on a PC or on a mic, separate mic, or on a mobile?
Unless it's a PC, but it's there's a Bluetooth connected to my ear set. You know.
It's picking up a little. Ooh, it's not bad though. I mean, I hear your voice much louder. I'm just real picky. It's no big deal. Keep going.
No.
It's all right.
Yeah, no, I don't want it to be annoying. Let me look at the settings, make sure it's
No,
even.
listen, it's not. I'm just an audio nut, and just don't mind me all the time. It's not that serious. Your
No,
voice is nice and clear.
Alright,
It's just listen. Here's the thing.
Cool.
I have you on a super duper hi-fi amplifier from the 70s that's got like badass capacitors
Awesome.
in it, like big huge
Awesome.
capacitors, and
Yeah, I
this
love
thing has been
capacitors.
going since 1977. All I've ever done is
That's so cool. You never had to replace anything. Like there's no.
Never had to. No.
Tubes
And
or-
listen,
No?
the worst thing is it made a bunch of noise when I fired it up because it hadn't been used properly. It had been around a dusty place that had pets. Like I loaned it to my friend that had a cat, a dog, and then a cat. And so dirty house. So I cleaned all the pots out, and now it's getting. I'm fine tuning it, so I find because each control has little knots, sort of. It's like really cool. It's like a Swiss watch, man. So I got to get
Yeah,
it
there you
with
go. Like it's,
more cleaner, like an electronic cleaner,
Yeah.
Get those pots like I do on my amplifiers, clean all the switches and shit, clean all those out, and it sounds badass. But I suppose eventually the capacitors will need to be changed. They're like what, 30 years old? 30 years, 40 years old.
Yeah, I just watched the thing when capacitors came out. Though they were like advancing so fast. Depending on what year, I mean, they could be double. I don't know, extremely better. It seemed like they got better fast capacitors. What was my point? I don't know. But the complexity you were talking about with the Swiss watch, that type of engineering, it's pretty cool to look at the different generations, how engineering shifted, the way they built things, the old designs compared to the new, cheaper. Lost it? I lose it?
No, I'm just, it's okay. I'm just meandering around and doing a search for different things. Like I was going to show, like I seem to be able to do it more intuitively with the mobile because once you figure out the little key things, your little pathways to get to like, you want something that, and I could do a little spot lesson, 2-minute lesson on Discord on the mobile. Like I didn't even know I'd ever be that good at it because at first I was terrible at it. So for instance, let's say you're in the chat, right? If you're in this chat and where your mic works, if you just do a backspace on your device, get back to the live stream voice text. Where is it? There it is. Then I want to find something that a particular user. So you go up to the little person upper right, hit that, and now another screen will open, and then you hit search, little magnifier, hit from, And then I can type my name, Sunny, and I'll find every image and it'll go like, see, Sunny on the plane. And then I'll go, you have a choice of link, embed, file, or video. I have files. And I'll just hit search, the little magnify, and find all the pictures, all the files that I, going all the way back, bro. This is like freaking cool shit. So I like this, like being able to use it mobile. I was on the beach listening to you guys for a long time, even yesterday afternoon, until some people decided to fight about like really inane shit, like trying to call out people just like henpecking at them for everything they say on a religious, basically, or whatever you want to call it, or doctrinal, scriptural basis. Is just like immature. But anyway, sometimes you think people are more mature than they actually are. Anyway, so I'm looking back through some images. You want to see me with a tinfoil hat? Okay, there you go. Your wish is my command. Okay, here we go. I look like a long skull. Look at how long that skull is. Okay, I digress for a short period of time. Okay, I'll go back to where I was. As you were. There's the tinfoil hat, Sunny. See, you'd never know who I was with that on there. Looks nothing like I look. Anyway. Oh, they get some identifying skull features from that though, Sunny. No, they don't. Okay, shit. Go ahead. What are they gonna do with the information? All right, I'm gonna show you the 40-year-old guitar. If I can find it. Coming up here soon, I promise. I won't digress anymore. It's coming up. It's enough digression for one day. And since it's a Monday, I think I can get away with whatever I say. Possibly. Possibly not. I've been put in my place before, but I've never been put into space. Hold on. Okay, look at this sun pic. Look how much I zoomed it. Look how big this sun is, man. Look at this one. This is amazing. I gotta share this. This is from last year. Category live stream voice text. There we go. Look at this pic. Look at that sun pic. That's freaking crazy. Okay. Back to the not too far. Let's text. Okay. Back to my search. See how handy this is? I could do the DJ if you want, but this is kind of fun. Watching along on YouTube live. I don't know if anybody's in the chat. Any of the usual weirdos that are in there. Talking around the water cooler. How do we combat these flying earthers? They're just out of control. I don't know what we can do. Okay. Yeah, nothing you can do. The earth still is flat, no matter what you do. That's the point. Okay, where's my picture? Man, God, I post so much stuff. Amazing. Where did it go? I'll just find it again somewhere. I can do it from my right on the mobile here. I'll just
Son, you there? You just dropped off? Sonny, you were just talking. What happened, brother? I'm just mudding my drywalling and mudding my pantry here.
Okay, sorry about that.
There he is.
It seems like I was disconnected. I'm here when you're not talking. Yeah, hold up. Just mic up when you're not talking. Otherwise, I can't hear. Every time I talk, it goes screech, screech, really loud. So, yeah, it just took me time to find that picture. That's the 40-year-old guitar. Where'd it go? Trying not to get lost here. Shit. And sometimes my phone doesn't respond also. Interesting. Okay, I'm still with you, right? You still there? Testing.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, let's see, what day is it? It's 24th. I missed one appointment, man. I said I got not miss this, and I totally lost track of time. Anyway, I got to go for a second and get my laundry.
Are we good? Everybody still here? What the heck? Sonny, you there?
I'm going to get my laundry. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right. Do what you gotta do, I guess. Anybody else here? Live? Kicking around? Listening?
I'm here, but I guess my mic isn't working right.
No, I can hear you, man. How do I pronounce that? Demon High? Diamond High?
Yeah, Diamond High.
Diamond. All right.
Yeah, it's from Dramamine, the ingredient in the motion sickness pills. Diamond Hydrogen.
Okay.
Yeah, I have vertigo, so that's what that's about.
Vertigo. Nice. Well, not really nice, but...
No, it sucks pretty bad.
What does that entail, vertigo? What does that entail? Like you just get kind of woozy on your feet?
Yeah, that could sum it up, but I mean, you could feel like you're going to throw up. Definitely can't walk, need to sit down. That's it. It just puts immobile.
And when does that happen? That's like when you get, when you get high in altitude, or when does that happen?
Sometimes, yeah. At a factory wrapping pallets, I go around the pallet a few times. I remember getting it. Sometimes I go to sleep with earplugs. I wake up with it. Fans blowing in my ear. I get it. Yeah, it could be different things that trigger it. Really, pressure. It's something to do with the ear.
But you don't get it from the spinning of the Earth?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting.
Depends on which direction I'm facing, I think. That's how that works.
So, I think you came in yesterday, didn't you, Diamond High?
Yeah, I found you guys yesterday on DLive, your DLive channel.
Oh, yeah. That's Helio's